Thank you. I'll text him. Good luck with that. He never turns on his phone. She chewed on a nail, which brought his attention back to that wedding band. Does he still play poker on Tuesday nights? Yeah, but they moved the game to the stewed clam after they got tired of takeout pizza from Luca's. Ha! He always complained about my sandwich plates, said they were too girly for poker. The sandwiches in question were typically created from croissants and green or red pepper tortillas, given cutesy names like High Roller Ham, Texas Hold'em Beef and Turkey Roulette Roll-Ups. She'd also made platters of poppers, dips, and deviled eggs because she'd insisted that in the South, no social occasion was complete without that special plate with the indentations for deviled eggs she'd inherited from her grandmother. It had not escaped Seth's notice that his father's poker buddies didn't seem to share his complaints. There'd never be anything but crumbs by the end of the night. You spoiled him. She shrugged. What can I say? It's in my blood, and it's hard to escape my upbringing. But I'm tired of playing mealy-mouthed Melanie. It's time I embraced my inner Scarlet. Oh, Lord. This could get ugly, couldn't it? She tossed up her chin and looked as determined as when Hollywood's most famous Southern belle had held up those turnips and gone with the wind, and sworn to never be hungry again. That depends on your father. Then, softening, she reached up and framed his face between her palms, the way she had when he'd been 6 years old, and kissed his forehead. I'm so proud of you, darling. You've created the perfect home for Kylie and Mai to begin their new life. They'll create the home, Seth said. I'm just fixing up their house. True, she agreed. If only your father understood that concept, he'd realize that a motorhome could be just as much of a home as the one he's stubbornly refusing to leave. Even better, travel is stimulating. It hadn't been for Zoe, but then his wife hadn't traveled to Afghanistan on a tourism visa. I hope it works out for you, he said. Oh, it will. Her shadowed eyes flashed with a bit of her usual spirit. One way or the other. Chapter 15. From the moment they'd left the farm, Brianna's mother had been snapping away with her camera, capturing the varying shades of green of the Douglas firs, western hemlock, Sitka spruce, the reddish-brown bark of the western red cedar, along with the brighter hues of the leafy spring sword ferns. Fortunately, meadows, mountains, and lowlands were in wild spring blooms, so the scarlets of rhododendrons and paintbrush, delicate whites of the trillium, blues of the starflower, and reddish pinks of the bleeding hearts also ended up in Sarah Mannion's extensive photo files. The sky, even more unpredictable than usual this time of year, would change from gray to bright blue with all the combinations in between. The water, too, ranged in shades, and as they stood on the outer deck of the ferry, chugging out of the harbor, her mother aimed her lens at the shades of white and gray in the driftwood lining the beach, and the varying colors of brown in the aged pilings. I love the bright orange of the pelicans' beaks during their breeding season, Sarah said as a pod flew by, as if in parade military formation. You could use that as a pop of color somewhere, or soften it to a coral. Oh, and how could I forget? She turned, focused on Brianna's paper cup, and snapped. You can't not include the Northwest's most famous drink in its palette. The deep, almost black brown was added to the palette. 3 days later, they were back on that same ferry. Brianna had often felt exhausted at the end of a long day's work, and she was admittedly tired to the bone today. Although she hated to admit it, she suspected she might be out of shape, because her mother had definitely seemed to have far more energy as they'd gone from store to store, wholesaler to wholesaler. By the time she'd collapsed into bed last night, Brianna was surprised that her credit card hadn't burst into flames from having been run through so many readers. The difference between today and other times she'd been worn out was that beneath the fatigue was a buzz of exhilaration. It's all going to be so stunning. she said as the gleaming white boat with its iconic green stripe plowed through the water. "It's a good thing you're doing," her mother said. "Not just for your own business, but for the town. That poor house has stood there like a destitute bag lady for too long. Now you're going to bring her back to life as a dowager. Not a stiff, formal dowager, but one suited for her place and time." That's pretty much what Seth said. He called it dressing my Victorian dowager in flannel shirts, jeans, and hiking boots, while keeping her good set of pearls. He's a talented young man. Not only is his workmanship impeccable, he has an artist's eye, which I suspect he inherited from his mother. Mike and I were talking, and I mentioned how if she hadn't married and settled down to work at Ben's construction company, she could well have had a successful career as an artist. "It's not too late for that," Brianna pointed out. "Look at you." Sarah laughed. "And isn't that exactly what your uncle said?" "I'm so excited for Caroline. She's possibly going to have an exhibition at the Honeymoon Harbor Days Boat Festival." I saw her illustrations in Seth's office. I was already planning to drop into the exhibition, of course, but now I'm going to make sure I get there early so I don't miss out. "Oh, I don't think you need to worry about that, darling. She'd be more than willing to paint whatever you'd like. You are, after all, almost family, and although I realize it's a topic you're not comfortable with, I will admit that there were several times that she and I would be sitting over glasses of lemonade and shortbread cookies watching you and Seth playing in the sandbox or running through the sprinkler and indulge ourselves in planning your wedding." "Mom, I know, but since you've never mentioned anyone you were dating..." "Because there wasn't anyone to mention. My work took up nearly all my time, and with the frequent moving, a relationship didn't seem practical." "I understand your point, though I'm not certain practicality is the first thing a person should be looking for in a relationship." "You won't get any argument from me," Brianna said. "I suppose the fact that I never felt inconvenienced proves that I've never met Mr. Right. Or the time wasn't right. Unless you plan to flip Herons Landing." "I don't. I dreamed of that house growing up. Did you know that Seth owns it?" "I do. I also know that after having 2 failed starts, he was determined to sit on it until the right buyer came along. Obviously, he realized that you're the one he's been waiting for." "To buy the house," Brianna clarified. There was too much baggage between Seth and her to even think about anything but a contractor-client relationship. She'd do well to remember that. "Of course," her mother said with a look of pure innocence. "Well, I'm glad he did hold on to it because now that it's mine, I'm not going anywhere." "Then just take things a day at a time," Sarah advised. "You never know what the future's going to bring." And weren't Dr. Dick, her out-of-the-blue inheritance, and her house suddenly coming on the market proof of that? Still, as tempting as it might be to see if there were any embers left to be stirred from her old crush on Seth Harper, Brianna had way too many things on her plate to even think about. "Just keep telling yourself that," a dry voice somewhere in the dangerous zone of her head advised. "And maybe you'll even believe it." Since her mother had a PTA meeting to attend, they'd driven to the ferry dock in separate cars. Brianna hugged her goodbye and thanked her for being the best mom ever. Then she decided that rather than go back to the farm, she'd show Seth her purchases. It wasn't that she was dying to see him again. Not even a little bit. He was her contractor, after all. He needed to know what she'd chosen in order to price out the job and start planning the plumbing, framing, all that contractor stuff. After dropping by the office and suspecting her excuse didn't fly with the sharp-eyed Ethel for a minute, she tracked him down at Kylie and Mai's house, which was only the cutest folk Victorian ever. The robin's egg blue siding, set off with snowy white shutters and trim, was perfect for brightening gray days. A welcoming front porch, just made for sitting and watching your neighbors, featured a cedar ceiling and white railing that echoed the picket fence surrounding the lot. Instead of a more formal and, to her mind, boring lawn, the front yard was a wild and free cottage garden. Patches of bright green Scotch moss edged a stone paver pathway. She'd just gotten out of the car when the front door opened and Bandit shot out like a bullet. Bracing herself for impact, she reached out and slowed him down as he barreled toward her, a muddy green tennis ball in his mouth. "Sorry," Seth said. "I think he's in love." "It's mutual." She bent down and rubbed behind his velvety brown ear, which had the dog immediately swooning to the ground in dog ecstasy as he wiggled on his back next to an old rain barrel with pillowy flocks spilling over the edges. "You're a good boy, aren't you?" She rubbed his belly, causing more grumbling moans. "I heard you were in Seattle with your mom," he said, crossing through the spikes of delphinium, hollyhocks, and scarlet foxglove that were starting to bud. "I was, and I have so much to show you." Bandit, who'd gotten up, dropped the ball at her feet. She picked it up and threw it away from the garden. "He'll chase that all day if you let him." "Exercise is good, isn't it, handsome boy?" she said as she brought it back. She threw it again, this time harder. Farther, which caused it to roll beneath her car, which appeared not to deter the dog as he began to shimmy beneath it. "While he's busy fetching, will you give me a tour of this adorable house? It looks like a blue frosted gingerbread house, but without the witch. You've created magic." Seth rocked back on his heels and looked up at the house. "It was easy. Kylie and Mai were very specific." "Oh." As soon as they'd entered, she paused in the doorway, looking up to where a high ceiling crossed with beams painted buttermilk white added the illusion of yet more space. "It's so much larger than I would have guessed." "We ditched the dining room and blew out that wall into the kitchen," he said. "Just like on HGTV." "Yeah, although I'll admit it drives me crazy when everyone on those shows blithely says, 'blow out the wall,' as if contractors all have magic wands. Fortunately for Kylie and Mai's budget, it wasn't a load-bearing wall. The dining room and laundry became the third bedroom and three-quarters bath they wanted for guests, especially when Mai's family comes from Hawaii to visit. That room, too, was done, although not yet furnished or decorated. We didn't have a separate room for the laundry, but we put a stack set in that closet with a set of open shelves. He opened the folding closet door, showing off the stainless steel washer and dryer. I was worried they wouldn't go along with the idea, but Mai really likes it because it got her out of laundry duty. Because she can't reach up inside the dryer to get the clothes out without a ladder. Exactly. When Seth felt his lips doing that odd, tugging, smiling thing again, he realized that the muscles around his mouth seemed to have gotten out of shape from disuse. Who knew? They should put the bed against that wall, she decided. That way they can look out at the mountains. That's exactly what they decided to do. It'll be delivered in the next few days. While Bandit, seemingly bored with a tour of a building where he'd spent so many hours, went outside to patrol the perimeter in hopes of finding a rabbit or squirrel, they went back through the great room and kitchen to the other side of the house, where the other two bedrooms were located. She paused on the way, checking out the cabinets and beadboard on the small but efficient island in the ceiling. "I want that in my kitchen," she said, looking up at the whiteboard ceiling. "But in a different color. I'm still working on shades with Mom. There are so many hues on the peninsula to bring in. I'd never imagined. I found this amazing French oven that's hand-built with an enamel exterior. Since that's going to be the focal point of the room, everything else will have to work around it." "Hand-built French," he murmured. "How much did that set you back?" He prided himself on not blinking when she tossed off an amount that was probably equal to at least 10% of what her entire budget would turn out to be. "But it has 5 sealed burners, dual ovens, true European convection, a 15,500 BTU triple ring burner that can hold 5 pans at different heats at a time, and 2 rotisseries." "Plan on doing a lot of rotisserieing for breakfast?" "Hey, you never know. Maybe down the road I'll add dinner. Besides, did I mention how beautiful it is? And that it comes in the most scrumptious colors you've ever seen. Jack down at the Olympic Mountain Paints spray painted a fridge for me last month. It was a damn good thing she had deep pockets, because apparently the girl who'd grown up on a Christmas tree farm in the far northwest corner of the country had come back to town with champagne tastes. How handy of him, she said dryly. But wait until you see it, Seth. It's so gorgeous. Herons Landing was once a spectacular house. It has a Whistler mural, for heaven's sake. This stove is like the best kitchen jewelry. She deserves it. He wasn't surprised that she'd anthropomorphized the house. He'd done that before, on occasion, including a former sea captain's house that from the moment he'd first walked in the door, he'd always thought of being a manly place. Fortunately, the wife of the couple must have shared his vision, because she'd ended up with a home that an old whaling captain like the bearded guy in The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, which his mom had watched about a bazillion times, would have felt right at home in. You look great. She'd been checking out the walk-in pantry when he'd heard himself saying the words. Turning, she appeared as surprised as he felt. Thanks. She ran her hands over the full short skirt. Like seemingly all her clothes, it looked like a garden in bloom and showed off those long, long legs even better than the jeans and leggings had. It felt a little bright for the Pacific Northwest, but even though Seattle's more casual than some cities I've lived in, I didn't want to go serious shopping in jeans. This part of the country could use more brightness. And so could he. A video flashed through his mind of her standing in front of her colored jewel of a stove, bustling between all those burners, while he was outside searing meat on a grill the size of Alaska, and a passel of kids ran around an emerald lawn, chasing each other with water blasters. Just as she came outside, a bright red bowl of potato salad in her hands, she walked straight into a stream of water which soaked the front of her dress, turning it almost transparent, revealing a lacy bra and, oh hell, was that a thong? No, just freaking no, don't even go there. Seth? Her voice held a question with a touch of concern. I was imagining the backyard. The fantasy, in vivid technicolor with surround sound, had seemed to last only a fleeting moment. But from the way she was looking at him, a vertical line between her worried eyes, he realized he'd zoned out, something he hadn't done since those first weeks after Zoe's death. Maybe you might want to add an outdoor kitchen for entertaining. He nearly groaned when she touched her index finger to her glossy lips and considered that suggestion. We could have event nights for the guests, she said. Like on the 4th of July, since you can see the fireworks over the harbor from here. Or Labor Day. It'd be a short season, but it could be an extra draw. I know there's not a motel or hotel in town offering anything like that. Oh, and it stands to reason we'd get wedding parties staying here. Maybe we could offer the space for the rehearsal dinner. And I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but Kylie could offer photos of the patio dinner as part of the package. Or I could include a discount at the B&B with her wedding photo gig. With every atom of his body focused on those lush pink lips, her words were an incomprehensible buzz in his ears. Sounds good to me, he said, figuring that was a safe enough response since rerunning it through his suddenly sex-flooded mind, he didn't remember hearing a question. Doesn't it? I'm so glad you thought of it because it'll be easier to plan in an outdoor kitchen from the start, right? Sure, right. Definitely easier and less expensive. His tongue, which had tied in knots, weighed a ton. Fortunately, judging from the light in her eyes, she was too busy imagining and planning to notice. Seth was trying to think of something, anything to say, when he heard Bandit barking. Not the wild, crazed bark of a dog in hapless pursuit of a squirrel, but a sharp, all too familiar demand. One Seth knew he'd keep up until he got his canine way. Your dog's barking, she said as the ear-splitting barks became louder and closer together. Yeah, he does that. I told you he was a stray. Who stole food? Yeah, well, the thing is he was pretty much feral. So Cameron Montgomery, he's the new vet in town. What happened to Doc Palmer? He retired last year. Cam grew up in Port Angeles, but was working down in Sacramento. He wanted to come back up here, so he bought Doc Palmer out. Anyway, he suggested putting Bandit on a schedule to give his life a structure he'd probably never experienced before. Unfortunately, not only did it work, he's smarter than he looks because he latched onto the concept of daily repetition. Given the rut Seth's own life had dug into, that hadn't proved a problem. I see. What are you supposed to be doing now? Going to Mannion's for dinner. Quinn lets dogs in his pub? Nah, he can't do that. Though he does bend the code and allow them on the deck on nice days. But it doesn't matter because we always do takeout. Oh. Again, that slender finger to her lips, which caused another tug. This time, not in the gut, but lower. Would you like some company? For dinner? I didn't come by to see this house, as fabulous as it is, she said. I wanted to talk to you about all the fixtures Mom and I found. I thought, since you're going to the pub anyway, that we could do it over dinner. Unfortunately, do it were the words that got through the buzz in his head. After all, we both have to eat, she was saying when he regained his focus. So this will save time. And it's a gorgeous day. If we eat on the patio, Bandit can join us. The dog's bark, which had changed from demanding to enthusiastic, suggested he might have actually understood her, which made one of them. Dinner on the patio overlooking the water. Wasn't that like a date? Which he hadn't done in so many years, he wasn't sure how dates worked. She'd spent a lot of time traveling the world and living a city life. Would she be expecting to hook up? And your problem with that would be? The devil that had suddenly appeared on his shoulder asked. The problem was that if he ever got to the point he was going to give up celibacy, it wasn't going to be relationship sex, and there was no way he could have booty call sex with Brianna Mannion, who'd not only been Zoe's best friend, but a lifelong friend of his. Even the idea of it was too messy and complicated to consider. But if you don't want to... No! Damn, he'd hurt her. Although outwardly, she appeared as calm as a sea on a soft summer day, that little line had appeared between her blonde brows again. It sounds great, and you're right, I need to know what you've chosen to start working on a cost analysis, and this is the most efficient way. Give me a second to lock up and I'll meet you there. The line smoothed, and her smile lit up those lake blue eyes. I'll snag a table. She headed back toward her car, stopping to pat Bandit on his broad head, which set his tail to wildly wagging. It's just dinner, Seth reminded himself. The same as every other night. The same he might have with any other client. In fact, he'd broken his pub habit last week when Mai had insisted on making him a Hawaiian dinner. And although he'd never in a million years thought he'd eat raw fish, the poke bowl of ahi tuna she'd mixed up with scallions, soy sauce, avocado, white rice, and a bunch of other stuff had been one of the best meals he'd ever had. He'd even suggested she open up a food truck, which had made her laugh, and he'd enjoyed the evening. So the thing to do was to think of dinner with Brianna the same way. Simply a client dinner. And the one thing he was sure about was that Quinn wasn't going to be putting raw fish on his menu anytime soon. Like ever. Chapter 16. What had she done? The suggestion had come out of the blue, but as soon as she'd asked him to dinner, it seemed the right thing to do. It was, after all, logical. She had to eat. He had to eat. They had business to discuss. So why not do it over dinner? How about the fact that she'd eaten a huge salmon salad for lunch before leaving Seattle, and if she planned to eat anything at all for dinner, it would have been a bowl of cereal? But maybe everyone was right about her and Seth. Although there was no way she ever would have wanted Zoe to die, perhaps fate had given her a second chance. As loath as Brianna was to admit it, her feelings for him hadn't changed. If anything, Having had her share of hit-and-run relationships over the years, she could tell the difference between lust and something deeper. She wasn't yet prepared to use the L word, but neither was she going to shut off her emotions as he'd obviously done. Even if she did fall in love, only to have her feelings continue to be one-sided, the least she could do was try to help him pass the pain he'd admitted he'd become mired in. "That's what friends do," she said as she drove past the storefronts that were looking fresher than when she'd been growing up. There'd been a time when the logging industry had slowed, that Honeymoon Harbor had fallen into a slump. But thanks to all those who, like the original residents, had stayed, it was on the rebound. And that she was going to be part of it had her putting away her concern about any possible awkwardness with Seth over dinner. As she glanced up into her rearview mirror, she could see herself grinning like a loon. Quinn was behind the bar, blender whirring as he whipped up a frozen strawberry margarita, when Brianna walked in.
"You're wearing a date thing."
He greeted her after she'd woven her way through the tables, which were beginning to fill up. "Shows what you know. It's a shopping thing. I just got back from Seattle. Mom and I were finding stuff for the house."
"So I heard. Sounds like you're determined to do this."
Considering how much of a hit my credit card took with order deposits, that would be a yes. She picked up the menu from a stack at the end of the bar. "You have more than burgers."
"It's a pub, not a burger joint."
"True." She glanced around. "I love what you've done with it." He shrugged.
"Seth did the construction, and Mom helped source the tables and decorative stuff, while I worked with a former client who owns a national chain of steakhouses on the menu."
"So it wasn't an impulse?"
"Not at all. I ran the numbers and worked on the concept for over a year."
"Unlike me?"
"I didn't say that."
"You were thinking it."
"No, and I wasn't being judgmental or negative. You're my little sister. Wanting to protect you comes with the job description."
She flashed him her brightest, most phony smile, one she'd perfected over the years to use with obnoxious guests. "I'm so flattered that you consider me a job." He laughed.
"Brat."
"Bossy big brother. Instead of insulting your customers, why don't you make yourself useful by mixing me up a margarita?"
"Top shelf?"
"Sure. Why not?" She was, after all, celebrating. And besides, she was going to insist she and Seth go Dutch, and she could definitely afford it.
"You got it,"
he said, preparing it with real limes, not a mix, which didn't surprise her since he'd never settle for second best. Feeling more upbeat than she had in a long time, she was skimming over the menu when her phone chimed. The screen read Harper Construction. "Hi." Did she sound breathless? Yeah, she most definitely did. "Just a second. I dropped some stuff when I went digging for my phone in my purse." And didn't that lame lie cause her brother to cock a knowing brow? She rummaged around in her bag for a moment, hopefully making enough noise that he'd believe her. "I have a head start on you. Quinn's mixing me up a margarita as we speak."
"That's what I'm calling about."
Seth paused, and she could sense the words she didn't want to hear coming at her, like the slow-motion bullet Keanu Reeves dodged in The Matrix.
"Something's come up. I'm going to have to take a rain check."
"Oh, okay." She was not going to ask what. "No problem. I have things to catch up with anyway, like working on this online program to come up with a logo and do website stuff."
"I'm sorry."
"Don't worry about it. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea anyway, not like a date or anything." This time, Quinn rolled his eyes, which Brianna thought was awfully juvenile for a man who'd once been featured on the cover of Seattle Metropolitan Magazine as one of the top West Coast fast-track litigators. "I've got to go shopping tomorrow for some clothes for Kylie and Mai's bachelorette party. My Vegas bikini just isn't going to cut it on the Pacific Coast." She waited for him to laugh at the idea of anyone wearing a bikini on a coast that would require a parka this time of year. But there was only a deep, dark hole of silence. "Anyway, I'm obviously keeping you from something. So how about we meet tomorrow? Around 2? Or I could just email you the fixtures and stuff Mom and I found, including the stove.
Sounds good.
He sounded distracted.
Let's meet at the house.
I'd like that. I want to measure for furniture anyway. I'm not going to get a lot, but I'm not wild about the idea of sleeping on the floor either. Mom suggested treasures.
Zoe got stuff there,
he said.
She called it going on an attic safari since the stock's always changing.
Okay. She'd gotten the message loud and clear. It was definitely not a date when a guy made a point of bringing up his deceased wife right after you'd mentioned buying a bed. Mom said pretty much the same thing. I'll check it out before I meet Kylie and Mai for lunch, in case I find anything I might want to figure out how to use in the space.
Okay.
He'd gone beyond distracted to wanting to escape this conversation, which made 2 of them.
I've got an appointment in the morning and don't know how long that'll take.
Okay, then. She took a long swallow of the drink Quinn had put down in front of her. I'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. at the house. Bye. She escaped, just barely, having him hang up on her by pushing end call first.
Still on for dinner?
Quinn asked. She glanced around, looking for someone, anything she knew. She'd never liked eating alone in a restaurant. Eating alone after being stood up would be even worse. Worse yet would be running away like he'd broken her heart or something. Sure. She skimmed through the menu. I'll have the Dungeness crab and shrimp mac and cheese. She was tempted to order another margarita, maybe one of those bathtub-size ones she'd just seen one of the servers deliver to a table of young women who reminded her of how she, Kylie, and Zoe had been when they'd been younger. All 3 were laughing and working their way through a platter of grilled clam chips, pretending not to notice the trio of hot guys who'd just strutted in, wearing tight navy blue Honeymoon Harbor Fire Department t-shirts.
Carb loading,
he said.
You're either about to run a marathon or in need of comfort food.
You do know that you're not the only restaurant in town, she said. I could go down the street and get a big bowl of carbonara from Luca's. He lifted his hands in surrender.
1 crab and shrimp mac and cheese coming up. You good on the drink?
Wine would be better with the mac and cheese, but reminding herself that she had a long drive back to the farm, she opted against additional alcohol, ordered soda water with lemon, took the folder from her tote, and began leafing through it. As she sent Seth the photos from her phone, the beautiful standalone slipper tub, sinks, cabinets, and quartz countertops she and her mother had chosen with such care didn't give her nearly as much pleasure as they had just a few hours ago.
Well, you sure as hell screwed the pooch on that one,
Seth muttered as he stared down at his phone, wishing he could take the damn call back. But then what? Then he'd be out on Mannion's patio, breathing in the citrusy scent of her hair over the salt breeze, trying not to notice her legs, and all the other parts he had no business even looking at, let alone thinking about. He'd never kissed her, except for that long-ago Christmas break back when he was 12. He'd never even pondered the idea. Correction, except for that suspended moment at Herons Landing when kissing cousins were mentioned. He hadn't been the only one hit by a bolt of lust. He'd seen the lightning hit those big blue eyes. He didn't care what they called it. Having a sunset waterfront dinner with her in that summery dress wasn't a business meal. It was a guy-woman thing, a first date, which he hadn't had since his parents had driven Zoe and him to the Olympic Theater to see The Princess Diaries. The movie about a geeky teenage girl who suddenly discovered she was heir to a European throne wouldn't have been his first choice. If he was going to be honest, and he was smart enough not to be, it would have been his last. But no way was he going to turn down a chance to spend 2 hours sitting in the dark beside her, getting a forbidden thrill that one time their hands had brushed while diving into the popcorn barrel at the same time. So, rather than revert back to the almost 13-year-old he'd once been, he'd chickened out, making up an excuse so lame Bandit wouldn't have bought it. And now he couldn't even get his burger because what if 1, Brianna had stayed there for dinner, or 2, Quinn knew why she'd been there in the first place and that he'd stood her up. Neither scenario was appealing, and even worse was the thought that her brother might cut him off entirely for hurting his little sister's feelings. Which was why he'd called into Luca's for a loaded pizza, which had caused Bandit to whine all the way home, letting him know that there was a piece of pepperoni with his name on it. A piece? He'd considered himself lucky when he got home without the mutt scarfing down the entire thing, box and all. And now here he was, drinking a Captain Jack's ale while having a dinner date with his dog and trying not to think about Brianna Mannion. Or tomorrow morning when he'd agreed to go over to Zoe's parents' house and go through her stuff. And yeah, wasn't that going to be a fun time? Chapter 17. The stewed clam was located just across the town line and had always reminded Caroline of the darker side of Bedford Falls from It's a Wonderful Life, which it would have become if Clarence the Angel hadn't been there to stop George Bailey from committing suicide. The few times Caroline crossed the line was to get her hair done at Gloria Wells' salon. Gloria, who'd been doing her hair since she'd first come to town, had originally lived in a single wide trailer. She was dirt poor, due to her husband getting in frequent trouble with the law, and rumors had floated around Honeymoon Harbor that Gloria was a prostitute, which both Caroline and Sarah Mannion had never believed for a minute. The reason for men showing up at all times of the day and night was that Gloria was barely supporting herself, her daughter JoAnn, and her ne'er-do-well spouse by cutting hair cheaper than anyone else on the peninsula. Caroline and Sarah hadn't gotten their hair done at Gloria's just because of the low price, or because they'd wanted to show solidarity with another woman who hadn't been as fortunate as they'd been, but also because she was kind and as talented as any stylist Caroline had gone to when she'd been growing up in the South, where hair was a big deal, as anyone who watched SEC football would realize. Having become an environmentalist on her trip across the country years ago, she didn't even want to think about how much Aquanet she and her girlfriends had sprayed into the environment. Unfortunately, Gloria also possessed a lot of stubborn and a strong streak of pride, and except for the food stamps to feed her daughter, wouldn't take charity from anyone. Clothes were bought at the Goodwill in town, and although both women had offered her loans, or even to invest in her business, she'd turn them down flat, not trusting her husband not to mess things up and cause them to lose their money. Jolene, who'd swept up the hair, had dropped out of school at 16, gone to cosmetology school, then bought an old clunker and taken off down I-5 to Los Angeles, where, after a series of fortunate circumstances Gloria was always proud of sharing, she'd gotten a job working in the movies, which had allowed her to send her mother enough money for a manufactured home, where Gloria had set herself up an actual licensed salon in one of the bedrooms. The business had taken off, and now, with a small business loan and undoubtedly another investment from her daughter, she'd recently hired Seth to remodel the old abandoned lighthouse keeper's house into what would become a salon and day spa. As furious as she was at her husband, Caroline smiled as she passed Gloria's current salon with its therapy sign in the front window and a tidy front porch where customers could wait their turn outside during nice weather. Even now, a mother, a daughter, and an elderly man were sitting on rocking chairs. The mother and man were talking, while the little girl's head was buried in a book that was undoubtedly taking her to faraway places that would seem so much more exciting than Honeymoon Harbor. Another 10 minutes past that bit of cheerfulness, she'd reached the bar, which, going back to the Bedford Falls Pottersville analogy, reminded her of martinis after the cheerful bar in the movie had turned into a sleazy dive run by a nasty and insulting bartender. The stewed clam was one of those places that didn't even need a top shelf, because the clientele mainly came there to drink cheaply and get drunk quickly, which explained the rule posted next to the door and above the bar that more than a single drink required a designated driver. It might be a dive, but the owner, a former alcoholic himself, was smart enough not to get slammed with accessory to any DWI accidents that might occur. Compared to the darkness outside, The light, when she opened the door, caused several men to shout out a complaint and shield their eyes. She scanned the room, didn't see Ben at any of the tables, and decided he must be in one of the back rooms. Playing poker for money was illegal outside the casinos or licensed poker rooms, which the stewed clam wasn't. But the local law had always turned a blind eye to the poker games everyone knew went on in the back room, since the pots never got over $20, if that. Head swiveled, following her as she crossed a floor that was covered with peanut shells and probably hadn't been washed since the Clinton administration. The wood-paneled walls were darkened by decades of smoke from before Washington State added bars and restaurants to their Clean Indoor Air Act. In no mood for chit-chat, she abandoned her southern manners and simply asked the bartender, "Ben Harper?" No more verbal than he merely continued to dry a smudged glass and nodded his head toward a door at the end of the bar. Wishing she could hear what Sarah would have to say about all the fish and animal heads hanging on the paneled walls, she scanned the room that held 5 round tables, and wouldn't you know it, her husband would be at the far one. Unlike in the main part of the tavern, no one paid the least bit of attention as she walked over the ugliest brown and orange tweed carpeting she'd ever seen. To high rollers in Vegas, the stakes might be penny ante, but apparently here, the game was serious business. Ben had his back to her, but when his lifelong friend Jake Logan saw her coming, he said something that had her husband turning around. She held up a hand before he could say a word. "I didn't come here to talk. Since your phone isn't taking texts, I just wanted to give you this." She handed him an envelope. "You might be able to take the woman out of the South, but you couldn't entirely take the South out of the woman." A shooing email for notes handwritten on embossed stationery with matching envelopes for social or important correspondence was one of those things Caroline Harper had never given up. "I'd suggest you take it seriously," she added. Then, her business concluded, she turned to leave, hearing Ken Peters, a grizzled old retired fisherman, mutter to Ben, "I sure as hell wish you'd apologize for whatever you did, because we do miss that woman's sandwiches." That almost had Caroline smiling as she walked out of the room and out of the bar. Whether she walked out of her marriage was now up to her husband. Chapter 18. Seth let himself into the Robinsons' house with the key Helen had given him the night of their dinner. She'd told him that Zoe's trunk was upstairs in the attic, waiting for him. As he climbed the stairs, he felt like a man making that last climb up to a gallows platform. He hadn't even opened the box the military had sent him. It crossed his mind that he could just take the entire chest and hide it away somewhere in the garage. How would his in-laws ever know if he never looked inside? It wasn't as if Zoe's parents were going to quiz him on the contents. At least Dave wouldn't. But Helen? Just maybe. Okay, probably. There might be more tears. He doubted she'd ever stop talking about the daughter she'd lost too soon and too cruelly. He had a feeling Helen's brother and sister-in-law were in for some very long road trips as they all took off traveling together. Despite his mother-in-law's rosy scenario of the mother and daughter relationship, the truth was that it had always been tempestuous. During Zoe's youth, there'd been a lot of shouting and door slamming. As she'd grown into a woman, the slamming had mostly ceased, but there had been arguments over things both large and small. Despite Helen and Zoe's various tempests, Seth had never doubted for a moment that they loved each other. The Greeks, he'd determined, lived large, embracing life with enthusiasm. Zoe had been the same way. Despite being an all-American girl, she was proud of her heritage, taking on every challenge presented to her as if she were following instructions sent down from Mount Olympus from Zeus himself. Most of what was in the trunk was stuff he'd expected, like yearbooks from middle school, high school, and college. Although she'd framed her college diploma, she'd left her high school one behind. He supposed in her mind there was no point in keeping it since she'd already moved on. There was also a handwritten copy of her valedictory speech. She hadn't let him read it before she'd given it, but he could see how hard she'd worked on getting every word right by all the red-lined crossouts. There were the inevitable prom photos. He still remembered when she'd walked into the living room in a strapless floor-length gown of some floaty material she told him as she'd twirled was chiffon. The daffodil color showed off her olive complexion, and she looked exactly like a princess, even before she'd put on that tiara when she'd been queen of the prom. He'd looked like a geek in the royal blue tux, yellow vest, and yellow bow tie. Although she hadn't let him see the dress beforehand, she had told him the color and instructed him that he was supposed to match. His dad, he remembered, told him he looked like a girly boy. His mom, on the other hand, had told him he looked handsome and got a little teary as she'd straightened his tie, which was one of those snap-on things because no way was he going to learn to tie a bow tie for just one night. He found a collection of diaries and told himself that he shouldn't look through them. But unable to resist, he picked up the first one and, leafing through it, found the movie ticket stub to My Big Fat Greek Wedding. While romantic comedies definitely weren't his thing, he'd figured he could see Terminator 3, which was playing in the theater next door, with Burke Mannion while she was at cheerleader practice. She'd talked nearly all the way through, pointing out over-the-top stereotypes. Later, over shakes, vanilla for him, chocolate for her, at the Big Dipper, she'd turned serious, explaining that, like the bride in the movie, although she was born in Oregon and was a red, white, and blue American, she'd never be able to completely abandon her family and Greek heritage. Fortunately, loving her as he did, Seth had no problem with that idea and was more than willing to do his best to fit in. He picked up another diary decorated with stickers of Greece and titled My Best Ever Summer Adventure. It was, he realized, the summer of her 16th birthday, when her mother had sent her away to camp in Greece. As she'd explained at the time, everyone in her family had gone to Ionian Village to learn about their faith and Hellenic culture, and to meet and interact with other people just like them. To which he'd told her there wasn't anyone else like her, which had made her laugh and kiss him and assure him that he always knew just the right thing to say. "Don't read it," he told himself. "Journals should be private." Yet if her mother hadn't thought it was okay, she wouldn't have left it in the box, right? He turned the pages, reading how she wished she hadn't argued so much with her mother about going to what apparently campers shortened to IV. Because she'd always remember it as one of the most amazing times of her life, and she couldn't wait to send her own children there when they got to be her age. He rubbed his heart, which literally ached at that thought, imagining her all bright-eyed and animated, telling people about life back home, hopefully about him, and how although he wasn't Greek, he was a great guy, and not to worry, their kids were going to grow up to know their centuries-old heritage. From what he read, the camp, except for the religious classes and being co-ed, wasn't that different from the scout camp he'd attended here on the peninsula at Camp Parsons. There were skits, singing, campfires. There was also swimming, though the Greek campers had done theirs in the impossibly blue Ionian Sea. One of the photos pressed into the pages of Zoe laughing with a dark-haired boy caught his attention. The boy was wearing a pair of Hawaiian jams, and she was in a blue one-piece swimsuit that showed off all her curves. They were lying on towels on the beach, and there was another girl with them. But there was just something about the moment that had him wondering why, when she'd come home and had been going on and on about the camp, she'd never mentioned any boys. The brochures all state that Ionian Village is where kids from all over America learn about their faith, heritage, and, just as importantly, themselves, she'd written, her loopy handwriting as large and open as she was. But I know that Mama sent me here hoping I'd meet a boy that would make me forget about Seth. Like that's ever going to happen. Reading that had Seth exhaling a relieved breath. He didn't want to learn about some teenage flirtation, or even worse, that she'd cheated on him during those weeks surrounded by hot Greek guys. But Peter has me thinking, she wrote. Not about having sex and stuff. He hasn't even tried to kiss me. But I think he just might if I give him a hint I'd be interested. Which I haven't. In fact, he's probably getting sick and tired of hearing all about my boyfriend back in Honeymoon Harbor. Seth liked that she'd been thinking about him, and even talking about him to this Peter guy. Until he read the next line. If I were to be perfectly honest, I think I'm boring everyone with Seth stories as a defense mechanism. Because who'd have thought Mom and all my aunts and uncles who were pushing me to come here could be right? I have learned a lot about myself. I'm always going to be passionate. I'm always going to embrace life to the fullest. And I'm always going to push boundaries, especially when it comes to what women can do. Because let's face it, Greek culture will never be accused of embracing feminism. A lot of girls here worry that their Greek boyfriends might turn into their fathers. One girl's mother doesn't even sit down at the table to eat until her husband has finished his dinner. Can you imagine? In this day and age? So that's one thing I'll never have to worry about. There's also such a big focus on family unity here. Since this is all about discovering ourselves, I'll admit, just to myself, that I'm jealous of all the stories of the big, connected families that get together for every occasion, even if it's a Saturday backyard barbecue. My immediate family consists of just me, my mom, and dad, and except for not fully appreciating the desert whenever we visited the family in Tucson, I'm remembering how exciting and how much fun it was to be part of such a special group. Maybe after we get married, and I'm through with my military service, Seth and I could move to Arizona. It's not like he's got that good a relationship with his dad anyway, and there'd be houses for him to build and work on in Tucson, right? I always thought I belonged in the Pacific Northwest because I was born in Astoria and have always loved the green of the Olympic Peninsula. But now, being here, I'm realizing how similar Greece's dry Mediterranean climate is to Tucson's, which may explain why my mother's family settled there. So maybe, if I wait until the time's right and explain all my reasons for wanting to be among more of my own, he'd understand. The same way he always seems to understand me. Except for the huge fights we had after he learned I'd signed up for high school ROTC, because he's worried I'll decide to go into the army and get myself killed. He's always encouraged me in everything I wanted to do. Not that I gave him much choice, because as I've discovered, I'm more like my mom and my aunties than I ever could have suspected. I'm stubborn, a bit spoiled, and to be perfectly honest, I like letting off steam with a knockdown, drag-out fight. Peter and I had one the 5th day of camp. It was over a silly thing. About Greek men being the ones to cook the meat, while women are supposed to cook everything else. I told him, in no uncertain terms, that he was looking at one woman who had no intention of spending time standing over a hot stove. That's why God had invented restaurants. I, of course, also pointed out that his statement was not only hopelessly outdated, but misogynistic, which, considering himself a very feminist guy, for having been raised in a traditional Greek-American family, mind you, had us shouting back and forth, right in each other's faces, until a counselor came and told us to knock it off. Then we laughed and went back to studying about the saints. He obviously was named for St. Peter. I'd always known I'd been named after St. Zoe. Apparently, it's required for all Greeks to be named after saints, but I'd never bothered to wonder how Zoe of Rome had achieved sainthood. When I read that she'd been devoted to St. Peter and had been praying at his tomb when she was arrested for her faith, I had to tell Peter. I mean, how weird a coincidence is that? Seth felt his concerns spike again at the latest mention of a guy he was starting to view as a rival. Which was stupid, because Zoe had married him. Reading on, he learned that according to the Book of Saints, Saint Zoe of Rome was hung over a fire and died of smoke inhalation, after which her body was thrown into the Tiber River, which, Zoe continued, probably explains why Mom has never told me the story. The story of his wife's saintly namesake's death caused Seth's blood to turn to ice. His mother, even before she'd gone all new agey, had believed in stuff like fate and destiny. But Seth, who prided himself on being a practical problem solver, never had. But still, the comparison between both Zoe's deaths weirded him out. He turned a few pages, which were thankfully Peter-free, until he got to the last day's entry. So we're going home, and I have a lot to think about. I love Seth with all my heart, but I know that it hurts and confuses him when we fight, while with Peter, our passion about a subject builds up, and if we don't agree, we'll explode. But then it's over and we continue on because it was just an argument, not the end of the world. It's the same way with Mom and me. I never even minded that much that she made me take all those years of ballet. Especially since Seth always looked at me like I was a princess whenever I wore one of my sparkly tutus. Maybe my aunties are right. Maybe I should marry a Greek boy who'd understand me better. And who'd understand how our children might inherit my temperament. Like my camp BFF Lori said when I told her what I was thinking, being Greek is like having a powerful virus, and once you get it, you never recover. And it'll affect everything you are and do. But on the other hand, and isn't there always another hand? Look at Mom and Dad. They stood up to her family, which couldn't have been easy, and she even moved to Oregon to be with him, and that worked out. They're still in love after all these years. To be honest, part of me wonders if perhaps Seth should marry Brianna, who, anyone with eyes can tell has a thing for him from the way she looks at him when she doesn't think anyone's looking. She probably wouldn't cause him nearly as many headaches as I might. But the truth is that I'm too selfish to give him up. I love Seth Harper, with my entire heart, mind, and soul. And although he doesn't know it yet, when I get back home to Honeymoon Harbor, I'm going to love him with my body. Because although our life together might not be easy, it'll never be boring. I love him. So I'll make it work. We'll make it work. Together. Seth blew out a long breath as he closed the journal. They had made it work. It hadn't always been easy because he'd discovered love wasn't some magic potion or talisman that promised eternal bliss. They'd fought, loudly as she'd written they would, and more often than he would have liked. But their fights had been over as quickly as they'd flared, and he couldn't deny that makeup sex almost made up for the arguments. It was Zoe's passion, her zest for life that had turned his world upside down that long ago day she'd walked into his classroom as if she already owned it. As if she'd been some long-awaited queen of evergreen middle school. It was also, he knew, what would have made her such a ferocious advocate for her patients. Like that little boy in Afghanistan. There were 2 other things in the journal that had proven a surprise. That she'd been considering moving to Arizona. Had she changed her mind after they'd gotten married and started to settle down in Honeymoon Harbor? Or was she waiting for the right time to bring it up? Like maybe after they'd had their first child and she'd used all her persuasive skills to convince him that their son or daughter deserved to be among family? She was right about there being houses to build and fix up in Arizona. But his home had always been here on the peninsula. He'd never, not once, considered moving. And what about that part about Brianna? Had she had a thing for him? Enough that if Zoe hadn't shown up at school from Astoria, he and Bree might have become a couple? He'd never had any doubt that he and Zoe would have beaten the odds, stayed together and gotten married, as they had. But what if that success had partly been because of her determination to have things turn out the way she wanted them to? Most of their high school friends' relationships had been lucky to last a couple weeks. Long-term wasn't something that guys especially thought about. Looking back on those days, he remembered Zoe had always been talking about how their life together was going to be. And since it sounded just fine with him, except for that day she'd told him that she'd decided to sign up for UW-ROTC and let the Army pay for her college, he'd gone right with all her plans. Right down to the color in that nursery he'd never walked into again since the day that had forever changed his life. That idea led to another. Brianna had dated, but she'd never been part of a couple. Because in her own way, she'd been as focused as Zoe. All she'd ever talked about back in high school was of someday buying Herons Landing, then turning it into a B&B. Not believing that would ever happen, everyone had humored her. But later, around the time he and Zoe had gotten engaged, her goal had changed to leaving the peninsula and seeking her fortune in glamorous places around the world. Zoe, he remembered, had been all for that plan, encouraging her as best friends do. Could Zoe have been worried about the possibilities of him straying later on, when their marriage would get bogged down with work, babies, and everyday routine life, if Brianna had returned home? Which he never would have done. Ever. He put the journal in the discard pile. Hell, he never should have given in to impulse and read it. Because now that Zoe had put Bree's possible feelings in his head, he'd be wondering if she'd had a crush, if she might possibly be thinking back on those days. And how awkward could that make their working together? As if... Seth muttered, causing Bandit to glance up, hopefully for another piece of pepperoni to be tossed his way. Life could get any more frigging complicated. Chapter 19. Brianna spent the night chasing sleep. She tried telling herself that it was because she was in a strange room. Which couldn't be the reason, because, first of all, it was her old room. She'd spent her entire life in it from the moment her parents had brought her home from the hospital until she'd left for college. Maybe the bed was too hard, or too soft. Or maybe it was the sound of the breeze in the trees. After all, it had been years since she'd heard that soft nighttime sighing. She'd become far more accustomed to the steady drone of traffic outside her bedroom window. It couldn't be that Seth had broken their date. It wasn't even a real date. That would make her too pitiful for words. And would make working together impossible if she didn't get her act together and put the man out of her head. He had always been, and still appeared to be, in love with his wife. Maybe someday he might meet a stranger, a woman who worked for one of those charities he contributed his time to. Or a chef from a Seattle restaurant who'd decide to move to a small town that certainly could use a high-end restaurant. The odds of him suddenly looking up and noticing her in a romantic way for the first time in 31 years had to be about the same as being struck by a meteor while walking along the waterfront. It wasn't going to happen, so despite her well-meaning family and friends suggesting otherwise, she was simply going to put any romantic thoughts of Seth Harper out of her head and consider him solely as her friend and contractor. Period. After stopping by Cops and Coffee for a double shot to add some much-needed caffeine into her bloodstream, she wandered down the dress shop Ethel Young had told her about. A girl with blaze red bangs and striped blue, magenta, and fluorescent green hair pulled into a high ponytail was rolling down the blue and white striped awning. Her clothing, black leggings printed with spider webs, a black t-shirt that proudly proclaimed, "I'm the black sheep of the family," and lace-up over-the-knee boots wasn't all that encouraging. "Don't worry," the girl said, her silver nose ring and multiple ear studs sparkling in the morning sun. "I just work here, I'm not the style director." Hazel eyes, emphasized with heavy cat eyeliner and coal shadow, swept a look over Brianna's coral shirt and white clam diggers. "Dottie's going to love dressing you. I swear to the goddess that woman's goal in life is to get every Northwesterner looking like a unicorn vomited out rainbows." While that was neither an appealing nor complimentary image, given what Brianna was wearing, she decided to take it as an encouraging statement rather than criticism. "Ethel Young sent me here, and Kylie Cassidy recommended it too." "Ethel buys a lot of stuff here," she said. "Most people in town do. Kylie gets a lot of props for her photo shoots too. My wedding dress was from here." "You're married?" Since she was wearing rings on every finger, including her thumbs and 2 toes, the one on the 4th finger of her left hand hadn't given that fact away. "Yeah." She held out an arm sporting a tattoo of a guy who looked like a cross between a Hell's Angel and Alice Cooper. I'm Velvet. I chose the name because it means I'm excited by change, adventure, and excitement. We're also visionaries and fight being restricted by convention, as my shirt obviously points out. But we're also optimistic, energetic, intelligent, and make friends easily. Her smile was as wide as a half moon. Thorn is my life mate. People with his name are creative, drawn to the arts, and often choose careers in the limelight. That's why he's a musician. He's a wonderful man, but a little reckless with his time and money, which is why I had to put him on a budget. I may be a rebel, but we have a child coming, so we have to work on our adulting skills. I've never had a child, but that seems like a necessary skill, Brianna said, thinking of Kylie and Mai. I used to babysit my brothers and sisters, so I'm really good with kids. I'm going to be a great mom, and although Thorn was an only child who was left with nannies all the time, I know that once he gets the knack of it, he'll be great. He's already recording the playlist for our baby's birth. He's very techie and can change the songs and rhythms to match how I'm supposed to be breathing. She splayed fingers covered in silver and black striped glitter over her stomach. We're doing natural. That's great. Personally, if she ever did have a child, Brianna thought she'd rather have drugs. Lots of them, and often. What's your name? Velvet asked. Since the sign in the window showed another 5 minutes before the store's opening, and she was enjoying a conversation that didn't demand much back from her, Brianna responded. Brianna's a beautiful name, Velvet said. It's not goth, but it is Celtic, which is way special. Did you know it means strong? It also has the same psychic numerology number as Velvet, so we must be a lot alike. I grew up Irish Catholic. I tend to follow rules. So you say, but I bet you have an inner adventurous rebel you just haven't met yet. I have a BFF who's a Celtic kitchen witch. She makes herbs that'll cure anything. Even morning sickness, which, don't worry, I checked with my OBGYN to make sure they were safe. That's definitely adulting. Thank you. I can't tell you how relieved my parents were. But of course, they just think I'm going through a phase, because I changed my name from Madison to Velvet when I was 17, after I went to a Midsummer's Night Renaissance fair. I went with friends dressed up like a tavern wench, because that was the cheapest costume I could find. But then I discovered they were having a goth event, and although the princess, fairy, and pirate costumes were cool, goth spoke to me in some elemental way, and it still fits 4 years later, so I can't imagine changing. Did you ever have anything like that, where you just know in your heart that it's where you belong? Yes, I have. In my case, it's a house. Oh, wow. The cat-lined eyes widened. You're the one who's going to restore Herons Landing. Brianna laughed, not as surprised as she might have been. Word gets around. It's all everyone was talking about the other day in Cops and Coffee. She glanced at Brianna's cup. I see you've already discovered it. I love those guys, even if in another life they might have wanted to take me to the gallows for witchcraft. You taking on a project like that also reveals that whatever you say about being a rule follower, you've got an adventurous streak, because, like everyone's saying, you'd have to be crazy to even try a project like that, which, thinking about it, gives you and Seth Harper a lot in common. It was obvious he loved the house when he bought it to keep it from greedy developers. Brianna was saved from responding to any of that flurry of topics when the door opened and an apple-shaped elderly woman wearing an orange and yellow hibiscus-printed top with a pair of tangerine-cropped pants greeted her with an even wider smile than Velvet's. You'd be Brianna Mannion, she said. Ethel told me to expect you. Of course she did. I've been living in Las Vegas, Brianna said, though she suspected the shop owner already knew that. And before that, Hawaii. I haven't owned anything appropriate for the Pacific Northwest for a very long time. Well, you've come to the right place. I see you've already met Velvet.
She's been a godsend to Doris and me. Doris is my twin sister. After nearly 9 decades, she still has a tendency to play the older sister card, despite having only beat me here by 4 minutes. At any rate, although we didn't want to give up working when we lost our lease on the Oregon coast, we also worried whether or not at our age we'd be able to handle all the orders and paperwork and such that running a business entails. But then Velvet showed up. She'd just graduated with a degree in marketing from WSU and was looking for work. So here we are, still kicking. She waved her into the store that, from what Brianna could tell, was divided in half, one side offering neutral colors, the other as bright as the talkative woman herself. One look at Doris, and Brianna understood the division of the store. Although they might be twins, while Dottie looked ready to take off on a Caribbean cruise, Doris could have fit easily into San Francisco or New York. She was wearing a black twin set over tan slacks, and in contrast to the dangling shell earrings her sister was wearing, a pair of discreet but very good pearls adorned her earlobes. "Sister, look who it is!" Dottie said. "Sarah's girl, home from the desert. Ethel told us you might be dropping in. It's lovely to meet you." Doris's voice was as reserved as her clothing, but still warm as she held out her hand. "Your mother has wonderful taste. She was the one who helped us arrange the store, which works much more efficiently than the jumble we had in our previous 2 locations." "It was Sarah's idea to create zones," Dottie explained. "But the best thing is how she suggested we hang separates together to encourage customers to mix and match between the brights and neutrals." She waved her hand, tipped with turquoise nails, at the wall displays that did indeed offer enough possibilities to have shoppers considering items they might have overlooked or weren't sure about pairing together. "I like that idea. I've gotten used to colors, but thought I'd have to switch entirely back to Pacific Northwest colors. Then Mom showed me the variety of natural shades I'd always taken for granted." Dottie worried about giving up colors, too, Doris said. "Because most people think browns and dark greens because of the forests, and gray from the rain and fog. But we've always had a mix that reflects our disparate tastes. Your mother showed us how to display them." "And Velvet pointed out that we were missing the wedding market." Dottie popped in. "After all, this is Honeymoon Harbor, so taking advantage of that natural customer base only makes sense. She built us a website and had us reprise our old slogan we had back in our first store in Coldwater Cove. 'You bring the groom, we'll provide the dress,'" Velvet said. They were afraid it'd sound old-fashioned, like snagging a guy was still a woman's main goal. But I convinced them it was old enough to be retro. "So if you're ever in the market for a wedding dress, you won't have to go to Seattle or Tacoma," Dottie said. "And if we don't have what you want, Velvet can get it for you from anywhere in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail." "That's handy to know." Brianna had no idea how fast a lamb shook its tail, but since she didn't foresee herself buying a wedding dress anytime soon, it didn't matter. "This is the one Kylie chose." Velvet had gone over to an alcove that showcased the gowns and brought back a black strapless midi dress with oversized embroidered and beaded red, yellow, and purple flowers. "It's stunning. And perfect. Trust Kylie not to go with traditional white." "Isn't it? We ordered it from Italy. She'd met a designer on a train while traveling there, and apparently swore if she got married she was getting her gown from her. Mai's wearing a Western-style white strapless sheath gown with a red kimono sash embroidered with gold butterflies that falls down her back instead of a train." Dottie reached beneath a shelf and brought out a sketch design. "In Japan, apparently it's traditional for brides to wear white for the ceremony, then change into red for the reception. So wanting to be modern, but also wanting to pay homage to all the women in her family who were married in the traditional style, she decided to embrace both looks in one dress. We're having this custom made by a seamstress we work with. It's beautiful, which was a wild understatement. My mother told me they were carrying red and yellow tulips from Blue House Farm, Brianna remembered. These will be perfect. Won't they? It's going to be a lovely wedding, Velvet said. Thorn is playing. They booked a rock band? Somehow Kylie had forgotten to mention that part when talking about her upcoming wedding. Oh no, Velvet laughed. He graduated from the famous Berklee School of Music in Boston. He can play anything. In fact, he did a chamber music gig last week in Tacoma. He and Kylie have been working on the playlist for weeks. It's going to be a nice mix of a bit of everything. I'll be needing a dress. Of course. Kylie will want you to go with whatever you like, Dottie said. But we can show you what the other two girls chose, Doris suggested. I think the style would suit you well. She turned the pages to a dress with short capped sleeves, a tightly fitted bodice, and a shirred skirt that flared out just above the knees. Chelsea chose purple because it works so well with her hair. Amanda went with yellow, which is a hard color to pull off, but with her coloring it works. I think red would be very flattering with your hair. Red always stands out, Brianna demurred. I'd feel conspicuous, and although no one can outshine Kylie, it doesn't feel right on her special day. How about this? Dottie jumped in, pulling out a swatch of material. This deep blue will be amazing with your hair and eyes. I swear when all you girls get together, it's going to look like a garden sprung up in their backyard. Which already has a pretty special garden. Brianna ran her hand over the piece of silk and decided that Dottie and Dorothy arriving in town must have seemed like a godsend to all the women in Honeymoon Harbor. Oh, so you've seen the house? Doris asked. Yesterday. I love everything about it, including the landscaping. I've organized a lot of hotel weddings, but from what I've heard, this is going to top them all. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Seth did such an amazing job on the house. It reminds me of something from a fairy tale, Doris said, revealing an inner romantic Brianna wouldn't have guessed was hiding inside her. Seth did an amazing job, Dottie echoed. He's going to be a member of the wedding party. Oh? Brianna did her best to hide her surprise, even as she wondered why he'd left out that salient fact. Well, it's only right given how close they've all become, and it'll be good to see him have something to celebrate, Doris said. It's been painful watching him grieve. I still miss my Harold. Dottie put a hand over her heart. He passed last year when a brain aneurysm we didn't even realize he had burst. I wasn't there, but his pickleball partner told the EMTs that he was running to return a serve, then just collapsed, and that was it. I'm so sorry. So was I, especially since I felt guilty for not having been there when it happened. Fortunately, I had Doris and Hayden, Harold's twin brother, to lean on. It was Doris's idea that we open this shop. She thought I needed a new challenge. Eyes that had moistened, brightened. And she was right. Then Velvet and Thorn joined our little family, and now it's going to be like we're having a grandchild. Since my parents are still in Spokane and Thorn's snooty, uptight parents don't approve of our lifestyle, you're going to be the main grandparents, Velvet assured them, gathering them into a group hug that Brianna could tell invaded Doris's personal space a bit more than she would have liked. But the elderly woman was kind enough to join in. I love this dress, she said. I don't usually wear jewel tones, but
I think this will work. It'll be fabulous, Dottie assured her. And elegant, Doris said. You'll rock the garden, Velvet assured her. Getting down to business, the sisters fluttered around the shop like sandpipers skittering along the waterline, gathering up clothing from display racks. Doris, unsurprisingly, chose taupe, black and cream, while Dottie dove into the bright hues and floral prints. While they had her down to her underwear, they also measured her for the dress that would be custom-made by a local seamstress. Nearly an hour later, longer than Brianna had ever spent shopping, she was wearing a pair of cropped khaki pants, a t-shirt with a bright blue heron printed on the front, and a pair of blue and fluorescent green tweed sneakers. We just got that shirt in yesterday afternoon, Dottie told her as she cut off the tag. Which is prophetic, Velvet claimed. It's absolutely a sign that you were meant to be living in Herons Landing. Just as she'd never believed in the ghost, despite her Irish heritage, Brianna had never been much for prophecies and other woo-woo ideas. But as she left the shop with bags bearing the store's Dancing Deer logo, filled with jeans, shirts, and several of the Pacific Northwest's ubiquitous hoodies, all in various weights designed for layering, and a scarlet red slicker, she decided she liked that idea a lot. Chapter 20. Seth arrived at Kylie and Mai's house before his father. Deciding his old man must have gone fishing, he'd been talking about wanting to get out on the rivers, and it wasn't as if he was needed today. He walked through the rooms one last time, making sure everything was in order, which it was. All it needed now was a final cleaning and polish, which was about to happen when the bright blue Highlander with the clean team written on it pulled up outside. Megan Larson, who'd been a couple years behind him in school, jumped out wearing a t-shirt with her business's logo on the front and a pair of crisply pressed jeans. So you finished ahead of schedule, she said as she popped open the back of the Highlander and began pulling out a bucket, mop, and various other tools. Never thought that would happen. You doubted me? Not you, she said. But I've watched Kylie and Mai in action just choosing what movie to go to while standing in line. I figured you'd spend a third of your time in negotiations. They were great clients. She laughed at that. I'll bet you say that about everyone. Of course I do. He helped her get the rest of the stuff out of the SUV. A toddler's car seat was strapped down in the back seat. At the moment, it was being used to hold a mesh bag of micro-rags. Megan had dated Gabe for a few weeks, but since his goal had always been New York City, she'd ended up marrying a local guy shortly after high school. Jake Larson seemed to spend a lot of time at the casino while she'd attended Clearwater CC, taking business courses, because it was obvious that her husband, who was always into some crazy get-rich scheme he'd read about on the internet, was not going to be able to support a family on his own, or at all. She'd been 3 months pregnant when Jake had left town with the female partner in his latest venture, flipping houses after he'd cleaned out their savings account and maxed out their credit cards, paying for seminars assuring him that he and his partner lover would be the next HGTV stars. Leaving Megan with an empty bank account and creditors calling day and night until Quinn, who was still licensed to practice law in Washington, had written a cease and desist letter for what had been harassment. He'd also used some legal eagle stuff to extricate her from the expenses Jake had taken on after he'd run off. And he handled her divorce pro bono. Megan had moved back in with her parents, and from what he'd seen, she was a lot happier than she'd been when married to the dickwad. I'm lucky that all my clients are good ones, she said. The ones who aren't, I fire because they're not worth the effort, you know? I definitely know that. Looking back on it, there'd been something sketchy about both couples who'd bailed on Herons Landing. But at the time, he'd been so eager to get his hands on the house that he hadn't paid enough attention to those inner alarm bells. He glanced around as he took the mop and bucket stuffed with cleaning supplies from her. Are you on your own today? She ran a tight ship of 5 employees, was always on time and left a finished product so clean you could probably perform surgery on any of the floors or counters. Betty's coming right after she gets back from taking her mom to the doctor for her annual exam, but unlike some contractors on the peninsula, you leave a house so clean, I could have polished it up by myself. They both turned as Brianna's convertible pulled into the driveway. She jumped out, dressed more like the native she was, in a t-shirt, khakis, and a pair of bright sneakers that suggested she'd paid a visit to the dancing deer.
"I thought we were meeting at your place,"
he said, trying not to notice how her breasts bounced beneath that gray shirt as she ran over to them. "We are. I was just passing by and saw the truck and—" She paused, narrowed her eyes. "Megan?" "It's about time you made it home," Megan said. "I heard you'd come back and hired our local hunk with a tool belt to fix up that old haunted house."
"Jeez,"
Seth complained. "If you're going to have to deal with all the hassles of remodeling, it's a plus to have a good-looking hottie to watch hammering and other building guy stuff." She flashed Seth a smile. "And you don't have to look so embarrassed. You know you're hotter than Sven Olsen, who's the only other contractor in town."
"I hope so. Sven's 30 years older."
And was bald with a beer gut. "Age doesn't necessarily matter," Megan said. "I'd do George Clooney in a heartbeat."
"He's married and a father of twins,"
Seth pointed out. "True, but since the chances of me ever having an opportunity with the guy are slim to none, if you don't mind, I'm going to overlook the wife and kids in order to maintain a good fantasy life." If there was one thing Seth didn't want to talk about, it was any woman's fantasy life.
"So, you saw the truck and—"
he asked Brianna, trying to steer the direction back to the original topic. "I thought I'd stop and talk to whoever it belonged to. I don't mind changing beds and cleaning bathrooms, but I realized that if I want any kind of life that doesn't revolve totally around business, I'm going to need someone to do a deeper clean, probably once a week." "Well, you're in luck, because I'm your girl," Megan jumped in. "And you don't have to worry about it being such a big place because I have 5 women working for me now, so there will be no problem handling it. You're going to be a B&B, right?" "Right. In the middle of the day, guests will be mostly out and about, which means we won't be disturbing them. I'll wait to give you an actual quote until I see how many rooms you and Tool Guy here end up with. But I think you'll find me reasonable."
"The clean team is the best on the peninsula," Seth said. "Probably the state."
"Make that the entire Pacific coast, and you won't get any disagreement from me," Megan said with a bold, strong laugh that turned thoughtful. "Do you think you could use any help with the daily stuff? Like dusting, making those beds you were talking about, light housekeeping?" "I might, especially in the beginning, because although I grew up cooking with Mom, I think I've got a pretty big learning curve ahead of me turning out a B&B worthy breakfast for a crowd. I sure as hell couldn't pull it off," Megan said. "Then again, I figure that's what Cops and Coffee's for. Anyway, I know a girl who's attending the college and needs to make some extra money. She couldn't commit to what I needed because one of the reasons I keep everyone happy is that I've got all my employees and jobs tightly scheduled. But if you were willing to let her be flexible during the week, working around her classes, it could turn out to be a good deal for both of you." "That sounds appealing," Brianna said, reaching into her pocket and pulling out one of the brand new business cards she'd gotten on her trip to Seattle. "Let me give it some thought. Meanwhile, if you can fit in a project as big as Herons Landing, that would be great. I'll fit it in if I have to hire more people." Megan pocketed the card and handed Brianna one of her own. "Not only have I always loved that place, taking care of it would be a feather in my cap and undoubtedly draw in even more business." "Super. What a lucky coincidence to run into you." She turned toward Seth. "I'll meet you over there in about 10-15 minutes.
"Works for me," he agreed. "I'm pretty much finished up here."
He took a spare key off his ring.
"Just lock up when you're done," he told Megan. "And thanks a bunch."
"Thank you," she said. "I always love doing your homes. They're like polishing up a jewel box." She looked over at Brianna, then back at him, then back at Brianna. That poor house has been through so much, but now that you've come back home, all the problems were leading up to you two working together. I know you're going to do amazing things together." As color drifted into Brianna's cheeks, Seth wondered if she could possibly be contemplating some of the amazing things he'd been dreaming about. Which then had him wondering, what would happen if she had been? He'd locked his emotions in a deep freeze for over 2 years, but now, as he watched her walk back to her convertible, Seth could feel the ice melting. "I want Heron's Landing to feel like a sanctuary," Brianna said as she and Seth entered her house. And didn't that just give her a thrill, thinking that after all these years, it truly was her house? People will be coming here to get away from their daily lives, so they should feel any stress they're carrying just melt away the minute they walk in the door. She heard the familiar sound announcing the arrival of the ferry. "Of course, I'm lucky to have a head start," she said. "I was excited and, admittedly, a bit apprehensive about taking this on. But coming over here on the ferry, looking at the water and mountains, just made anything seem possible." "It can be like going back in time," Seth agreed, "which can admittedly get a little frustrating when you're in a hurry." "That hurrying part of life is what I want my guests to forget." She walked into where they'd planned the kitchen to be. "Mom says that our gray skies and evergreens bring out green and blue tones and colors, so she suggested balancing soft but warm whites and grays in the cabinetry and wall colors, mixing cool and warms. Definitely make a difference from the deeper colors the original owners would have had." "I love Victorian homes," Brianna said, "but I have to admit that all the oversized furniture, ornaments, heavy drapes, lace, and dark colors would have been overly depressing." Her Girl Scout camp had toured one of the local Victorians back when she'd been in middle school, a few months before Zoe had arrived, and even then, although she'd come to understand many people found the interior style comforting and elegant, it had given her claustrophobia. "I've been studying kitchens on Pinterest." "Of course you have." There was something in his tone that had her glancing up from where she'd been imagining an island. Something not at all positive. "There are a lot of good ideas there," she said. "I know." He dragged a hand through his hair. "Zoe bombarded me with links to photos when I was fixing up our place while she was in Afghanistan." Damn. Brianna had accepted that having feelings for her old crush could be a problem. But not if she kept her thoughts and emotions to herself. If she stayed professional, he'd never have a clue, and they'd be able to work together as a team. But already the simplest topic was turning out to be a conversational minefield. And wasn't that a horrible metaphor considering what had happened to the person who'd always been at the center of their triangle? "We have to talk about it," she said. "I thought we were." Seth jammed his hands into the front pockets of his jeans and glanced around. "Blending warm and cool tones to balance the greens and blues. Got it." "Not the color palette. Though, yes, it's going to be important. But we have to be okay about working together." "We've already agreed on that." "In principle, but you can't deny that the reality is already turning out to be more difficult." When he failed to respond to that comment, Brianna decided this was no time for polite evasion and beating around bushes. "How are you doing? Honestly." "I told you, we're crazy busy. I have volunteer work I enjoy, and that keeps me out of trouble. I talk with your brother every night and visit my in-laws every week, which isn't going to be happening anymore because they're leaving for Arizona." "That's a surprise." "Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either. Helen's brother turned his restaurant over to one of his kids, so now he and his wife and Helen and Dave are going to be spending their retirement traveling." "How do you feel about that?" He shrugged. "It's their life. I just want them to be happy. And it's not like I can't find another way to spend those nights. The truth is, the last year I've turned down a lot more jobs than I've taken on." "That's a list of what you do," she pointed out, not how you're doing. He gave her another of those long looks. Dumping personal stuff on you could get in the way between us. Maybe even screw up work. Or make it easier, because working as closely as we'll be is going to require honesty on both our parts. But that's not why I asked. I asked because Zoe was my friend. I loved her too, Seth. And I care how you're doing because she loved you. Okay. He rubbed the back of his neck, rolled his shoulders, then looked up at the ceiling she'd been picturing, covered with a warm white beadboard, as if seeking answers, which apparently didn't come, because he took a deep breath, blew it out, and cursed. The truth is, I'm fucked up. Everyone keeps telling me it'll get better with time, but what the hell do they know? It's been 2 years, and sometimes when I'm out washing my truck or Zoe's car... You kept her car? She saw his jaw clench. Yeah. His hard look asked her if she had a problem with that. It's a cute car. I love the red, and I'm sorry for interrupting. And wasn't that an understatement? She was trying to help here, not criticize his life choices. What about when you're out washing it? Not always, but sometimes I see the notification officers walking up. Just like that day. A flashback. Yeah, I guess. But it seems real, like that Groundhog Day movie, which, since you're asking for honesty, is pretty much what my life's become, but without the romantic ending. I can understand how routine could be helpful, but also keep you stuck in time. Maybe you should try therapy. Do you think seeing them could be a sign of PTSD? Another mistake from the flash of anger, and something else in his dark eyes. I went to a therapy group and hated it because all anyone wanted to talk about was feelings. Because PTSD doesn't happen to guys who remodel houses. It happens to men and women who put themselves through hell so the rest of us can stay home eating burgers, drinking craft beer, and living our lives without worrying about being blown to bits at any moment. Oh, wow. There was more than pain and anger here. You're feeling guilty. Wouldn't you? She managed a faint smile at that. I'm Catholic. Guilt is in my blood, like a virus. She watched as his shoulders relaxed, ever so slightly. Zoe wrote that in her journal. Not the guilt thing, but about being Greek. It was a journal I didn't know about. One she'd written while away at that Greek summer camp her parents sent her to. I remember that. She came home and said she'd had a great time. But she'd been unusually quiet for a couple of weeks afterward, Brianna remembered now. Did you find the journal after she... well... Helen asked me to go through her stuff and see what I wanted to keep, he said, saving her from having to say that horribly fatal word. That couldn't have been easy. How about terrible? No shit, Sherlock. He shook his head, took off his Harper construction cap and swept his fingers through his hair. Sorry. You don't have to apologize. This was about him, not her. She might not be able to hammer a nail into a 2x4. She might not be able to hang sheetrock or tile a roof. And she definitely couldn't bring his wife and her friend back. But she'd always had a talent for soothing troubled waters, which, hopefully, she could do for him. I should have been there, in the war, he said. Deciding that using soft soap wasn't the way to get through this conversation, Brianna opted for bluntness. And how would that have changed the outcome, when she'd have still gone into the army? She wouldn't have had to. I would have sent money home for her to go to school. She'd already determined to do it her way, and we both know that when Zoe got an idea into her head, there was no changing it. She said that in her journal. But it's a husband's job to protect his wife. Even if you had been in the army, even if by some miraculous chain of events you'd been in that Kabul hospital, you couldn't have protected her from what happened. The only thing that might have changed is that your parents would have lost their only son, and your mother would have a gold star hanging in her window." He gave her a hard look.
"You're tough."
"I guess I am." Even knowing her skills of persuasion, Brianna was a bit surprised to discover that she could be. She'd always been a soother, not a fighter. "About people I care about. You were telling me about how angry it makes you when people tell you it gets better with time."
"Yeah, I guess I was. Which, by the way, your brother doesn't do, so I appreciate that along with the burgers and beer. But FYI, they're flat out wrong because it's not getting any better. It's all I can do to drag myself through the day. If I hadn't had people counting on me to finish their jobs, I just might have said the hell with it all."
Alarm shot through her. "Are you suggesting—"
"No."
He shook his head, closed his eyes for a moment. Brianna could almost envision the word cloud swirling above his head as he carefully sorted out his emotions, choosing ones to most safely frame his response.
"I'm not going to say there weren't weeks, even months, when it was tempting,"
he admitted.
"In the beginning. But I knew Zoe would never forgive me."
Brianna was not surprised that she'd be his first reason. Zoe Robinson had always been first place, both in his mind and heart. And probably always would be, she reminded herself firmly.
I could also see, even from the bottom of the pit I was in, that I'd break my mom's heart if I took the easy way out. And there's no way I'd ever do that.
And now?
Now I don't think about it, or talk about it, even with your brother, because, well...
He's a guy, she guessed, even as she knew Quinn, especially, would be an empathetic listener.
Yeah, and since my mom's going through her own problems right now, there's no way I'm going to dump more family drama stuff on her. And then there's Kylie and Mai, who are counting on me to finish their house for their wedding, which I just did.
And yay for you for that, especially since while you were doing that, I bought a dress for the wedding. And bringing out my inner tough girl, I'm telling you that it would tick me off if I couldn't wear it because you decided to commit suicide, which would result in the wedding being called off, which in turn could cause Kylie and Mai to lose their chances of adopting, which would then result in some child not being able to grow up in a loving family.
Wow. Not only did you use the forbidden S word everyone has been tiptoeing around, you also played the guilt card.
She folded her arms. No one plays the guilt card better than we Catholics do. We've had a lifetime of practice.
Now you're being smug.
She opened her eyes wide, splayed a hand across her chest. Who? Me? Smug?
Yeah, tough and smug. Though if you're serious about staying...
I opened a construction account at the bank today, so I'd say I definitely am.
Then you could be right about getting things between us out in the open.
That's always better than keeping stuff inside, she said without hesitation. And feel free to dump on me whenever you want without worrying about it getting in the way of working together. When I came up with the idea of coming home, I automatically pictured you doing the work. It never occurred to me to hire anyone else.
Because Harper Construction is the best restoration contractor in the state.
The spark of pride gave her hope that things weren't as dire as they sounded.
Though there is this guy, Lucas Chaffee, down on the Oregon coast, who's good.
He tacked on. Who's not as good as you? That drew a faint smile, although his eyes remained so sad.
We've never competed head-to-head in any kind of build-off, so I guess we'll never know, for sure.
I've got the man I want. And always had, not that still being drawn to him was at all appropriate right now. Especially after what he'd just told her about how much pain he was still carrying. Grief, she thought, remembering the elderly lady with her husband's ashes, took its own time to overcome. And I'm sorry I've been such a bad friend.
How?
I always thought of Zoe as my best friend, Brianna said. But you two were a pair for so many years that She would have wanted me to have been there more for you. I'd like to say I figured you had male friends to make up for your loss, but having 4 brothers, I should have realized that guys don't talk about personal stuff like women do. If you and I had kept in touch better, we could have had this conversation sooner. Sooner, and, if necessary, often. She'd long given up on the dream of Seth ever loving her, but she could have helped him.
I probably wouldn't have been ready before,
he admitted. And now?
I guess I am. But I do have one question.
Okay.
Did you ever have a thing for me?
What? The question had hit like a bolt of lightning from the clear blue sky. At the same time, although she wasn't about to complicate things by admitting to that, lying would be hypocritical after insisting he be honest. So Brianna did the only thing she could think of while an icy fog rolled through her mind. She hedged. I doubt there was a girl in Honeymoon Harbor that didn't have a thing for you sometime growing up.
Seriously?
She laughed at his surprise. Seriously? Partly because you looked so hot in those shoulder pads and tight football pants. I guess you were too starry-eyed over Zoe to notice. He blinked, slowly, once, twice, a third time, reminding Brianna of the great horned owl her brother Aiden had once found with a broken wing. He'd risked his hand being mangled to wrap it in his sleeping bag, then taken it to the Northwest Raptor and Wildlife Sanctuary, where he and Brianna had visited every day until the owl healed and was sent back into the woods. You could have probably had any girl at Honeymoon Harbor High, but we all knew that you and Zoe were a perfect match. They'd moved through high school and even Zoe's college years as if they lived in their own bubble of happiness.
No relationship is perfect, he countered, but I loved her.
There's not a person in Honeymoon Harbor who doesn't know that. And no one will judge you when you decide to move on with your life.
It'd probably get a lot of people off my back,
he said.
But I'm not in the market for a new relationship. You realize with all the time we'll be spending together, they might start talking about us as possibly being a couple.
You must have worked with other women clients.
Sure, but most of them have been married or older. You're single. And sexy.
Wasn't he full of surprises today? She glanced down at her shirt, khaki pants, and sneakers. You think?
Yeah, I do. But you don't have to worry because I'm not 16. I can control my hormones.
She'd wanted to know how he was doing, to comfort him. How on earth had they gotten on hormones? That's good to know, I guess. He lifted a brow.
You guess?
She was not having this conversation. Not until she had time to sort it through. Brianna was not an impulsive person. She was thoughtful. She planned. Even though her idea to buy Herons Landing seemed like a spur-of-the-moment thing, she'd fantasized about it most of her life. And look, she was spending hours fussing over color palettes instead of, as her mother kept suggesting, going with her instincts, which right now were telling her to jump Seth Harper and find out exactly how sexy she was. Wrong choice, wasn't it? I think it's best we just get back to work, she said, suddenly realizing that as they'd been talking, they'd been inching forward until the toes of her new turquoise and lime green shoes were nearly touching the toes of his scuffed work boots. He was not only in jumping range. All she'd have to do was go up on her toes, just the least little bit, and press her lips against his, and do not go there. Work, she reminded them both before things got dangerous. So, I was reading about kitchens and what colors stimulate appetites. Turns out they're red, yellow, and orange.
So you're planning to open a McDonald's in Herons Landing?
She laughed, relieved to see that he lightened up, and hoped that she might have had something to do with his change of mood. No. And although my stove actually comes in red, orange, or yellow, I opted for the Provence blue. Many more formal restaurants use that color because it's calming. It seems you'd want people eager to start out their vacation adventures, rather than hang around the house all day. I do, but not everyone's a morning person, so I want to ease them into their day. She reached into the case she'd put next to the blueprints on the plywood board balanced across two sawhorses. I was considering sage green, but I'm so in love with the color of the stove I decided to go with a bluish gray for the cabinets. That'll work with the water and fog, he said, looking at her paint chip and the brochure for the range. And I can see how it'd be soothing, but during the winter it could get a bit depressing. That's why I decided to do this white subway tile, she said, pulling out a piece. I was thinking of doing it in a herringbone pattern, but that costs more because it uses more tile and might look busy. So I went with this one with a wavy edge for interest. It's popular now, which could risk it becoming trendy, but it should be okay because it also dates back to New York subway tiles in the early 1900s, which makes it a classic. You're going to do all the walls in tile? The doubt in his tone confirmed that Seth was more than a builder, that he had a visionary eye. No, that'd be too hard and cold. I was thinking either a creamy white shiplap or painting one wall yellow. The shiplap, if you're going with the ceiling beadboard like Kylie and Mize, would be a lot of wood. You're right. Then it's yellow. But not obnoxious fast food yellow, but a soft, pale shade to brighten up gray days. She pulled out another paint chip and held it up to the one for the cabinets. I was going to go with all white dishes, but now that I've chosen this, I think I'll have you put in some open shelves and I can use some blue and white plates. She could tell she'd lost him with that when he merely said, "Sounds great." Then studied the brochure she'd put on the plywood. That's one hell of a big stove. 55 inches, she agreed. But we've room, so why not use it? I thought we could have this space over here, she tapped on the blueprint, for a marble slab for rolling out dough, and a wooden countertop next to the sink for cutting fruits and vegetables. We can do that. There was a lot of back and forth, but she didn't mind because he knew the construction end of it, and she knew, with help from her mom, how she wanted the kitchen to look and function. The oven was admittedly a luxury, as was the matching hood, but she'd fallen in love with it and knew that it would make her happy every time she walked into her kitchen. Once again, she compared the satisfaction she'd felt in her old job with the exciting expectations of this renovation. She wasn't so naive not to think there'd be unwelcome surprises and setbacks. She had, after all, watched all those HGTV makeover programs. Besides, all those renovation challenges would be worth it. They'd also require her mind to stay fully engaged on the house, which in turn should keep her suddenly mutinous lady parts in check. Or so Brianna told herself. Chapter 21. 2 hours later, Seth had made enough pencil sketches that they'd decided they were pretty much finished. I love the idea of the second butler's pantry, she said. I can do a lot of food prep there that'll keep the kitchen area looking tidier. And the walk-in pantry is, I swear, nearly the size of my Las Vegas apartment. That was admittedly an exaggeration, but not by much. Not that she'd minded since she'd spent so little time there. It's going to be great. He hooked his hand in his belt loops and looked around as if imagining the room completed. Better than great. You get photos up on that website of yours and you'll be drawing folks from all over the country. And beyond. I can imagine some French couple going gaga over that stove. And you thought I was being extravagant. I never said that. It's your money, your business, your stove, which is pretty damn special. If you don't mind, I'm going to want to put that in our online portfolio. I'd be proud. Great. Well, A little silence fell between them. Now that they'd settled that work issue, whatever personal feelings that had zinged between them was back, in spades. "I like that shirt," he said. "Thanks." She lifted a hand to the V neckline and was glad he couldn't feel how her pulse was jumping at the way he was looking at her. "Dottie and Doris gave me the name of the artist who silkscreened it. He's in Port Townsend. I emailed him and asked if he'd be willing to reproduce the same image, but with Herons Landing written above it, and Honeymoon Harbor below. I could sell them here in a little gift-shopped area." "The guys at Cops and Coffee seem to do well with theirs." "I can attest to that." She lifted the travel mug with the shop's logo she'd bought just this morning. "The twins at Dancing Deer said they'd put them in their shop, too. Which got me thinking about how many local artists and artisans we have here."
"Enough that your uncle's got a list of people waiting for him to finish that second-floor workspace."
"Which means I should talk to him about freeing up some additional room on the street level. The gallery could offer more high-end items, while the other space could sell more souvenir-type things. I ran into your mom as I was leaving the Dancing Deer, and she agreed the two spaces could complement each other, drawing customers back and forth."
"From what I saw, she wouldn't have any problem convincing Mike of anything."
"I'm sorry. I was so enthusiastic about the idea, I forgot how it'd be one more complication in your life."
"Their life,"
he reiterated.
"Between you and me, I think right now Mike and Mom are just friends. I'm pretty sure she wants to stay married. She just wants some changes."
"She's got her work cut out for her. But then again, she's like my mother. I can't imagine her not succeeding in whatever she puts her mind to."
"It's up to Dad,"
he said.
"Speaking of whom, if we've done enough for today, I'd like to run by his place and check on him. He didn't show up at the cottage this morning, and he's not answering his phone."
"Did you try texting?"
"He refuses to text."
"Oh. Well, he is 60.
My grandmother, his mother, texts several times a day from her assisted living apartment to fill me in on all the gossip and intrigue that goes on in the rec and dining rooms. And she's 89. It's more a case of him not liking change. I've been thinking about you."
He surprised her by saying as they walked out of the house. His back was to her as he locked up. "About the job?"
"No."
He turned around, pocketed the key, and looked directly in her face.
"About you. In a way that's not at all job-related, but personal."
"Oh." Her rebellious heart took a hopeful leap. "Like friends, personal?" she asked as Bandit came loping up with that ratty ball again. He shook his head.
"More than that. Damn."
He picked up the ball and threw it far enough to put a runner out at second base if they'd been standing in a batter's box. It landed in a bunch of scrub trees and bushes, buying them more time.
"I've also dreamed about you."
"Me too. About you." No point in adding that those dreams hadn't only been lately.
"Well,"
he blew out a breath.
"We should probably talk about it."
Well, her plan for keeping the naughty lady parts, which had leaped up at the mention of dreams, in check, certainly hadn't held up long. Brianna had spent nearly all day, every day of her life talking. It had been her job, one she'd done well. She'd dealt with people experiencing all ranges of emotions, and would probably go back to doing exactly the same once Herons Landing opened. But for now... "Or we could just give it a test," she suggested. His chocolate eyes darkened, which made the gold flecks seem brighter.
"What are you thinking?"
"That sometimes reality doesn't have to live up to the dream, or any fantasy. So maybe we should just see, to get the wondering over with." Throwing caution to the winds, she went up on the toes of her new shoes and lifted her lips to his. It was just a soft, gentle press of lips, beyond what friends might share, but certainly not anything even R-rated. Even so, she felt her heart nearly stop with the sheer perfection of the kiss she'd waited a lifetime for. It didn't last long. There wasn't any tongue tangling or lip nicking. but the scrape of his afternoon beard had her tingling and wanting more. Much, much more. But then he leaned back, looking down at her, his hands on her shoulders, to push her away or pull her closer. Again, he said. Yes, she said on a shuddering, relieved sigh. His hands moved from her shoulders to cup her face, and this time, as she parted her lips, his tongue brushed against hers. He tasted of dark coffee and, yes, although he might not be ready to admit it yet, desire. His palms and fingertips, so rough yet tender, were beyond what she imagined. She wanted to feel them everywhere, in all those places that were already heating up. As she breathed in the aromas of pine-scented soap, of sweat, the salt she tasted when she broke contact just long enough to kiss his dark neck, Brianna wanted to feel him all over. She wanted to run her hands across those wide, strong shoulders that had carried so many burdens for so long. She wanted to rip open his shirt, like some daring heroine in one of those historical novels she devoured like crack, and trace those solid muscles she could feel beneath his shirt. She wanted to rip away his belt, unfasten the buttons on those faded, torn jeans, and then... No. He'd pulled away again. Seth had felt the heat change from a simmer to a flash, as hot as the forest fires he'd once fought to earn extra money during the summer fire season. Hotter than your average bonfire, it was a flat-out conflagration capable of incinerating them both. He'd known he was in trouble when he'd realized that somehow, without remembering moving, they'd been standing so close together. Told himself that he should have backed away when she first lifted her mouth to his. Though, to be honest, he'd passed that point when he'd read her intention in those wide blue eyes. Late afternoon clouds had begun to gather over the still, snowy mountaintops, chilling the air as it descended through the town and over the water, causing a cooling fog to rise. Yet inside Seth, heat flared, and as his tongue thrust through her open lips, he knew her shiver had nothing to do with the drop in temperature. He'd felt as if he were standing on the summit of ice-clad Mount Olympus. One false step, and he'd fall the nearly 8,000 feet, crashing over rocks down to Honeymoon Harbor sea level. While he was busy concentrating on breathing, other long-neglected body parts had kicked in and were demanding attention. One more minute, he told himself as he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her tight against him, breast to thigh. Just one more minute of this pleasure he'd forgotten. The glory of a woman's taste. Of her breasts pressed against his chest. Of her thighs against his. Of hot damn, a raw sexual hunger he'd buried deep inside him, which had suddenly roared to life. He tangled his fingers in the silk of her hair, imagined it against his thighs, and realized that they were on the verge of doing something they could end up regretting. Which was why, even as she wrapped one long leg around his, rubbing against him in a way that had them in danger of spontaneous combustion, even though it took every ounce of self-control he possessed, he took hold of her shoulders and eased them apart. Again. We need to think about this. My brain may be a bit fogged at the moment, but I thought we'd agreed that we both had been thinking about it. True, but now that we've conducted your test, I'm thinking that maybe we're moving too fast. We've known each other forever. As friends, like you said. I don't want to screw that up, especially when we're working together. Also, I need to be straight with you. I haven't had sex with anyone for nearly 3 years. Not for the lack of opportunity, I suspect. No. He'd been surprised how being widowed had seemingly moved him to the top of some eligible males of Honeymoon Harbor list. When he'd mentioned that once in a rare open moment to Quinn, Brianna's brother had pointed out that he'd already proven himself to be good husband material, therefore he could be considered a catch. When he'd admitted that it wasn't just single women who'd made it clear that they wouldn't mind taking a tumble with him, Quinn had just shaken his head, given him an "are you nuts" look, and asked him if he'd happened to look in a mirror lately. And although Quinn couldn't figure it out, women seemed to go for guys in tool belts. Maybe, he'd mused, the low-slung leather belts reminded them of gunslingers in all those old Western movies. Which was when they'd both decided that the Mars and Venus deal was totally true. "I've had my opportunities," he admitted. "But you know this town. Word gets around. One of the reasons why, if I did try being a couple, it would be awkward after the breakup." Which implies, number one, she held up a finger, that you're assuming we'd even become a couple, and another finger, that if we did, you expect we'd break up. "I'm not going to remarry." Seth might not be entirely clear what was happening between Brianna and him, but that was one thing he damn well knew for certain. "Not ever?" "No." "Because Zoe was your soulmate?" His reasons were more complicated than that, but this was neither the time nor place to get into it. If he were lucky, she'd decide he was a lost cause, fall for some other honeymoon harbor guy like Dan Matthew, who made a good living as a sports fishing guide, or Cam Montgomery, Bandit's vet, and they could go back to being the kind of friends they were in the old days. Before that sunny spring afternoon, his world had stopped turning. "Yeah, that," he said. Zoe had always claimed they were soulmates, and he'd never had any reason to believe it wasn't true. They'd fit. Not perfectly, but what marriage was ever perfect? Besides, perfection could become boring. And as he'd learned in the building business, while it might be a nice ideal, it was impossible to achieve. "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings," he said as a frown came into her eyes and her lips, which he could still taste, turned down. "You didn't," she assured him, even as her eyes said otherwise. "Did you hear me saying I wanted to get married?" "No." He folded his arms. "Although that kiss was off the Richter scale, I agree we should think things through. I'm nothing like Zoe. In fact, you could probably consider me the anti-Zoe. I always thought one of the reasons she and I were friends was because we were so different. I'm not impulsive. I make lists." "Nothing wrong with lists. I couldn't do my work without them." "Me neither. And I'm sure that Zoe must have kept lists of meds and protocols and treatment stuff for her patients. But although she had her life all planned, those plans always came from trusting her instincts, not from writing up detailed pros and cons lists." Seth wasn't surprised that she'd nailed Zoe. They had been nearly as close as sisters. "A hell of a lot of good that did her," he muttered. Hadn't she written in her journal that though some Greek guy might make a better husband, she was going to follow her heart and marry him? That was a horrible thing, Seth. I hope you're not blaming her for going into the army. "Hell no, of course I'm not." Which didn't mean that he still didn't get pissed off from time to time. But blame, never. Who he blamed was himself for not protecting her, somehow. "I didn't think you would. But getting back on topic, the thing is, I make detailed life lists too. Brad, he was my assistant at Midas in Vegas, always called me the empress of planners and spreadsheets. The only impulsive thing I've done in years, probably going back to when I used to break into this house with you and my brothers, was to quit my job, come back here, and buy this house from you." "I could suggest that was a good outcome for both of us. But it doesn't exactly make my point about keeping our distance." "True." She tilted her head and, damn it, chewed on a fingernail which was turquoise today, and not only drew his attention to her mouth, but had him wondering if her toes had been colored the same, and if she liked them sucked. He'd never done that because Zoe was ticklish, but while he might be celibate, he wasn't dead. He'd watched Kristen Bell getting her toes sucked on House of Lies, which, in Seth's opinion, had been basically soft porn with enough corporate drama to make it acceptable to admit you watched. And she sure had seemed to enjoy it. "You're right," she decided. "We shouldn't be impulsive." Pondering her toes and other lady parts as well had him thinking maybe he'd made a mistake. It also had him realizing that if she knew what he was thinking, she'd probably decide he was a sexist perv and they wouldn't have any problem in the first place. Take things slow. It's not like either of us is going anywhere, he pointed out. He'd already gotten the notice of Brianna's construction account from Danny Douglas down at the Timberlake Savings and Loan before she'd told him about it. So, at least for now, we'll just work on the house, she said, and keep things safely in the friend zone. Works for me. As long as she didn't show up barefoot, which was unlikely. Okay, she blew out a breath. One more thing. Is it going to be a problem having me live here while you're working? I suggested it, he reminded her, and the only problem would be if you get tired of living in a construction zone. I can deal with that, says the woman who's never lived with nail guns blasting all day. She laughed, and the tension that had strung between them as tight as a wire band eased. Oh, and speaking of lists and planners, I'm going to be gone the weekend after next, she said. For Kylie and Mai's wild weekend of debauchery at the coast before they settle down and become a boring married couple. There will be no debauchery. We went over the entire plan at the Mad Hatter the day before I went to Seattle. They're not even having some fake cop stripper show up with handcuffs. Damn. He wished she hadn't mentioned handcuffs. Not that bondage had ever been his kink, but it did get a guy thinking of things that were better left in the pages of sexy romance novels or on movie screens. So, she said, dragging his mind away from the plastic zip ties in his toolbox. If we're okay for now, I'd like to run down to Treasures and see if I can find anything to furnish my new apartment. Seth watched her walk away. Not just because he enjoyed the view, but because he enjoyed her. Being with her, talking with her, planning restoring Herons Landing to its original glory, but better, in his view. The Victorian era, which always made him think of David Copperfield fleeing his evil stepfather, Little Nell dying, and Ebenezer Scrooge, had some positive things going for it. But over-embellishment of their homes was not one of them. Which, in a way, made it ironic that he earned a good living bringing Honeymoon Harbor's historical Victorians back to life. Seth didn't know what exactly was going to happen between Bree and him. But wasn't that in itself a positive? She seemed determined to get him out of his rut. And he couldn't lie. The predictability that had once felt so comfortable was getting flat-out boring. It was the first time he'd kissed anyone since Zoe's death. He'd thought it would feel terrible and wrong. But if he were to be perfectly honest, it had felt good. Damn good. He waited for the guilt, but it didn't come, which was both unexpected and weird, but sort of welcome, too. He waved as she tapped the horn and drove down the tree-lined road, then turned his mind to another problem, his father's seeming disappearance. Chapter 22. Seth was admittedly concerned. After all, Pete Harper, one of his dad's poker-playing buddies, was currently undergoing rehab therapy in the Seattle VA hospital after having suffered a stroke. His dad wasn't getting younger, and although he'd always keep his feelings locked down tight, surely having your wife of 40 years walk out on you had to trigger some stress. He called the home he'd grown up in yet again, only for it to go to voicemail. The recording was his mom's voice, which probably meant that his dad still expected her to come back home any day. He tried his dad's cell, not expecting anything, which was why Seth was surprised when he answered on the first ring. "Where are you?" "Why?" There was a challenge in his dad's tone. "Because you didn't show up at the house we were supposed to be buttoning up." "It's all done. You don't need me to go through the last of a damn punch list, and there's no reason for me to go over the plans with the Mannion girl, since you'll both do whatever you want anyway." "You don't want any input?" "I'm just a laborer these days." He could hear the shrug and dismissal in his dad's voice. "I wouldn't have handed the business over to you if I didn't think you could keep it going." "You're a skilled craftsman," Seth argued the labor point. "There's a difference." "Whatever. Another shrug in the tone. My point was, you don't need me hanging around today. Also, the mill on Water Street is still waiting for a permit from the damn zoning board. Seems a guy should be able to take a day off. Seth couldn't argue with that. Then he heard a familiar sound. Are you on a ferry? Why would you think that? We have ferries coming and going all the time. Seth glanced out at the harbor. Not at this moment. And not for another 10 minutes, since they'd gone to a spring hour schedule. Come summer, when tourism picked up, the ferries would shift to every 30 minutes. Fine, so I'm going to Seattle. Do you have a problem with that? Of course not. But his dad had always claimed to hate the city. He found it too crowded and too noisy and hated the traffic. Are you visiting Pete? There was a pause, just long enough to tell Seth that whatever his father had planned, that wasn't it. Yeah, that's it. I'm visiting Pete at the VA. Another pause, during which Seth could practically hear the wheels turning in his dad's head. I figured he'd like some of those cinnamon rolls from Cops and Coffee, since hospital food sucks. And if the MREs I had to eat were any indication, VA hospital food probably sucks even worse. He'd put in enough truth, including that bit about his own service before Seth had been born. But Ben Harper had always been a rotten liar, which was why he so seldom won a hand at those poker games. And whatever he was up to, dropping in on his old poker buddy wasn't his first destination. Hoping he wasn't going to find out that there was more to his parents' trouble than his mother had told him, that maybe Ben Harper had a woman on the side, Seth decided just to let it go. You going to be back tomorrow? Yeah, sure. You know what I think about sleeping on hotel beds. Which confirmed what his mother had said about his refusal to travel in retirement. Maybe, Seth thought as he ended the call, telling his dad to have a good day and tell Pete hi for him. He'd gone to the city to buy a motorhome. With that positive possibility in his mind, Seth decided to take a run by the country courthouse and see if he could speed up the permit on the 80-year-old sawmill. Although he wasn't rolling in dough and had donated his military survivor benefits to the Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, he'd put enough aside to not only pick up Herons Landing on a short sale, but also the mill, which, after a fire, had closed in the 70s. He'd had a lot of competition from commercial developers who saw potential profit in the building sitting on the water that had once provided power for the saws and planers, but with some zoning changes, and federal and state grants, and given that he was a local, not some outsider sweeping in to make a quick buck selling overpriced condos, he'd won the property battle. When repurposed into studio, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, the former town eyesore would provide much-needed low-income housing for up to 50 families, depending on the configurations of the units. Working with Amanda Barrow, he planned to turn the land in front of the building into a green space, with a small 2-level parking garage where the sawdust burner, which had sparked the fire that had spread to the mill, had once stood next to the main building. While he hadn't been all that thrilled with the idea of the garage originally, he had understood local business owners' concerns that residential street parking could cost them customers. So he'd brought Mike Mannion into the project to arrange with art students at the high school and community college to paint murals on the garage. 3 of the drawings were left unpainted, then filled in by members of the local Down syndrome group, Downright Perfect, started by Jim Olson of Blue House Farm a few years ago. He might not be able to cure cancer, fight terrorism as Zoe had done in her own way, or change all the world's problems, but at least he could make his little corner of the planet a bit better, which was worth getting up in the morning. The counselor's room was painted the color of what Ben figured Caroline would call something fancy like biscuit or cookie crumb or cappuccino, but to him was just boring old beige, which might be the point, he considered, as a small table fountain bubbled over a bowl of small round rocks that didn't look like any he'd ever seen in nature. He'd chosen a female counselor, because he figured she'd give him some insight into what the hell Caroline was talking about. Sure, they'd discussed travel in their early days, but he couldn't believe that she seriously wanted to leave the comfort of the home he'd built them the first year of their marriage, added on to and updated, because that's what women seem to always want to do. Not that Ben wasn't grateful, because all that updating and adding had made him a comfortable living. And having slept on trailer beds on fishing trips, he suspected that once she slept on a cheap foam mattress, she'd miss the adjustable bed he'd laid out big bucks for just last fall. And then there they'd be, stuck with a damn overpriced motorhome that would depreciate big time as soon as they drove it off the lot. So far, Dr. Alicia Blake hadn't done much talking. Just asked a few questions, nodding, making some low humming sounds, and kept making notes on that legal pad she held on her lap. She was younger than his wife and him. Maybe she wouldn't be able to even understand his situation. He should have gone with the old balding guy on the website. The one who looked like he'd lived long enough to have a wife go menopause crazy on him. "How old are you?" he asked, breaking off his story of how his wife had taken up with Mannion. 38, she said. "I've got a son that's 31. That would be Seth, who's taken over Harper Construction. He hadn't remembered telling her that, but once he'd started talking about that day of the play when he'd first met Caroline, and their marriage and how they'd been partners rescuing the business his father had, truth be told, left pretty deep in debt, the words had just started flowing like a river over a busted dam. "Yeah, that's him." "And you asked my age because you think because I'm closer to your son's age than yours, I won't understand the problem that brought you here today." "I didn't say that." She just looked at him straight in the eye, letting him know she knew exactly what he'd been thinking, and gave him a slight smile. A silence settled over the room. "I may have been thinking along those lines," he admitted. "It's understandable, and you wouldn't be the first client to think that." She nodded toward the beige wall. "Did you happen to notice those degrees?" "Yeah." He'd also noticed that they were all from fancy private Ivy League schools like the one Sarah Harper had gone off to before returning home and marrying John Mannion. That sure as hell caused a fuss at the time, and not just because of the centuries-old Harper-Mannion feud, but because her parents had had a lot higher aspirations for her than marrying a local boy and settling down on some Christmas tree farm in Honeymoon Harbor. At least he hadn't had that problem with Seth, who'd married himself a local girl. Well, not exactly local, but Astoria-born was close enough to Ben's mind. "Yeah, those are good schools," he allowed. "My son Seth gave a seminar at Columbia on green historical restoration." "That's very impressive. Not because of Columbia's reputation for innovative thought, but because historical restoration is very important work that more people need to be taking on. Our entire planet depends on them. You must be very proud." "Yeah." He was, although a lot of the time his son's ideas seemed like a lot of extra work for not much additional profit, and Ben admittedly didn't understand all the technology and terms. He was impressed that Seth had made a name for himself, even before she'd put the idea of his boy helping to save the planet in his head. "And no doubt you've told him that." "Maybe not in so many words, but he knows I'm proud of him." "The same way your wife's supposed to know that you love her." "Yeah." Too late, Ben realized the trap. "You learned that trick at those fancy schools?" He folded his arms, then unfolded them, realizing he was giving away his discomfort. "It's not a trick," she said calmly, mildly. "What I learned was how to help others see what they might not realize on their own because they're too close to the situation. To use a timber country analogy, my job is to see the entire forest, while you and your wife might be stuck down in the trees." "I hadn't thought of it that way." Hell, he'd just come here hoping for a quick fix. Now he was beginning to think it wasn't going to be so easy. "I'm trained to help my clients help themselves, which you obviously want to do or you wouldn't be here today. He decided that after having gone online and looked her up, then picked up the phone and made the appointment, then come all the way over here, he might as well tell the truth. Because after reading the ultimatum in Caroline's letter, he realized that this young woman, with the citified black jacket and beige pants, could see right into his head through the lenses of those black, sexy librarian glasses. Not that he was thinking of her as sexy, because, Christ on a crutch, she was young enough to be his daughter. I came here so you'd tell me what the hell Caroline's thinking. I believe she's already told you that, Dr. Blake said. I suspect several times over the years, but having read her letter expressing her feelings and needs, and from what you've told me about her having always had a mind of her own, including having stood up to her parents when she married you instead of that man from her own social circle, she would never have been happy with him. He'd met the guy when she'd taken him home to the Atlanta mansion she'd grown up in to introduce him to the family. Her parents had thrown a welcome home cocktail party and invited all her old friends, including the boyfriend. Ashley Somerset's handshake had been limp, and his palm as smooth as a newborn baby's butt. Although he'd been in his early 30s, his pale blonde hair was already receding. Decades later, Ben's own hair was still thick, with only a few streaks of gray, which Caroline had assured him added dignity, not age. She would have eaten him for breakfast and spit out his little bird bones. Dr. Blake surprised him by laughing at that. A rich, bold laugh that had him smiling back. I like you, Ben Harper. I like you too, Doc. That's a good start, she said, crossing her legs and sitting back in the black leather chair that reminded him of the vinyl one his parents had had in the living room when he'd been growing up. They were calling the style mid-century now, which made him wonder how the hell he'd gotten so old when he hadn't been watching. Now let's get down to work and figure out how you're going to save your marriage and win your wife back. Chapter 23. Brianna was on the way to Treasure's to look for some furniture for her third-floor apartment when her phone buzzed. Hi. She greeted Kylie, who, despite plans for the bachelorette party all worked out over tea and scones at the Mad Hatter, had kept checking in several times a day about every little detail, and Brianna had thought she was a control freak. If you're calling about the party, don't worry. I've got the menu planned, the grocery list made, and you and Mai are going to be taste testers for the B&B recipes Mom promises I can pull off for a crowd without any problem. With any luck, I won't poison anyone. That's one of the reasons I'm calling. The party's off. Oh no. Brianna's heart sank. Don't tell me you and Mai broke up. You're so perfect together. We are, and we haven't. Broken up, that is. We're going to be moms. I know. Brianna had bought 3 sets of onesies and a padded piano keyboard that tied to crib bars to allow a baby to kick against it and play music. But that's still 2 weeks away. What does it have to do with the party? It was supposed to be 2 weeks, Kylie said. But apparently our child is going to turn out to be more like me than Mai, because our birth mother just went into labor. Wow, that's so exciting! And scary, Kylie said. But the doctor assures us that 38 weeks is a safe zone. But of course, I'm already chewing my nails off. I'm on my way. Furniture shopping could wait. Friendship came first. Thank you. Mai's her usual zen sea of calm. But I can tell that she's as nervous as I am. I am upset about one thing. What? One of the reasons Seth was rushing on the house was to get us moved in time for the wedding before we became parents. I'm not worried about the wedding, that's just a technicality. But I did want to bring our daughter home to the house she'll grow up in. And you didn't let me buy any baby furniture, Brianna heard Mai say in the background. I didn't want to jinx the adoption, Kylie said. I'm Scottish. We're a superstitious people. Don't worry about that, Brianna said. This is an easy problem to fix. Certainly easier than many she'd handled over the years. You just stay calm so you won't upset the mother. Calm's got to be better for the baby, right? Right. She heard Kylie blow out a long breath, then another, a third. Okay, I've found my center. Now I'm going to go back into the labor room. See you soon. Soon, Brianna agreed. As she turned around in the direction of the hospital, she hit the icon on the phone. Seth answered on the first ring.
That was fast.
Change of plans. I'm on the way to the hospital.
Is your mom okay? Your dad?
Everyone's fine. Kylie and Mai's baby has decided to make an early appearance. I'm going to offer moral support, but I need a favor.
Just name it.
You and Dad are the only two guys I know in town with trucks. I need everything moved out of Kylie and Mai's apartment into their new house.
Sure, I can do that.
You'll need me to get a key.
I'm a contractor, he reminded her. I know how to jimmy locks.
Of course he did. While you guys are moving furniture, I'm going to ask Mom to find something to put the baby in. Kylie's own mother had tragically died in a car accident 4 years ago. I figure being the principal, she can leave school early and find a bassinet or something either at Treasures or in Port Townsend or Port Angeles. For a moment, when he didn't respond, Brianna thought she'd lost the connection.
Don't bother,
he said finally.
I'll take care of that.
He didn't need to say any more. Remembering Zoe's emails about the nursery they'd been planning, she guessed that Seth must have furnished the room as a surprise for her. The same way he'd kept her car clean and running. As she realized that he must have kept that room the way it had been 2 years ago, and what he was now planning to do, her eyes misted. Wiping the tears away so she could concentrate on arriving at the hospital without having an accident, she bit her lip. Are you sure? Another pause, shorter than the earlier one.
Yeah, I am. Tell Kylie and Mai not to worry. I'll pull some of the crew off the old lighthouse keeper's house they're working on, and we'll have them moved in by tonight.
After thanking him again, Brianna called the farm. Then with her heart and thoughts torn between the about-to-be mothers and the special man she'd given her heart to years ago, Brianna turned down Quinault Road to Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital. It was even harder than he had thought it would be when he'd made the offer to Brianna. Seth hadn't opened the nursery door since the day he'd been notified of Zoe's death. Hadn't wanted to, because everything inside the room represented a shared dream that, as much as he knew it would never happen, he couldn't let go of. On the other hand, 2 women who'd become friends enough to ask him to be in their wedding needed him to step up and open that damn door. After all, someday he was going to have to. He couldn't spend his life like Ms. Havisham, who, after having been jilted at the altar, spent the rest of her life alone in her decaying mansion, never taking off her wedding dress and leaving the moldering wedding cake on the table. He'd had to read Dickens' Great Expectations his senior year of AP English. Okay, 2 chapters into the book, he'd thrown in the towel and cheated by reading the Cliff's Notes. But they were still detailed enough for him to find the story ridiculously over-the-top melodramatic. People got ditched, they divorced, and sometimes the one you loved with your entire heart, the one you'd planned to live the rest of your life with, the one in which all your great expectations lay, died. Although he hadn't set all the clocks and his watch to the time those officers had arrived at his and Zoe's house, the way the old spinster had kept the clocks in the mansion set to the exact time she got the letter from the con man who'd defrauded and jilted her. By keeping this door closed for the past 2 years, he'd metaphorically behaved the same way. He took a deep breath and turned the handle. Thanks to Megan's clean team, unlike the decaying old mansion, there were no cobwebs, no mold, no rodents. The crib, which was designed to turn into a twin bed when their child got older, was a bright white, painted with an enamel guaranteed not to chip off when a teething baby gnawed on it. The bars were close together, per the new safety standards she'd found online, and the mattress was covered with a quilt his mother had made. hot air balloons, and all the bright primary colors Zoe had insisted on, flew upward in each of the 12 squares of blue cloth sky. Riding in the baskets were baby elephants, bears, dinosaurs, dragons, ducks, and more. Along each of the borders read, "Oh, the places you'll go." A mobile he'd found online of Zoe's beloved orcas, in bright, whimsical colors, hung over the crib. His father had surprised him by building not just a rocking chair, but a white dresser with each of 4 drawers painted in the colors of the quilt. Zoe's parents had provided the changing table along with the best safety car carrier on the market. In the corner of the room was the bassinet that would be moved into their bedroom when they brought their newborn home. Made of C&2 mesh, it had all the bells and whistles. It rocked, swiveled, and had adjustable white noise sleep sounds, and the sides lowered, allowing the baby to sleep at the same level next to Mom and Dad, but not in the bed, which Zoe had read, and their own doctor had agreed was a lovely idea, but also increased the risk of suffocation and SIDS. Needless to say, it was the most expensive one made, but he'd been willing to pay anything to keep his child safe and his wife worry-free. But he hadn't been able to keep his wife safe, and the child she might have been thinking about in those last seconds of her too short life would never be conceived, never born. When the pain hit him like a sledgehammer in the gut, he dropped the toolbox he'd been carrying, doubled over, hands on his thighs, head spinning as he struggled to keep from passing out. "You can do this, damn it," he muttered as vertigo had him swaying on his feet. "Not just for Kylie and Mai, but for yourself." He also knew gifting the new mothers with this nursery Zoe had put so much thought and love into was exactly what she'd want him to do. So, picking up the toolbox, he pushed through the pain and guilt that he'd been carrying around for all this time and got down to business dismantling Kylie and Mai's crib. Chapter 24. Caroline didn't know what to think. After handing Ben that ultimatum letter at the Stewed Clam, she'd been expecting a call, or maybe he'd even show up at her door. She'd been trying to decide what his silence meant. Was he merely ignoring her? Still counting on her returning home and things continuing just as they'd been? Which, although she hated to think it, wasn't going to work for her. Maybe he was giving himself time to seriously consider the words that had come straight from her heart. Could he be deciding how much he was willing to change to keep the woman he'd sworn to love, honor, and cherish that day amid the moss-draped oak trees in her parents' backyard? If a green space 3 times the size of Honeymoon Harbor's park could be called a yard. An army of gardeners had mowed, trimmed, and clipped, so the lawn looked like a huge putting green, and the gardens could have held their own against the Biltmore estate, which, when built during the Gilded Age, had been the largest private home in the nation. Her mother was a renowned Southern belle who, after providing the family with both an heir, Caroline's brother, and a daughter born to marry well into their class, had handed her offspring to nannies and turned all her attention to gardening. Her passion for creating floral perfection had her making a pilgrimage to North Carolina every year to confer with the Biltmore gardeners. Other plants had been grown from heritage seeds from Monticello and were said to have been avid gardener Thomas Jefferson's favorites. In addition to the arbor covered with a pink climbing rose, appropriately called New Dawn, beneath which she and Ben had exchanged their vows, 30 more varieties bloomed in a rose garden that had won the city's garden show award every year for as long as Caroline had been alive. At the far end of the lawn, a white tent had been erected for the reception for 300 of her parents' closest friends. In the kitchen, which was larger than the house she'd moved into after her marriage, another army of chefs and servers had kept the reception running like clockwork. Caroline had known that Ben hadn't expected such an ostentatious display of wealth, but she'd been proud at how he hadn't appeared the least bit intimidated. After all, why should he be? Not only was he the man she'd chosen to marry, he was a far better man than others she'd grown up with, including her own father, who, despite having a law degree from Vanderbilt, spent more hours a day at the country club than his office. He had, she'd accidentally discovered when she'd been a junior in high school, a fondness for women around the same age as the 24-year-old bourbon he favored. She'd sensed during their early years of marriage that every time they had an argument, her husband had expected her to go running home to her parents, to her previous life of wealth and privilege. What she suspected he'd never entirely understood or believed was that she'd always found her parents' life suffocating. Everyone behaved exactly the same way. Expectations remained the same, generation after generation, and certain things just weren't done. Like choosing a career as an artist, or complaining about your husband's wandering eye. Having watched her mother suffer her father's adultery in silence for so many years, Caroline had decided that memorable day when she'd gone into the pool house looking for a book she thought she'd left there, and walked in on her father and a woman who was definitely not her mother having sex, that she was going to break the mold. The day had sparked the flame that had her taking that trip across America, the trip where she'd met a man with strong hands, a brilliantly creative mind, although he hated it whenever she told him that, and although he kept it well guarded, a heart as big as the vast western landscape she'd fallen in love with. She hadn't understood how such a smart, manly male like Ben Harper had remained single, but deciding that the women of Honeymoon Harbor must be blind, stupid, or both, she'd taken less than a minute to stake her claim on him. Life experience had changed him over the years, given him challenges that she'd watched him fight to overcome. It had only been the past 2 years that she wasn't certain if he could find his way back to the husband she'd loved, the partner she'd wanted to spend the rest of her days with. Then, just when she'd feared he'd given up on them, this morning he'd surprised her. "Ben left flowers in front of my door this morning," she told Mike as they stood in a meadow, painting the wildflowers dancing like ballerinas in the breeze. It had been his idea that she try her hand at plein air painting, which was all about leaving the four walls of the studio and capturing the landscape in its natural setting. He'd told her that the practice went back centuries, but had been turned into an art form by the French Impressionists. "I think you'd find the spontaneity suits you," he'd said. And he'd been right. She was immediately drawn to the freedom, but was quickly discovering that it was also more challenging than it looked due to the constantly changing light and weather conditions. But she'd never been one to turn down a challenge. "Has he mentioned your letter?" She'd told him about Ben, not because she was attracted to Mike Mannion, though there had been that brief flirtation the night of the play years ago, the night she'd met the man who'd become her husband, but because he'd become a friend she could talk with to get a man's take on her problem. No, but they were roses. A beautiful hybrid that blends from coral to orange. They've always been my favorite because they reminded me of the honeymoon in Hawaii we'd been planning to take. But shortly before the wedding, he discovered that his father had driven the company deeply in debt. So, instead of flying off to paradise, we came back here, buckled down, and got to work. "Like the steel magnolia you are," he suggested as he painted in the shadows of clouds moving over the mountains. Clouds that made the painting an entirely different one than it would have been 2 minutes earlier. Plein air, she was discovering, was all about change, just like marriage. "Ben's always called me that," she murmured, watching as a butterfly flittered over a flower and trying quickly to sketch it in. I'd told him that the only things I missed about my old life down home were the rose bushes my mother dedicated her life to cultivating. So he bought me that bush, the first of many, for our first anniversary, she said. The same week we managed to get Harper Construction back in the black. We planted the bush together, then sat out on the deck, drinking Mai Tais he'd made from a mix he picked up at the market, and drinking in the scent of the flowers, and talking about how someday they'd get to Hawaii. She wondered now if he was sending her a reminder of that promise. and that maybe it was his way of saying he wanted to talk. Then why the hell didn't he come by her apartment? Or at least call? "I've always envied him," Mike surprised her by saying, "for having won you." "You make me sound like some sort of prize." "Yeah," he cringed a bit at that. "It sounds sexist, but the thing was, I fell for you when I was putting those last-minute touches on that forest scene that had gotten dinged while setting up. You came over and we talked about painting." I remember it well. He'd been handsome, and she found their shared interest in art appealing. Then that damn rainstorm happened, and you started talking to Ben Harper, and I realized, watching the two of you together, and the chemistry was so electric that I didn't stand a chance. I'm sorry. I didn't know. If she had, would she have ended up with this man? No, she decided. She enjoyed his company. He was still handsome, and she loved her classes and their conversations. But Ben Harper had, and undoubtedly would, whatever happened in their marriage, always hold her heart. It was a disappointment. Then he treated her to a warm, wry grin. "But as you can see, I've survived. But you're still single. When I find a woman as perfect as you, I'll give up my bachelor days without looking back. Ben's a lucky man. Hopefully, only because I want you to be happy. He'll pull his head out of his ass." Well, the clouds had rolled over the meadow, bringing with them a light rain that created drops on the flower petals, but if it kept up, would have them quitting for the day. Which was probably a good thing, because between the roses outside her apartment door and Michael's surprise admission, Caroline's life had just become even more conflicted. Chapter 25. Kylie was in the waiting room, pacing like a stereotypical expectant parent, when Brianna arrived in the maternity wing. "Thank God you're here," she said. "I've been wearing a path in the floor and need comfort." "Where's Mai?" One advantage of a small town with slow population growth was that they were the only people in the waiting room. "She's in with Madison, our birth mother, and her grandparents. Apparently there's a rule about only 3 visitors at a time." Brianna had learned over tea that the birth mother was a 17-year-old girl who'd be attending her freshman year at Washington State University. Her grandparents, who'd taken over the job of parenting after Madison's parents had died in a small plane crash in the Cascades when the girl was 10, were elderly and not well enough to take on the care of a newborn. Without any aunts and uncles to take up the slack, and the boy and his parents having no interest in helping raise an unplanned and unwanted child, the small family of 3 had agreed that it would be better for everyone, including the baby the teenager was carrying, to choose adoption. "I'm sorry about you having to put your wedding off," she said. "It's not that big a deal," Kylie said with a shrug. "Well, it kind of is because I wanted to be married before I became a mother, but it can wait. It was just going to be a few close friends and a bunch of Mai's relatives, who unfortunately are all having to change their plane tickets. So, your dad's not coming?" "No." Another shrug, but regret momentarily shadowed Kylie's eyes. "He still hasn't forgiven me for my lifestyle," she made air quotes, "since I came out. His loss. That's what Mai always says. She's good for me, Bree, and her family's been wonderful. Her mom's filled in for mine, and her dad assured me that he'd love to be my dad too. Her grandmother's even coming. Can you imagine? She's in her 90s, and not only is she willing to fly across an ocean to share in her granddaughter's wedding, she's more open-minded than my decades younger father. Some people just have more open hearts," Brianna said. Plus, having been in an internment camp while her young groom was off fighting in Europe undoubtedly taught her a lot about the dangers of hate and the importance of love. "And to live every moment with positivity," is the way Mai's grandmother put it to me, Kylie said. Mai told me that when she was standing at her husband's grave, instead of saying how wrong it was that he'd been killed so young, all she could concentrate on was her gratitude that his final resting place was so beautiful and peaceful, and that he was surrounded by 5,000 other Americans. Brianna remembered the day Kylie had called her from France, telling her that she'd fallen in love. Mai had taken her grandmother on a pilgrimage to the American cemetery in Epinal, France, to the grave of her grandfather, who'd been killed in action after volunteering to join the famed Japanese-American Go for Broke 442 100th. With 1/3 of the Hawaiian population being Japanese, the government had decided that it would be devastating economically to put them all into camps. Still, those considered of higher community standing, or who posed a threat against America, had been interned behind barbed wire. Having attended school for a year in Japan, which was where he'd met Mai's grandmother, although he was an American citizen, she, and his parents were among those imprisoned. He, like so many others of his peers on the island and mainland, had enlisted in the army to prove that they and their families were loyal to their country. As opposed to how they'd been treated at home, those who'd made the ultimate sacrifice had been adopted by the French civilians who took care of the graves and continued to bring flowers and flags on special occasions. Brianna had seen the photos taken by both Mai and Kylie, who'd serendipitously been there that day on a trip through Europe, documenting World War II American cemeteries. She never remarried? No. Kylie shook her head. She says no other man could ever live up to her beloved Masato. That's both wonderful and sad. It also had Brianna thinking of Seth and wondering if he'd end up a 91-year-old widower, still emotionally tied to his one and only love. Which was too depressing a thought to consider on such an exciting day. Shaking off the negativity, Brianna smiled as Mai came out of the room, her grin as wide as the moon. She's dilated to 3 centimeters. We now officially have an active labor situation. Oh, God. Kylie collapsed on the hard sofa next to Brianna. What if we made a mistake? What do we know about taking care of a child? We'll learn, Mai soothed her. After all, we survived to adulthood, as did Brianna, all her brothers, and millions of other children. We're smart, we've studied up, and we've got an entire library from birth to dealing with an empty nest. Take a deep breath, and let's go downstairs and have something to eat. The doctor says we've still got a lot of hours ahead of us. I want to go see her, Kylie said. Let her know we're supporting her. You've told her that. She knows it. Right now, what she needs is to get some rest between contractions, and your energy bouncing off the walls like it is right now isn't going to help. You're undoubtedly right, damn it. I could use some cake. Protein, Mai corrected her. Sugar overload is the last thing you need, and no coffee. Tea, herbal. Kylie stuck out her bottom lip. You're no fun. You'll thank me later. Besides, I need you calm so you can give me some advice, Brianna said. About the house? No, Seth. She decided if anything would get her friend's mind off the birthing, her news would. I kissed him, and he kissed me back. I knew it! Kylie headed toward the door just as another waiting family entered. This was not a conversation to have in front of others, although Brianna suspected by tomorrow, somehow the story might even be replacing Honeymoon Harbor's Harper-Mannion love triangle. 5 minutes later, huddled together at the table in the far corner of the cafeteria, digging into pieces of 3-layer chocolate cake, which Kylie insisted she desperately needed because chocolate was a far better cure for anxiety than an egg salad sandwich or Cobb salad that had probably been packed into the plastic box hours ago. Brianna was being drilled about that impulsive kiss. I shouldn't have brought the subject up. Today's about you two, she said. Not me. We need something to take our minds off of what's happening, Mai surprised her by saying. While Kylie's pacing around like a wet cat in a thunderstorm, inside I'm curled up beneath this table in a fetal position. Since we can't do anything to hurry up labor, talking about your love life is the next best thing. Maybe after chocolate, she admitted after she stabbed the mile-high piece of cake with a plastic fork. The hospital had obviously outsourced, since the label on the plastic box it had come in read, Ovenly. I don't have a love life. Brianna took a drink of the mocha caramel latte, which just might admittedly be sugar chocolate overload, but the moms-to-be weren't the only ones with tangled nerves. She pointed her fork toward my. That's the point. Who initiated the kiss? Kylie asked. I did. You go, girl. The first time. But it was totally an impulse. The word first implies a second time, Mai pointed out. That was him. Ha! I'll bet you're the first woman he's kissed since Zoe went off to the army. Not that other women haven't tried, Kylie said. He sort of brought that up, but not in any bragging way. Brianna was quick to defend him, even feeling as if he'd stabbed her in the heart with one of those screwdrivers he carried around in his tool belt. Because friends stuck up for friends, in good times and bad. He said he hadn't had sex for 3 years. Then he's way overdue, Mai said. Lucky you. I'd only gone 18 months when I met Kylie. She nodded toward her fiancé, who was scraping at least 2 inches of frosting off the top of the cake. The next day, during my grandmother's afternoon nap, I felt like Kilauea volcano erupting. She was hot. Kylie seconded that description. You'd better be stocking up on condoms. Any he has lying around are probably long past their sell date. We're not going to have sex, Brianna said. Memo to unruly naughty bits. The original Behave Yourself plan is back on. You kissed him. He kissed you back. Was it a hot kiss? On a scale of 1 to 10? For me, it was a 20. But then again, she'd been fantasizing about it since the days when she'd practiced kissing the back of her hand in front of her bedroom mirror. So perhaps she was exaggerating. No, she wasn't. At all. But there was no inappropriate touching. Kylie frowned. None? Brianna took another drink. Chocolate courage could be just as good as alcohol, right? Maybe even better, because all she'd be left with was a caffeine sugar buzz, not a head-splitting, stomach-churning hangover like the one she woke up with the morning after Seth and Zoe's wedding. Well, I may have sort of wrapped my leg around his. And bumped privates, Kylie guessed. Brianna felt the heat rise in her cheeks. Maybe a bit more than bumped. She would have climbed inside him if she could have. That's a start, Mai decided. You've got his engine revved, Kylie agreed. Now Seth just needs to step on the gas and go for the checkered flag. She has become addicted to NASCAR. Mai rolled her expressive dark eyes. I had to find something new to latch onto after you and Seth banned me from Pinterest. We didn't ban you, exactly. We merely pointed out that if you kept making changes, we might finally be moving into the house in time for our daughter's backyard wedding. When Kylie didn't attempt to argue that point, Brianna laughed, feeling a release of the tension that had wrapped its tight hands around her insides as she'd walked away from temptation. You two remind me of my parents, she said. You're like my dad, she told Mai. Calm, steady, and seemingly always in balance. Not always, Kylie said with a wicked grin and suggestive wiggling of her bright brows. She gets that we have sex, Mai told her fiancé dryly. And although I admire both your parents, Brianna, being compared to your father is a serious compliment. Thank you. I wouldn't mind being compared to your mom, Kylie pouted. Just a bit, which again made Brianna laugh. You're so much alike, you could be her natural-born daughter. You're just saying that to make me feel better. No, it's true. You both have Wonder Woman energy that can be exhausting at times. She practically wore me out, racing around from wholesalers to designers while we were in Seattle. But My point is that you and Mai are total opposites, which seems to make for a good relationship. Zoe and Seth were like that, while he and I are more alike. Opposite attraction works well for us, Mai allowed. But that's because beneath the surface, our core values and ideas are the same. Studies have shown that long-term compatibility is more likely to be with someone like yourself. And the way you and Seth rhapsodized about Heron's Landing showed you thought a lot alike, Kylie said. Plus, I always suspected that despite all that big city talk, you'd eventually end up back home. The same way I did. We might have thought alike, but Seth and Zoe were a couple from that first day they met. True, but you've always loved him, and as tragic as Zoe's death was, it's your time. You'd be a fool not to go for it. He said they were soulmates, that he's never going to marry again. He actually told you that? After kissing your socks off? Yes. It was depressingly definitive, but no way had she wanted him to see that this declaration had sent an arrow straight into her unsteady and distressingly still yearning heart. But he didn't fight you off when you went in for that kiss. No, he definitely didn't. He'd enjoyed that kiss as much as she had, been rocked by it. But maybe he'd felt guilty, as if he'd been cheating on his dead wife. While Brianna had never really believed Heron's Landing was haunted, now she was forced to worry that Zoe's ghost might be hovering between them the entire time they were working together on the house. Kylie told me about your grandmother, Mai. What if he ends up like her? Unlikely. Those were different times. Women, especially conservative Japanese women like my grandmother, didn't get divorced, so there weren't that many second marriages, and there's always the possibility that she discovered she liked living her own life. He's a guy. Kylie polished off the rest of her cake, wadded up the paper napkin, and, like the former basketball player she was, made a 3-point shot into the wastebasket several feet away. Unless he decides to become a monk, he's going to have sex, and you're the obvious candidate. Also, he's proven that he's husband material by having married Zoe. So my guess is that deep down, he's going to realize that he misses that intimate connection with another person. So if you're the one he's with when that happens, the scales will fall from his scrumptious brown eyes, and he'll see that the woman he wants has been there all along. Admittedly, it might take some time, but I have not a single doubt that you'll change his mind, because you deserve to be as happy as we are. When she linked hands across the table with Mai, 2 engagement rings, similar but individual, caught the light. Brianna was about to tell them how fortunate they were when both their phones chimed texts in unison. Madison's awake and up to 5 centimeters, Mai read. Time to start walking again, Kylie said. You or her? Brianna asked. Both, they said together. All the books say the old belief that women in labor should stay in bed is uncomfortable and prolongs labor, Mai explained. So we've been walking a lot with her. It seems to help. I still love the idea of adoption because we're providing a home for a child who needs it and helping a young woman make a better life for herself, Kylie said. But I think for the next one, I might like to be the birth mom. Mai's expression was both indulgent and overbrimming with love. Brianna thought if any man ever looked at her like that, she'd marry him in a minute. Let's just get through this one, she said as she stood up from the table. Then, once we recover from sleep deprivation and survive her toddler stage, we'll talk about a little sister or brother for our daughter. You're so sensible. Kylie, who jumped up when the phones had dinged, leaned down and brushed a kiss against her fiancé's lips. That's only one of the things I love about you. There was no way Brianna could envy her friend for having found her life mate. But as they left the cafeteria to go down the hall to the birthing center, she found herself wondering if Kylie and Mai were right about her fighting for what, or technically whom, she wanted. Or if just continuing to hope that someday Seth could love her the way she loved him might be a losing cause. But you never know if you don't try. She heard all the voices, her mother's, grandparents', Kylie's and Mai's, tumbling around in her head. She'd never been a quitter. She'd chosen a goal and stuck with it. And although, sure, maybe she'd moved on, it wasn't as if she'd given up, but simply returned to her earlier first goal. Who was to say she couldn't have both Herons Landing and Seth Harper? Or, to put it another way, she thought as she tossed her paper plate and utensils into the recycling bin, have her cake and eat it too. Chapter 26. While taking apart the nursery might have been one of the hardest things Seth had ever done, short of getting through Zoe's death and funeral, watching Kylie's and Mai's faces as they saw the nursery for the daughter they'd brought home 3 days after her birth was definitely worth the pain. Kylie carried the newborn around, showing her all the wonderful things, telling her that they were just for her. And going over to the bookshelf, she literally teared up when she saw Goodnight Moon, which apparently her mother had read every night to her. The happiness literally radiating from both women caused an unexpected tug in his own heart. It should have been Zoe showing their child the quilt and the dresser their grandparents had made, but life hadn't turned out that way. All around him, people he'd grown up with, had gone to school with, were coupling up, settling down and reproducing. All except for Brianna, though even she was nesting in her own way, bringing Herons Landing back to life. Meanwhile, his already limited social life had become a blightscape. But he had done this. He'd made a connection with the new mothers and would now be involved in their daughter's life. That was something, right? He hoped if Zoe was somewhere watching, she'd approve. "You did good," Brianna, who was standing beside him in the doorway, murmured, as if sensing his need for validation. "It couldn't have been easy."
"I thought it would be hell," he admitted. "And you're right, it wasn't all that easy. But watching them now, seeing them so happy, I realized that it was exactly the right thing to do. Thanks for putting the idea in my head. I should have thought of it while the three of us were working together on the layout of the cottage and made room for the nursery."
She reached out and took his hand, linking their fingers together. Not as lovers, he reassured himself, but as friends. The same way they had when they jumped off the pier together into the bay when he'd been 11, and one of them, he'd forgotten which, had gotten the insane idea to join the crazy-ass polar bear club, which for some reason he still hadn't figured out. Thought it would be a good idea to celebrate the first day of the year by freezing their balls off. At the time, having recently become aware of his own, as he'd hit the icy water, he'd worried that he might have shriveled them beyond recovery. And wouldn't that have killed off any of his chances for sex with anyone but Mr. Hand, which, even at his age, he'd figured out wasn't anywhere near as good as having sex with a girl. "You're a good man, Seth Harper," she said.
"You're prejudiced."
"You bet I am." Her smile was quick and easy, as if he'd only imagined that earth-shaking kiss. Maybe it hadn't affected her nearly as much as it had him. After all, she probably had lots of guys after her. Guys in Brooks Brothers suits, or Armani, or whatever the hell overpriced designer was in fashion these days. Slicked back, Wall Street hairstyles, and money to burn. It only made sense that while she might have come home to Honeymoon Harbor, she couldn't have been working all the time. She'd undoubtedly spent some of those years kissing more than a few of those one-percenters who stayed at 5-star hotels. "I have another favor to ask," she said.
"Okay."
It was crazy. He wasn't going to allow himself to get romantically involved with her, because she might as well be wearing a shirt that read, "Here there be dragons." But except for a marriage proposal, this woman could ask him for anything, including a kidney, and he wouldn't hesitate to give it to her. "I found some furniture for the apartment on Craigslist, but it's scattered over the peninsula, and just one more time, I need some big, strong men with serious vehicles to pick it up for me and bring it back to the house. My dad's taking care of Port Townsend, Sequim, and Port Angeles. I was wondering if you could handle Port Ludlow and Port Gamble."
"No problem."
Does this mean you're moving in?
You've got the third floor already, and now that Kylie and Mai have brought little Clara home, I'd like to be closer to them since they asked me to be her godmother.
There's a coincidence, because I'm going to be the godfather.
Huh. Kylie had failed to mention that. You don't think
that they made that choice to push us together?
Seth shook his head.
I doubt it. They're both only children. Kylie lost her mom, her douche of a dad is out of the picture, and Mai's family's all back in Hawaii, which means that although they're close, they're not going to all be able to get together that often. Plus, you don't spend all that time with people building their home without getting to know them. And they were easy to get close to, so I figure they just needed a guy, and since my mom's officiating at their wedding and whatever type of baptism they're coming up with at the same time, asking me was the logical and maybe only choice they had.
You're underestimating yourself. Personally, I believe they chose you because you'll be an excellent male influence. But whatever the reason, it's nice that we'll be sort of sharing Clara.
We probably would anyway without any official designation, he said. The four of us are connected in a lot of ways, not only through the house.
Especially your giving them a dream nursery. Zoe's dream, he thought, then forced his mind to shut down those voices that some days badgered him from the moment his eyes opened until he finally fell asleep. And even during too many nights, they were like foghorns, tolling forbiddingly in the darkness.
I'm just glad they like it.
How could they not?
Hopefully they won't feel superstitious since she died before we could have a baby.
If it creeped them out, he'd remove it right away and take it all to Goodwill, because someone's baby should be able to enjoy it. Kylie was also best friends with Zoe, Brianna reminded him. I suspect that it will make it even more special to her, because she'll realize all the love that went into it. Love that Zoe would have felt for Clara.
She would have adored her.
He tried not to think that their child would have grown up with Clara. It's almost as if she's here with us, Brianna said quietly.
Yeah.
He watched Mai showing baby Clara the Orcas mobile that he'd searched all over for, finally finding a woman in North Carolina on Etsy who was willing to make him one. He'd planned it as a surprise. It was only as she went over to join the new mothers and baby that he realized that little by little, Brianna Mannion was unbreaking his heart. The bed was going to be perfect. It was a sleigh bed style made of iron rather than wood. The gracefully curved bars, along with the pewter finish that she'd worried she should have gone to see in person first, were unscratched and gleaming, making it look brighter and more modern. It had chosen to be a bit more of a problem trying to get it up the curving stairs, even after Seth had dismantled it to fit in the truck.
Did you have to get a king size?
He asked as he and his dad, who'd returned to town and had been making templates for the bits of missing plaster molding he was going to have to replace, struggling to get the mattress up to the third floor. It was the only bed I found that I liked, she said, and admittedly it's larger than I need. She could lie in the center with her arms and legs stretched out like she was making snow angels and still not touch the corners. But the room is large enough to handle it. And after I move into the carriage house, it'll be a bonus feature.
There's always the possibility that you can add a second ghost to the house's lore after this damn mattress knocks me down the stairs, cracks my head open, and crushes me, he muttered, maneuvering it around another corner. Quit acting like a girly man, Ben said. I'm not going to drop it on you. I may not be as young as I used to be, but I'm still strong as an ox. And stubborn as one, too, Seth muttered beneath his breath. I heard that. Just in case you were counting on me getting deaf in my old age. Listening to them as they'd cussed and grumbled their way, first with all the iron railings, then the box spring pieces, and now the mattress, which wasn't turning out to be all that bendable, Brianna could tell that despite their differences, there was true familial love there. She also suspected that, at least in Ben's case, bitching and complaining was his way of showing it. Once they had everything laid out on the basketball court-size floor, Seth went back down the stairs and returned with a seriously big red toolbox, and father and son got down to work putting the frame together. With the only power to the house being a cord plugged into a temporary electrical post outside, there was no air conditioning operating yet. And making things worse was that the day had dawned a bright one, hinting at the upcoming summer. Although she'd opened the windows to allow the salt air in, the third-floor room grew much warmer than the outdoors. Or it could simply have been her reaction to him grabbing hold of the back of his t-shirt, pulling it over his head and tossing it onto the floor. There was an old saying that Pacific Northwesterners didn't tan, they rusted. In this case, it was wrong, because Seth Harper's chest was a deep and tawny gold, much like the color that bathed the deep Olympic forest at twilight. And if she'd found his chest intriguing when she'd first seen him get out of the truck at the park, viewing it in its full naked glory nearly made her drool. And then, wow, Kylie hadn't been kidding when talking about those squats. When he went to work, screwing the end piece into the side, her eyes were drawn straight to his butt, and fit, defined, amazing thighs. Just looking at him caused such a sheer burst of lust that either a bolt of lightning had struck through one of the open windows, or she'd just experienced a decades-early hot flash. "I think I'm going to go down to the ice chest and get a bottle of water," she said, preferably to pour over her head. "Would anyone else like one?" "I wouldn't mind," said Ben, who was holding the side rail steady while his son worked the bolt into the slot. "That'd be great," Seth agreed. When he glanced up at her over his shoulder, the gold flash in his brown eyes revealed that he'd caught her watching the flex of his back muscles while he'd been screwing in that bolt. "It has gotten warm in here." He ran the back of his arm over his sweaty forehead, giving her an even better view of a physique that hadn't been created in any gym, but by hard, physical work, and the creative hand of God on one of his more generous days. "I'll be right back." She was not running away, Brianna assured herself as she practically raced down the curving stairs to the small ice chest sitting in the back seat of her car. She was merely taking a timeout to cool down and try to clear her mind of that too tempting fantasy of rolling around her king-size mattress with Seth Harper. Chapter 27. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur, along with moving into Herons Landing, which, as Seth had predicted, was turning out to be hectic, dirty, and noisy. Brianna continued to shop for all the innumerable details like door handles, faucets, and even ceiling fans for all the rooms. Especially her bedroom, which, despite a spike in outdoor temperatures, hadn't reached the heat level she'd experienced watching him put together her bed. And speaking of beds, she was discovering that her nights were as restless as they'd been at the farm. Her dreams were becoming more vivid, which wasn't helped by spending 8 hours a day with the man who starred in her X-rated scenarios. Last night, he'd used his leather tool belt, sans the tools, to tie her wrists to the top rail of the sleigh bed, which had her waking up damp, needy, and unsettled, because she'd never ever fantasized about playing sexually submissive. "You know what I miss?" she asked Kylie and Mai as she sat on their sofa holding baby Clara, who was wearing a pink onesie that read, "I get my tood from both my moms." Pleased that they'd chosen to dress her in one that she'd bought, Brianna brushed a thumb over the baby's pink cheek and felt a physical pull as ancient as time. "The hustle and bustle of Vegas?" asked Mai, who was folding a stack of pastel onesies from a wicker laundry basket, while Kylie heated up a bottle of formula. "No, never. I didn't fit in the entire time I was there. At least Hawaii had a welcoming aloha vibe. Las Vegas was non-stop. I'm realizing that I never caught my breath until I moved here." "There are times I miss Hawaii," Mai confessed. "But I've also fallen in love with the Pacific Northwest. With our careers, we figure we can switch back and forth when Clara gets a little older. Then once she starts preschool, we'll settle down and save Hawaii for those winter vacations when we can't work that much and are in serious need of sunshine," Kylie said, shaking the bottle and testing the temperature of the milk with drops on the inside of her wrist. "Sounds like a plan." Brianna picked up a little foot wearing a pink sock with a ruffle around the top. Was there anything cuter than a baby's foot? She didn't think so. Perhaps it was because after years of traveling, she was finally settling down, adulting. Perhaps it was because, for the first time in her life, she was able to take stock of what she wanted to do and what she felt she needed to do to get ahead. It could be the slower pace of life that gave her time to take a walk along the waterfront or into the woods. Last Saturday, she'd even picked up a chicken wrap and iced tea to go at the diner and driven up to Hurricane Ridge to sit on a rock wall and watch a herd of deer graze in the meadow. How many times, she reminisced, had a group of friends gone into the park for sledding or snowboarding in the winter, or picnics on sunny summer days. There were also swimming outings to Lake Crescent, Lake Quinault, or Mirror Lake just outside the park, when Brianna had envied Zoe's lush curves and those bikinis she'd shown off so well. 2 weeks before she and her best friends had headed off to UW, 6 of them had spent the night camping out at Mirror Lake. They'd cooked s'mores, sung around the campfire, and watched the sparks fly into a midnight dark sky studded with diamond-bright stars. Zoe and Seth had brought along their own tent, of course, and Brianna had done her best not to feel a little prick of jealousy. The next morning, she'd been the first to crawl out of her sleeping bag into a dense layer of fog. The air was chilled and scented with old-growth fir and cedar trees that made it smell like Christmas in August. Remembering that time when the entire earth had seemed to stand still, and she listened to a seabird call from somewhere in the mists, she wondered how she could have ever left this place that had always held a part of her heart. "You were telling us what you miss?" Kylie said, handing her the bottle. The baby, gurgling deliciously, latched onto the nipple. As she drank, Clara's eyes closed in what appeared to be more bliss than sleep. She was nothing short of a tiny package of awesome. "Sex," Brianna admitted. "I haven't had sex for over 2 years." "You've gone 2 years without an orgasm?" Kylie asked, her eyes widening. "I didn't say that. I just haven't had sex. You know, body to body, that kind. With a guy." "But you were living in the land of high rollers. You took trips with them. With their families. Wives and children. Sometimes even grandchildren." "Don't tell me none of those guys ever hit on you," Mai said. "A couple. But I never had anything to do with them again, and turned them over to someone else the next time they came to wherever I was working. I'd never have an affair with a married man." "From what you've told me over the years, you don't have affairs, period," Kylie said. "You're more into hookups." "Not hookups, exactly." "You're right, that sounds too skanky for a good girl like you. But you were definitely into hit-and-run relationships." "I could take offense at being called a good girl," Brianna complained. "It wasn't a judgment call, just a fact." "You should have at least had a fling with one of those male exotic dancers," Mai said. "I've seen Magic Mike. Those guys are super hung and know how to move. I'll bet one could find your G-spot without you having to pull out a map." "Mai!" Kylie covered Clara's ears. "No dirty talk in front of our daughter." "She doesn't know what I'm saying." "Not now," Kylie said. "But who knows when words start clicking in? Do you want our child's first word to be G-spot?" "Or how about vagina?" Brianna suggested, enjoying watching her one and only remaining BFF blush to the color of a boiled Dungeness crab. "You two are terrible." Still, her lips curved, and it was obvious she was struggling not to laugh. Then, like so often could happen, Kylie's mood turned on a dime, her expression serious. "Did you ever, back in the day, consider stealing Seth away from Zoe?" "Of course not. They were my friends." "But you were hot for him forever and might have gotten him, especially that time they had that big blow-up over her joining ROTC. Would you have done anything like that?" "No. But I wasn't carrying a torch for the guy all my life." "We were lucky," Mai said. We knew right away, so we didn't have to go through all the does she or doesn't she love me suffering. I did love him, but it was only one way, and later, once I started working, my career came first. And look how well that turned out. Here you are, out of work and celibate. I'm not out of work. When Brianna went to wave that thought away, Clara grabbed hold of a finger. The newborn's nails were like pink pearls with white crescent half-moons, and made Brianna's heart melt a bit inside. This isn't a big city, but there are a lot of single hot guys here, like Flynn Faraday down at the fire station. You should see him playing hoops on the station court, Mai said. Not only did the guy play basketball for Annapolis, he's built. He should go on the calendar, she told Kylie. Definitely. I'm thinking July. Dripping wet, wearing his helmet and turnout pants. Hanging low on his hips, Mai said, so that hot V thing, whatever it's called, shows. And Cam Montgomery, Kylie said. Since he's a vet, I could pose him bare-shirted holding a puppy. Dogs and guys are definitely hot, Mai agreed. You two are not helping, Brianna complained, thinking of the other day when Seth was outside by the trunk and dumped some of the water from the orange cooler over his shirtless chest. And surely those soaked, raggedy cutoffs he'd been wearing couldn't be OSHA-approved construction clothing. Yes, we are. Kylie reached for her daughter, who'd polished off the bottle and put her over her shoulder, patting her back. We're reminding you that if you're sexless, it's only your own fault. Have you seen Luca at the Italian place? He's hot, and he cooks. There's only one guy I want, Brianna admitted. Then go for it, both women said together, just as Clara let out a loud belch that sounded like a drunk frat boy at a spring break kegger. Maybe I will, Brianna said once they'd all stopped laughing. Later, driving back to Herons Landing, Brianna pulled over at the park and watched the children playing on the swings and sliding out of purple tubes on the red, blue, and yellow play fort. The noise level undoubtedly rivaled that of a jet engine, and every so often, as the laughing shrieks of the girls threatened to shatter her eardrums, Brianna realized that she wanted more than sex, even as she knew how hot sex with Seth would be. What she wanted, she realized, was what Kylie and Mai had, what her parents had. She wanted a family of her own. And not just that, she wanted to create that family with Seth Nathaniel Harper. It was the end of a long day, but things were going smoother than he'd expected, and Seth was feeling good about the project. As much as he liked Kylie and Mai, he had to admit that even with the chemistry vibes zigzagging around between Brianna and him, it was a lot easier working with her than it had been with the brides-to-be on their just-finished cottage. He and Bree still thought a great deal alike, which helped because it saved him a lot of explaining when needing to make a point about a decision. Her mother, he suspected, had also proven a plus because the colors she'd chosen combined the more expected monochromatic Pacific Northwest shades taken from the grays, blues, and greens, and added unexpected bright dashes of salmon and golden yellow to counter the rainy season. As he'd expected, given her previous occupation, Bree was also the most organized client he'd ever worked with. Her spreadsheet was linked with her phone, iPad, and computer, along with a paper printout kept in a 3-ring binder for backup. Because, she claimed, it might be considered old-fashioned, but she liked being able to see the pages written down, the same as he did with his schedule coordinating subs. But in his case, the schedule was on a large whiteboard on the wall of his office where he could see it all at a glance. Herons Landing was going to be a showpiece, he decided as he arrived back to the house after a trip to Port Angeles for the barn door that would be going in the bridal suite. They'd already changed the exterior paint to a soft yellow, which made him feel better every time he arrived. She hadn't been kidding when she said that she'd wanted to be hands-on. Over the past week and a half, she'd painted the walls of the bridal suite and another room across the hall while managing to stay out of the way of the crews. Her work was as professional as that of the crew who'd be painting the majority of the large house. Everyone had gone home, or to their favorite watering holes, leaving hers the only car in the driveway. He found her on the second floor, using the steamer his dad had taught her to use, going to work on decades of layers of wallpaper. His mother, who watched all those TV remodeling and flipping shows, had told him wallpaper was making a comeback, which meant that the entire cycle of papering and eventual removal would begin again, thus keeping future generations of Harpers in work. It had first occurred to him a few weeks after Zoe had died that unless he had any secret half-sibling somewhere, there wouldn't be any other generations of his branch of Harpers to carry on the company. He was literally the end of their line. Putting that idea aside, he entered the room that was becoming uncomfortably warm and decided he'd made the right decision putting in the AC. The ceiling fans Brianna had chosen to add to all the rooms would be a help once they got installed closer to the end of the job. She was standing on a ladder, her back to him, earbuds in place, long, smooth arms moving the steamer up and down against the bright peacock-feathered printed paper, warming the room up even more. But not as much as the sight of her hips, clad in a pair of red cutoff shorts, wiggling along with her belting out fight song at the top of her lungs. Her strong, slightly off-key rendition had him thinking back on that night when they'd all gone camping at Mirror Lake and had sat around the fire ring, toasting marshmallows in the last day of summer before Zoe, Kylie, and Brianna headed off to Seattle, leaving him behind. That night alone with Zoe in the small tent he'd brought along had been bittersweet, but once the trio was gone, he'd been surprised at how much he'd missed each and every one of them. Every time she reached up, her tank top rose, displaying a mouth-drying display of pale golden Vegas tan that hadn't entirely faded. Although it was a ridiculous response for a man of his age, that bared bit of back and the thin pink and white polka dot bra straps riding on her shoulders was all it took to make him hard. Not wanting to surprise her and cause her to fall off the ladder and break her neck, he mentally went through the multiplication tables the way his high school coach had taught the guys to do whenever they got boners watching the cheerleaders flashing their royal blue panties while doing flips on the sidelines. When the song ended with her still believing, he called out to her. When she still didn't respond, he carefully reached out and tapped her bare shoulder, which had her twisting around so fast, she slipped down a step. Dropping the bag of tacos, he grabbed hold of her hips to steady her. She jerked the buds from her ears. "You nearly gave me a heart attack."
"Sorry."
Not sorry. Not when she was safe and his fingers were splayed on her very fine butt. She kept having him feeling stuff that he didn't want to feel. But Seth was discovering that want and need could be two very different things.
"I called out to you more than once, but you were busy belting out about taking your life back and didn't hear me."
I thought I was all alone. She looked around as if checking to see if any others of the crew had witnessed her less than professional performance.
"You were, but I got the barn door, so I thought I'd bring it by."
"Oh, yay!" She'd never been one to hold a grudge, either large or small. Another plus in the hospitality business, he decided. The same as his job. He'd had clients yell obscenities to his face after he'd been forced to break bad news about unexpected costs not covered in the original estimate, only to have them turn around a few years later and hire him to either do more work on the original project or fix up a new place. Because she wasn't complaining and he was in no hurry to move them, he kept his hands where they were as she backed the rest of the way down the metal ladder. Before heading to the door, she stopped at the brown paper bag. "Are those tacos I'm smelling?"
"Yeah."
He scooped up the bag. Fortunately, nothing felt crushed.
"I stopped at that food truck, Taco the Town, and picked up dinner. I bought extra in case you wanted some."
Stopping at the truck, which he passed every day on the way to the pub, had been an impulse. One more step out of his comfort zone. Are you kidding? Who'd turn down a taco? What kind?
Carne asada made with skirt steak, rubbed with spice, marinated in lime juice, and topped with pico de gallo and lime crema.
Oh, yum. With guac?
Absolutely. And chips. Also, there's Dos Equis in the cooler.
That sounds fabulous. I haven't had a taco in, well, like forever, and didn't even know I was craving one until I smelled it. But what are you going to tell my brother when you don't show up at his pub? She teased. He put his arm around her shoulder easily, not like he was hitting on her or anything, just like two friends walking out the door. Liar. I'll tell him I found a preferable Mannion sibling to dine with. Ah, she lifted her brows. Dine sounds a bit fancy for a taco truck meal. It's not as much the meal as the company. She'd found an old iron bench at Treasure's for the front porch, intending to spray paint it and buy some cushions. They sat on it the way it was, the takeout containers on their laps, enjoying the cooling breeze coming off the bay, the brisk scent of salt and fur mingling with the aroma of spicy grilled meat, and the sight of the sailboats skimming over the jeweled blue water. They talked easily about the changes that had taken place in the town while she'd been away, and how her house was coming together so well because, as she echoed his thoughts, they'd made such a good team, just as they had when they built the volcano for chemistry week in 4th grade. She told him about Clara, about how, despite having been born early, she seemed to be growing every day. He laughed about the burp, as she'd meant him to, and then, once they'd wadded up their taco wrappers and put them and the cardboard containers in the recycling bin, that now familiar sexual tension, which they'd both been trying to avoid, hung between them, sparking like a downed electrical wire in a thunderstorm. Which was when Brianna noticed the red splotch between her breasts from the pico de gallo that had dropped unnoticed out of her taco. I'm a mess. Tacos are supposed to be messy. He was definitely noticing her breasts, and not in a way that suggested he was thinking of taco sauce. That's part of the fun. It's not just that. Brianna pushed her bangs back from her forehead, which had been dripping salty sweat into her eyes while she'd been steaming the wallpaper. Oh yeah, she totally looked like a woman a guy would want to do. Not. I need a shower. Me too. With a guy's lack of body self-consciousness, he lifted his arm and smelled his pit. That shouldn't be sexy, but damned if her lady parts didn't begin to purr. I heard on the radio that the Weather Bureau is predicting the hottest summer in a decade. They may even have to start limiting what days people can water their lawns and gardens. I hope we can get all the landscaping in and well-rooted before that happens. Conserving water is always a good thing, Seth said. I'm all for saving the planet. There was another, longer, more significant pause as she looked up at him through her lashes, in a flirtatious way that she'd always considered overkill when she saw other women doing it. But if she was going to break through that damn stone wall he'd built around himself, she figured she'd better pull out all the stops. Perhaps we should consider practicing conservation together. The invitation was unmistakable. She held her breath as she watched him process it. Then a grin Brianna had feared she'd never see again spread across his face, and there was a sexy gleam in his eyes that she'd never ever thought would be directed at her. Then, just in case the lash upward-gazing thing had been a bit too subtle, and although he might have thought she'd been talking about saving the planet, which, while admittedly important, wasn't at the top of her priority list at the moment, Brianna considered WWKD. What would Kylie do? I need to take a shower, she repeated. And I need to take it with you. Chapter 28. Proving that they were indeed on the same wavelength, Seth didn't hesitate. He lifted her off her feet and took her mouth with his as she wrapped her legs around his waist. The kiss, which had begun soft and gentle, grew firmer, more serious. As his early evening beard scraped against her cheek and she breathed in the erotic working man sense of sweat and musk, she knew that there'd be no turning back this time. There are too many stairs, she said as he carried her into the house. 3 flights, all tightly curving. She might not be as heavy as that mattress he and his dad had lugged up to her room, but still. Oh, ye of little faith. She felt him grin against her lips as he kissed her again. causing every bone in her body to melt like butter left out in the sun. Brianna had no choice but to trust him since she wasn't certain that she'd even be able to stand on her own legs, which had gone as limp as overcooked spaghetti, let alone make it up to the 3rd floor. Chest to chest as they were, she could feel his heart pounding as hard as her own, and she hoped that she wasn't going to cause him to have a heart attack. She unwrapped her arms around his strong, dark neck, just long enough to slip her hand between them and press her palm against the front of his shirt. No, the beat, while hard, was steady. There was none of that jumpy fibrillation feel she'd seen on Grey's Anatomy right before a patient flatlined. Once they'd made it to the bathroom, apparently deciding they'd wasted enough time, after turning on the shower, he quickly stripped. Like many men, he seemed totally comfortable with being naked and stood there, muscled legs spread apart, as she drank in the sight of him, the breadth of his wide shoulders and strong arms, before staring at those washboard abs Kylie totally needed to immortalize in her calendar. Her gaze followed the happy trail of brown hair down his chest, then further south. It wasn't the first time she'd seen him naked. Once, while he and her brothers had gone skinny dipping at Mirror Lake, she and Kylie had sneakily followed them, hiding in the trees rimming the lake, getting their first glimpse of the male anatomy. Brianna had taken definite interest in the part that her Ken doll certainly didn't possess. But they'd been boys at the time, while Seth was definitely now all male, every beautiful inch of him. When she realized she was staring, she pulled her sweat-stained tank over her head and tossed it aside, where it landed on the closed seat of the commode. Then, although her fingers had turned to 10 thumbs, she managed to unhook the cotton polka dot bra, which, wouldn't you know it, didn't match her underpants. Because how could she have known this morning when she got dressed that unless she was in an accident that would take her to the ER, anyone would see her underwear? Not that it seemed to matter to Seth. This time, his slow, easy smile revealed pleasure at what he was seeing. A pleasure that couldn't equal the feel of his calloused hands, cupping her breasts, roughened thumbs skimming across her ultra-sensitive nipples. She froze for just an instant when his hands went to the button of her shorts. "Do you normally shower with your clothes on?" His eyes, which had turned a deep smoky brown while savoring her breasts, turned teasing. "No." Her hands covered his. "It's just, oh hell, I didn't expect to be doing this." "We can stop." "No." "Oh, please, God, no." "It's just that, well, you'd probably have to be a woman to understand, but my underwear doesn't match." And could the tile floor now open and swallow her up before she could humiliate herself any further? Well, damn. Was he laughing at her? Now? While they were finally about to have sex? And doesn't that just throw a bucket of cold water on my libido? Risking a glance down, she saw it certainly hadn't seemed to. He touched a roughened fingertip against her lips, dipped his sun-streaked head and kissed her again, running the tip of his tongue along the seam of her mouth, then drew back and smiled down at her. "I want to see you, Bree. Touch you. All of you. Everywhere." How could any woman resist a line like that? But she knew he really meant it, because unlike her bad boy brothers, Burke and Aiden, Seth didn't resort to lines. He took hold of her hands and held them away from her body, then got busy on her shorts, pulling them down her legs. He kissed her thighs, behind her knees, her ankles, before working his way back up again. "Oh yeah," he said as he stood there, checking out her undies, which, since she'd known she'd be getting hot and sweaty, were comfy cotton. The color was technically labeled blush rather than a nun's white, but it definitely wasn't what she'd fantasized about wearing the first time this man undressed her. He took her hand, circling her fingers around his length. "I just may need myself some Viagra after seeing those panties." Impossibly, since atoms were exploding inside her as he began to move her hand up and down. Brianna laughed, which she couldn't ever remember doing while having sex. Steam rose as he drew her into the shower. He poured some tropical-scented body soap into his palms, rubbed his hands together, then moved them over her body, following every curve and hollow. And then, if that wasn't havoc enough, as the water flowed over them, his mouth followed the trail. His tongue dipped into her navel and made her moan. His teeth, nipping against the wet, hot flesh of her inner thigh, had her reaching for him, but he'd already moved on. Clouds of steam surrounded them, filling her lungs, her mind. Brianna couldn't breathe, couldn't think. And then, just when she was sure she was going blind, his mouth found her. Her head fell back against the tile as she gave herself up to the explosive orgasm rocketing through her, to him. And that was just the beginning. Over the next 10 days, it was as if they were both making up for lost time. Brianna was not only experiencing the most mind-blowing sex of her life, she was having a full-blown, no-holds-barred affair. She knew the shape of Seth as her hands explored his body, the weight of him as he lay on top of her, inside her. She knew how he tasted, the glorious roughness of his hands as they traced over her curves and hollows, which he declared to be perfection. They'd come to know each other's bodies as well as they knew each other's mind, and it should have been wonderful, glorious. But having never been one to allow herself to live solely in the moment, she could sense problems on the horizon as sure as the clouds on the horizon of the harbor signal a storm blowing in from the Pacific. Meanwhile, somehow, by never going out in public and him moving his truck behind the house when the crew left at the end of the workday, then crawling out of bed to return to his own home before sunrise, so far, they'd managed to keep their affair their secret. As far as she could tell, no one had caught wind of the fact that Seth Harper and Brianna Mannion were having hot sex in every room of Herons Landing. Oh, Kylie and Mai knew, but her secret was safe with them. And Dottie and Doris, at the Dancing Deer, undoubtedly suspected because she'd bought out nearly their entire lingerie section in the past week. She could have bought online, but 1, she was impatient, and 2, she'd wanted to feel the material herself. To run her fingers over the panties, bras, and camisoles and imagine how the lace and silk might feel to Seth's roughened fingers. To their credit and her undying gratitude, neither woman said a thing as they ran her credit card. But Brianna did notice a glisten of moisture in Dottie's eyes as she wrapped the lingerie in pink tissue paper, and wondered if the elderly woman was thinking of her Harold, and remembering when she'd worn bits of lace and satin for him. Although Brianna wondered why Seth hadn't spent the past 2 Saturday nights with her, when no crew would be arriving on a Sunday morning, she'd given him enough personal space not to ask. The same way she'd stayed away from the topic of marriage. It might be cowardly, but she didn't want to risk him backing away again. Better to leave things as they were for now, she told herself. Friends with benefits was, after all, downright amazing. Like Kylie said, it might take time, and as much as she was already picturing their children, a boy and a girl would be lovely, but she wasn't particular. She was willing to wait. After all, part of her journey back to Honeymoon Harbor had been about slowing down her life. They weren't in any hurry. Neither of them was going anywhere. Though there were admittedly times when she'd wanted to escape the day-long screech of saws cutting tile and ripping wood and the hammering of nail guns Quinn had warned her about. But since she could see the progress happening before her eyes, she wasn't about to complain. 2 evenings ago, as they'd sat on the front porch, drinking wine and watching the sunset on the water, she'd indulged in a daydream where they'd be slow dancing at Kylie and Mai's rescheduled wedding, when, having watched the couple exchange their vows, followed by his mother christening pink-cheeked baby Clara, who'd be dressed in the same white dress Kylie herself had worn for her baptism, Seth would realize, like she had that day in the hospital cafeteria, that he wanted to build a new life, to create a family with her. Caroline had just packed her cotton canvas tote with painting supplies for another morning in the park with Mike when there was a knock at her door. "You're early," she said as she opened it. "I'm almost—" Her words dropped off as she saw who was standing there, flowers in hand. Not roses this time, but the tulips were the same tropical sunset coral color. "Hello, Ben." She struggled for calm, even as her heart was racing. He wouldn't bring flowers if he weren't going to finally cave in, would he? "Those are lovely." "I got them at the Blue House Farm booth at the market," he said. "Let me put them in water." When she had to practically pull them from his tightly fisted hand, she realized he was as nervous as she. And wasn't that a thought? He followed her into the apartment, glancing at the tote and easel by the door. "Are you going somewhere?" "I'd planned to go up to the park." The furnished apartment hadn't come with any vases, but it did have a white pitcher she filled with water. "I've been working on plein air, which is landscape painting in its natural setting. It's tricky, but I enjoy it." She arranged the tulips and set them in the middle of the small circular table. "That's good, that you enjoy it. I guess Mannion's teaching you." She lifted her chin at the edge she heard in his rough voice. "He is the only art teacher in town," she said. "Did you come here for a reason, other than to bring me flowers again? Because as lovely as they are—" "I came to ask if you wanted to go out." "Out?" "Like, you know." He sort of waved a broad, work-roughened hand. "Are you asking me out on a date?" "Yeah, I am." "Oh." Now she was the one having trouble coming up with what to say. "There's this restaurant in Port Townsend. It's got both meat and vegetarian dishes." Caroline felt her heart melting as he looked down at the wooden floor he was scuffing his work boot on like a bashful 6-year-old. "I thought maybe we could have dinner there tomorrow night." It wasn't a full surrender, but it was encouraging. "I'd love that." He lifted his head, allowing her to see the surprise and what appeared to be relief in his eyes. "Really?" "Really, it's been a very long time since we've been on a date together." Before he could say anything else, there was another knock at the door. Terrific. And wasn't Mike Mannion showing up just what this situation needed? Knowing she couldn't leave him outside, she drew in a calming breath, then walked across the room and opened the door again. "Ready for a great day?" Mike greeted her, his smile fading as he glanced over her shoulder and saw Ben standing there, hands now jammed into his jeans pockets. "Harper. Mannion." The younger, more romantic girl she'd once been would probably have found the idea of two handsome men vying for her attentions wildly romantic. The woman she'd grown to be did not. "I can stay if you want to talk," she suggested to Ben. "No." He shook the tension from his shoulders. "You go ahead and paint your landscape," he said. "How about I pick you up tomorrow at 6? I took the chance of booking a table on the patio, so we can watch the sunset on the water." Now that was romantic, and definitely encouraging. "I'll be ready." He blew out a breath. "Great. And thank you again for the flowers." Proving he was still a man of few words. She'd probably never change that. He merely nodded. Then, mission accomplished, left the apartment. And if his shoulder just happened to bump Mike's on the way out, well, that could have been an accident. Probably not. "So, we're still on for a lesson?" Mike asked. Sarah felt her lips curving. A day painting in the meadow with a man whose company she enjoyed. and a sunset dinner with her husband tomorrow night. Life was definitely beginning to look up. Absolutely. On this Sunday morning, as usual, Seth had driven Zoe's Civic up to Hurricane Ridge, was waved through the station gate by the ranger on duty, then spent the next hour watching a pair of ospreys with at least 5-foot wingspans sitting, feeding their nestlings with fish they'd fly in from the strait. Usually his trips up here caused an ache in his chest, one that, even though it had lessened over the years, he'd learned to live with. Today, after about 20 minutes, he realized that he wasn't feeling it. He waited a bit, thought about his wife, waited some more as the giant birds dutifully continued their flights back and forth between water and nest. It wasn't that he didn't still miss Zoe. She'd always be a part of him. It was more that somehow over this spring, it didn't hurt to think of her. And most of the anger he'd felt about the unfairness of what had happened was gone. People had told him that time cured all wounds. He'd never believed that, and he knew there'd always be a scar in that place in his heart where Zoe had resided for so many years. But it was no longer a gaping wound, not healed by time. But by Brianna having come back home and into his life, he wasn't sure where they were going. But perhaps that wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe he considered as he got back into the Civic and began the drive back down the road that wound like a tangled fish line out of the park. Like his mother kept telling him, there was a lot to be said about living in the moment. Especially when a lot of those moments were spent having hot, blow-your-mind sex. And something he'd really missed, sleeping with a warm, soft woman in his arms afterward. He was passing the ranger checkpoint when the woman walked out and waved him down. He stopped and she came over to the open driver's side window. "Nice day," she said. "Can't argue with that," Seth said. And it was going to get better once he got over to Herons Landing and spent some lazy Sunday morning time rolling around that wide mattress with Brianna. One cool thing about Sundays was that she'd try out her B&B breakfast menus on him. Last week, she'd had him taste test a citrus berry pizza made with a cream cheese base on top of fluffy dough with a berry topping and whipped cream, which he thought was pretty good for maybe a breakfast appetizer. He'd admitted that male guests would probably prefer her hash brown cheddar cheese bacon casserole topped with eggs fried in fresh butter from a local dairy farm. "Got a question for you," the ranger said as his stomach growled at the memory of that meal. "Okay." He was expecting her to ask about doing more remodeling on her 70s rancher when she surprised him. "You ever think about selling this car?" "Not really." "I was just wondering, now that you and the Mannion girl are an item, I figured you wouldn't need an extra vehicle in that 2-car garage of yours. Of course, I guess if you end up moving into Herons Landing, you can build yourself a bigger garage." She scratched her head like she was thinking on something, while Seth was thinking how the hell she knew about him and Bree. "I'm not sure I'd be that thrilled about having a previous wife's car parked next to mine if I were her, but hey, we all look at things differently, right?" "Right, but what makes you think that Brianna Mannion and I are a couple?" "Oh, honey, don't be so naive. Everyone in town knows that you and that girl are seeing each other." "Seriously?" "I don't get into town gossip, but you're the first person who's brought it up. And if it is true, which I'm not saying it is, how would anyone know?" "Maybe because you haven't been eating dinner at Mannion's every night?" "Sometimes a guy just likes to mix things up. I've gotten takeout tacos and pizza and lasagna." "You've also bought enough groceries down at the market for 2. Unless you're storing up for some disaster like those survivalist types." Seth realized he was busted. "Everyone knows?" "Just about. But don't worry, we're all keeping it off the Facebook page to give you both some privacy." Now there's a concept. One that had, as far as he'd seen, never before existed. "You deserve to have yourself a romance after what all you've been through," she said, her eyes warm with sympathy. Being widowed myself, though not at a tragically young age like you, I know how it feels as if you've lost a major part of yourself, and how small towns can be like living in a fishbowl. When I started going out with my Kenny, who became my girl's stepdaddy, I felt like we were lit up in a spotlight whenever we went anywhere. Gave me an idea how those celebrities must feel, always being followed around by tabloid photographers looking to make a quick buck. I'm not planning to get remarried, he felt obliged to point out before everyone in Honeymoon Harbor had Brianna and him engaged, married, and filling Herons Landing with a passel of kids. He didn't mention that more random scenes of imagined children, who'd grow up loving Herons Landing the same as the two of them did, had occasionally flashed through his mind. Neither was I when I stopped by Kenny's garage to have my winter tires put on. But life goes on, and love can happen just when you're not looking for it.
Well, I appreciate everyone giving us some space, he said.
No worries. And getting back to my original point, if you ever do decide to sell this pretty little red car, I've got a granddaughter who just finished culinary training at Clearwater Community College and got herself a job in Olympia at some fancy seafood place on the Sound.
Good for her.
We're real proud of her. The thing is, she's going to be working nights, and I'd feel a lot better if she didn't have to walk over to the bus depot, then walk home after the driver lets her off a couple blocks from her apartment. I've been thinking that this baby would be affordable for her to keep up and keep her safer. Plus, red's her favorite color. So if you change your mind about keeping it, I'd like first shot at buying it for her.
You've got it, Seth promised. Not that he intended to sell the Civic, but he did agree that while the state capital might not have a lot of big city crime, a young woman walking alone on the dark streets at night probably wasn't the best idea.
Thanks.
She tipped her fingers to her Smokey Bear Ranger hat.
I'd appreciate that. Have yourself a nice rest of your day.
Thanks, I intend to. You too. As he drove to Herons Landing, Seth debated whether or not to tell Brianna that they'd landed in the town's social topic bullseye, apparently reclaiming the spot taken up by his parents' separation and the birth of Kylie and Mai's adopted baby. Chapter 29. Seth was passing Cops and Coffee, wondering what Brianna was making for breakfast, hoping it would hold, because just the thought of her bustling around the kitchen had him fantasizing about taking her on that matte quartz kitchen counter, with her wearing nothing but one of those cute retro 50s aprons she'd begun buying, and maybe a pair of high-heeled pumps like all those TV housewives used to wear. When his dad came out and waved him down, he pulled over to the curb and got out of the truck. "We need to talk," his dad, never much for talking, said without so much as a good morning. "Is it about you and Mom?" He'd been in Cops and Coffee the other morning just in time to see his dad getting onto the ferry. It hadn't made sense because Pete had returned home from the VA hospital last week. Unless something else was going on, a possibility he'd been trying not to think about. "Because I don't want... It is, and it isn't. It's mostly about you and that Mannion girl." What? As far as he knew, except for his poker games, his dad never went anywhere, hardly talked to a soul. How the hell did he know? And what had Seth done to be forced to have this conversation twice on a morning when he could be tasting not just breakfast, but every inch of Brianna's tall, lean body, which he'd come to know as well as his own? "I don't want to be disrespectful here, Dad, but whatever our relationship happens to be, it's our business. And no one else's," he left out. But the message was clear. "It is and it isn't," Ben Harper repeated. "I've got some stuff to say, and you need to listen to it before you fuck up the best thing in your life." Only because his father hadn't offered him a word of advice since he'd shown up at his bedroom door with a box of condoms and given him the talk, Seth decided he must think whatever he had to say was damn important.
which meant the least he could do was hear his old man out. "Let me get some coffee and something to eat. I got a bag of bacon maple donuts. There's enough for 2. Because everything goes better with bacon," Seth said, thinking about Brianna's hash brown, cheddar cheese bacon casserole. "You got that right," Ben said. "I'll meet you at the pier." Surprisingly, the pier wasn't as crowded as Seth would have expected on a sunny Sunday morning. He figured all the serious fishermen were out on the water. Other folks might have been in church, and there was a good possibility Wheel and Barrow was doing a dynamite business with everyone getting excited about a new season of planting their flowers and veggies. His dad was sitting on a green bench toward the end of the pier, not far from a father and kid who looked about 6 or 7 with their lines dangling into the water, walking down the wooden pier, listening to the waves lap against the pilings. Reminded Seth of those days when they'd get up early in the morning to go crabbing off the pier. Although his dad seemed to take his crabbing super seriously, like he did most everything, Seth hadn't cared whether or not they came home with a catch. It was having rare time together that didn't have anything to do with work that was special. Although he wasn't expecting an easy talk, thinking back on those rare times caused a bit of the peace he'd felt up on the ridge to settle back over him. Seth sat on the far end of the bench, folded the plastic top back on his coffee, and dug into the bag between them. Even as he felt his arteries clogging from the sugar, maple, and bacon at the first bite, he decided a heart attack just might be worth it. "So," he said, breaking the silence that lasted through his dad's entire eating of the Long John. "What's up?" His dad adjusted his Harper construction hat, brushed some crumbs off his Tom Selleck mustache, and said, "I've got something to tell you, and then we're not going to talk about it again, okay?" "Okay." "It's about my trips to Seattle. I'm guessing you didn't think I was visiting Pete." "That became clear after Pete came home and you were still taking those days off." Seth hadn't wanted to know about that because it brought up too many possibilities. Like, was his dad seeing someone because he thought his wife was sleeping with Mike Mannion? Or had his mother left because he'd had a woman on the side all the time? "I've been seeing this therapist." "A therapist?" Having just taken a drink, Seth spit out his port-side dark roast. "Like one who works on your bum knee?" Which had come from too many years of going up and down ladders. "Or like a shrink?" Unlikely. It'd be easier to believe his father had been beamed up by a spaceship. "She's a licensed therapist with a bunch of psychology degrees from fancy universities hanging on her wall." Seth took another long drink of coffee, willing the triple shot to pump caffeine into his brain. "You've been taking the ferry to the mainland, then driving to Seattle to see a shrink." He raised his hand to take that word back when his father speared him with a look sharper than the fillet knife he'd used to clean Steelhead. "Licensed therapist. You got a problem with that?" "No, it's just not what I was expecting." "You thought I was seeing another gal?" "No. Yes. Well, okay, since you brought it up. It did cross my mind." Returning to his spaceship analogy, Seth wished that he could just call on Scotty to beam him up to anywhere and any other time but here. "Maybe. I'd never cheat on your mother. Ever." "I believe you." Ben Harper was not without his faults, but Seth had never known him to lie, which was why his lack of openness about his reasons for suddenly disappearing every few days had been troublesome. There had been one more possibility that Seth hadn't wanted to consider, that he was getting some sort of medical care he was keeping to himself, like he had with his damn appendix. "I'm also glad that you have neither another woman on the side or cancer." "Why the hell would you think I had cancer?" Ben dug into the bag again and pulled out a second Long John. "No reason. There was no point in bringing up him almost dying once for having been a damn fool when his appendix had burst." "Why didn't you tell me? Does Mom know?" Not yet. And before you play Dear Abby and say I ought to tell her, I'm planning to. I just wanted to make sure I could also tell her that I'd gotten my head straight and would spend the rest of my life making up for past problems I'd caused her. Well, what did a guy say to that? Especially when it came from your own father, after you'd already told him that you didn't want to get mixed up in his marital drama. That's good. He nodded and took a bite himself. Real good, he said around a mouthful of donut. You know I was in the military before I met your mother. Sure. Though his dad had never talked about his military days, Seth had seen a photo of him on his boot camp graduation day, looking ready to take on all the world's bad guys, single-handed. You were in the Navy. Though it pissed off my dad, I didn't want to stick around this town, so I bought into the message on those posters in the recruiting office window telling me that if I joined the Navy, I could see the world. Did you? See the world? Another thing his dad had never mentioned. Some of it, but only after having a long talk with the recruiter my junior year of high school. I've heard a lot of them lie, but he was up front and told me that I wouldn't get to see much of the world from the deck of a ship or in a sub. Also because I was captain of both the football and baseball teams and had good grades in math and science, which probably came from years of working on houses with my dad growing up. He figured I might have a chance of making the SEALs. But having at least an associate's degree would give me a boost up. So I went to community college nights and Saturdays while working all day for my dad on houses. Then I joined up. You were a SEAL? Yeah. Not right away. There's a hell of a lot of hoops and training to get through, and they make it as hard as they can so they can be sure you can handle the job. But I made the grade, and I got to see some of the world, though not places most people ever want to go. He took a long gulp of coffee and looked out over the water, but Seth got the feeling his dad wasn't looking at snow-clad Mount Baker towering in the distance, but something else. Something else in his past he'd never mentioned. I was in Lebanon. Seth skimmed through a mental history book and did the math. In Beirut? Yeah. For the barracks bombing? That had taken the lives of how many Marines? Yeah, it was the deadliest attack on Marines since Iwo Jima. The deadliest single-day death toll for the U.S. military since the Tet Offensive, and the deadliest terrorist attack before 9/11. Seth didn't remember reading all that, but he figured if he'd been there for the bombing, he'd never have forgotten it. Were you in the barracks? How the hell could he have not at least heard that story? No, we were 500 yards away, up in the hills above the city on a reconnaissance mission. We came under artillery fire on the way back, and by the time we got to our bunker, it was nearly 5 a.m. We could have taken our mess kits and gone down and had ourselves a hot breakfast, but we were pretty wiped by then, so the effort didn't seem worth it. Some of the other guys were going to wind down from the adrenaline rush and read. Robert B. Parker had a new book out, and others got out some Playboy and Penthouse magazines. But I hit the rack. I don't know how long I slept, but suddenly the entire place shook like it had been hit with one of those bunker buster bombs. There was a lot of confusion while we were all trying to figure out what the hell had happened. But then Benson, one of my teammates who'd been out taking a piss, came running in shouting that they'd hit the barracks. It was hard to believe what we were seeing. Some days it still seems more like one of those end-of-the-world movies. While we'd been safe, sleeping or looking at porn, what turned out to be a truck bomb had damn near vaporized a 4-story building. We went racing down the hill into this enormous cloud of ash and debris falling everywhere, and everyone who was mobile began digging out our dead and wounded from the rubble while snipers kept shooting at us. For days, a lot of guys got hit by bullets, others by
cracking and spattering concrete. Meanwhile, down the road, another truck took out the French barracks. Many of those killed were paratroopers standing out on balconies, trying to figure out what had happened where we were. Jesus. Seth had seen old news videos during his American history class, but never in a million years had he imagined his dad in those scenes. It was the closest thing to hell I ever hoped to get, Ben said. It took days, and eventually the voices of guys still trapped quit calling out for help. That was the worst. But at the same time, it was so fucking overwhelming that we became frozen to it. We just kept working, all night and day. I don't think I could have done that, Seth admitted. Yeah, you could have, but I wouldn't have wanted you to, his dad said. And I'm not telling you this to make you feel worse about your own grief over losing your wife in the same damn way. I wasn't happy about her going off to war, but hell, it wasn't any of my business. That gal was always going to do exactly what she wanted to. You're not going to get any argument from me about that. As Seth said the words, he realized that along with the peace that had come over him, he was no longer as angry as he had been even a few weeks ago. Not at Zoe, and not at himself. Which didn't mean he didn't still wish he'd been able to stop her. But like his dad said, she was a woman who knew her own mind. Just like Brianna, but in a different way. But you got over it? You never get over a thing like that, Ben said. You put it away in a box where you don't ever have to think about it. He looked at Seth, long and hard. I imagine you know a lot about that. Yeah, I do. The thing is that it doesn't work forever. The Trade Center bombings brought it all back to me. That was the first time I had to tell your mother about it. Not the entire story, just that I'd been there. Mom hadn't known before then? Like I said, it was in a box. We didn't meet until I got out, so there was no point in mentioning it. I don't know what I would have done without her. Yeah, I do, he said. I just would have ended it after the PTSD came back. And didn't Seth know the siren's call of doing exactly that? Maybe that was another thing he and his dad shared in their DNA, the inability to take the easy way out. Ben blew out a long breath. So I built myself another box, even stronger than the first, and made sure I stayed away from the TV during September every year. That was working, kind of, anyway, although your mother might claim differently because things were more strained from time to time, though we got through it. Until all this damn terrorist stuff started up again all over the news, and it's like I'm right back there in Beirut. She wants me to quit my job. Seth decided against saying he knew that. I promised her, when we got married, that someday we'd travel. So she's got this idea about buying a motorhome and driving across America, seeing all the national parks and stuff. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, but it also means that we'd be stuck together in a damn metal box for 24 hours a day. And because I love her more than life itself, I just couldn't dump all these ugly, dark memories and feelings I've locked up inside me on her. Has the therapist helped with that? Seth asked hopefully. Now that he'd heard the story, he had a lot more invested in his parents' marriage succeeding. But not if it was going to cause them both pain. Yeah, she has, which is surprising because she's, well, a woman and young, just a few years older than you. Maybe that's a good thing. PTSD has been around forever, but it hasn't been studied that much. She'd probably be more up on treatment, Seth suggested. I'm comfortable talking to her, Ben agreed. I didn't think I would be. Probably because he didn't experience any male competitive feelings, Seth suspected. And there was also the fact that being a man of a certain age, he'd be more likely to accept a woman as someone who could understand emotional problems he couldn't talk about with the guys. I'm glad for you. Yeah, she's helped a lot with what she calls coping techniques. I've been doing some deep breathing and visualization, but I drew the line at taking up yoga. Can't say I blame you there." Just the idea of his father doing a downward dog made Seth grin. "So," Ben brushed his hands together to shake off the sugar, "the thing is, you've probably got a lot of stuff in your box, too. Maybe. You've also got yourself a good woman who's had a thing for you all her life. Geez, does everyone know that? Everyone but you, it seems. You were too young to be looking in that direction early on. Then once you met Zoe Robinson, you were blind to seeing any other girls. The past few weeks I've realized that a lot of guys are probably okay with living alone. But you and me, we're not them. I'm going to do my damnedest to get my wife back from Mike Mannion. She's not with Mike. Not yet, maybe. But if I lose her, he'd be the obvious choice to be her rebound guy. I'll take care of my relationship. I've been working on it bit by bit, and it's getting easier. We're going out on a date tomorrow. To this wine bar bistro place in Port Townsend, so she can eat her veggies, but it also serves steak, so I figured that'd be a good compromise. It is, and a good start. That's what my therapist says. She also taught me some conversational tricks that don't risk us getting into any argument over me quitting work or any future plans. We're supposed to just experience living in the moment together, she says. Deep color flushed up his neck. She got me to do this conversational, dinner-talking, role-playing thing. Despite the seriousness of the discussion, Seth struggled not to laugh at this news flash. And how did that turn out? Pretty damn well. She had your mother down pat, meaning I guess she listened to everything I'd said about Caroline. I think that's what they're supposed to do, listen. Yeah, it was a lot like when Tony'd talk with Dr. Melfi on The Sopranos. So hopefully we'll make it through dinner okay. My money's on you. Yeah, like we used to say in the SEALs, the only easy day was yesterday, and failure's not an option. Which you need to keep in mind and not let that Mannion girl get away, Ben warned. She's a keeper, and if you lose her, you'll end up spending the rest of your life regretting screwing up a relationship you both deserve. As weird as it was, getting romantic advice from a man who'd probably, even a month ago, choked over the word relationship, Seth only wished things between him and Brianna were that simple. Chapter 30. Seth found Brianna in the kitchen as she was most Sunday mornings, unfortunately not naked beneath a blue and white gingham apron with a ruffle around the bottom, but slicing white button mushrooms with a lethal-looking knife at a speed that would put his nail gun to shame. "I hope you're up for another hash breakfast." She greeted him with a smile that soothed the still ragged edges from his conversation with his dad. At the same time, the way she'd put her hair up into that messy high bun revealed a long, smooth neck he'd wanted to lick, and that was just for starters. "Sounds good." Lifting her up on that counter and burying himself deep inside her sounded even better. "It's a Pacific Northwest take on corned beef hash, with Dungeness crab in place of the corned beef. I picked the crab up fresh at Kira's Fish House this morning." One of the aspects of her business she was highlighting on her website and brochures was how all the food served at Herons Landing was both locally inspired and locally sourced. In these days of more and more foodies finding their way to the peninsula, he figured that would prove a strong draw. When she turned and bent over to get a box of eggs from the oversized fridge, a jolt of lust had him groaning, which caused her to glance back over her shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." From the concern in her blue eyes as they swept over him, he guessed she might be wondering why he'd been so late arriving this morning. "On my way here, Dad was coming out of Cops and Coffee. He waved me down and wanted to talk." "Is everything all right?" "Yeah. Mostly, I guess. You know, he's been taking time off the job." "Because he's cutting back to part-time, right, now that this place is coming along so well?"
She began dicing the red potatoes for the hash. I also figured he's probably finishing up the last of those plaster molds at his workshop.
Both those are true.
Seth weighed, breaking a confidence, but it wasn't like his dad had instructed him to keep it under his hat. And Bree wasn't just anyone. She was the woman he was having sex with. No, it was more than that. His dad was right about one thing. They were in a relationship. Where they were going, he still wasn't sure, but they'd shared the most intimate parts of themselves. He knew if their situations were reversed, not that he could ever see John and Sarah Mannion having marriage problems. She'd share with him.
But another reason is that he's been seeing a therapist in Seattle.
Seriously? It was a good thing she'd already put the eggs down on the counter, because as she spun back toward him, she probably would have dropped them.
Really? Apparently he's been seeing her twice a week.
Wow. I never in a million years would have imagined that.
Join the club.
He must truly love your mom to do something that must be incredibly difficult for him. Did you say her?
Yeah, it's a woman. A young woman, but he assures me she's got a lot of fancy degrees and licenses, and she seems to be getting through to him.
Oh, Seth. That's so wonderful. Her face lit up like the morning sun. Those lips he'd been thinking about tasting since he came back from the pier curved in a dazzling smile that brightened her eyes, like the diamond lights that danced on the surface of Mirror Lake on a summer day.
He's taking Mom on a date.
Oh, she sighed. He thought he saw the glisten of a tear in one eye. That's so sweet. Here in town?
No, Port Townsend. He figured they'd have more privacy that way.
Good idea. Brianna nodded her approval. The therapist must really have him working hard on this.
Seems so.
He decided she didn't need to know about the role-playing. Seth sure as hell wouldn't want anyone knowing he was doing anything like that.
He's also working on some military stuff that he hasn't been able to shake.
I'd forgotten he was in the military. That was before you were born, right?
Yeah. Get this? He was a SEAL.
She'd turned her knife skills to chopping some herbs. I can see that.
You can?
Absolutely, she confirmed. If they're anything like the movies I've seen or the romances I've read, they tend to be strong, silent types. And he'd never ring out. Which was a candidate's way of signaling that all the pain, misery, coldness, and fatigue the training class was put through had become too much.
You watched that documentary on Bud's training?
I streamed it on Netflix. The books got me curious. He's one amazing man, your father.
Don't tell him I told you this.
Cross my heart. Which she did with her fingers.
He was a hero. During the Beirut barracks bombing.
Oh my God. She took hold of the counter as if to steady herself, obviously stunned and envisioning the same videos that had flashed through his mind. He'd been too young to remember the stories growing up, but every few years on the anniversary, one of the cable news programs or PBS would run a segment. I can't imagine what that must have been like for him. So that was before he met your mom?
Yeah.
I know I'm repeating myself, but wow. That explains a lot. He'd have to have lingering PTSD. And all the other terrorist things that have happened since then must have triggered old feelings.
Ever think of becoming a therapist?
He asked. Her smile lacked its usual brightness. It was a little sad, and her expressive eyes revealed how deep her sympathy went. I told you, my job was about more than getting show tickets or restaurant reservations. People were either celebrating something important that I needed to ensure became a memory, or they were stressed out and needed calming, or they had personal problems they thought maybe they could escape by coming to a city that's a 24-hour, 7-days-a-week carnival. Which, of course, didn't work. So, there were times I had to deal with the aftermath of self-medication. Her smile softened, Then there were others who still had personal reasons for coming. She told him about the elderly lady who carried her husband's ashes back every year. Not having visited his wife's grave once, Seth felt guilty about that one. But then again, the Zoe he'd married was no more in the ground than the widow's husband had been in that urn. Well, she blew out a ragged breath. This conversation has certainly turned depressing. I have an idea. He went around the counter and brushed away 2 tears that were trailing down her cheek. The other hand brushed along the outline of her lips that he'd gone too long, hours without tasting. When does that hash need to go into the oven? She covered his hand on her cheek with her own softer, smaller, smoother one. It can wait. Then went up on her toes to meet his mouth. I have something to ask you, Brianna said after they'd dressed and were back downstairs in the kitchen. Okay, did I mention this is the best yet? He asked after plowing halfway through the crab hash she'd topped with a spicy sauce. You did, thank you. And amazingly, I won that praise without including a single slice of bacon. I already had bacon today. You did? Yeah, Dad got bacon maple long johns. A heart attack waiting to happen. Probably, but worth it. Though they were nothing like this, your guests are going to lick their plates. And the fact that it has fresh Dungeness makes it even more of a treat for all those folks who aren't lucky enough to live on Pacific waters. Thank you. She got up from across the table, bent down, and kissed him. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. But what I was going to ask you has to do with the farm. Your parents' farm? Yes. She seemed hesitant, which was unusual for her. From the time she'd arrived in town, she'd seemed totally confident. Next week is planting time. Which means the festival. It wasn't that big a deal as festivals went, because it involved work, but a lot of townspeople came out to plant the trees and eat great food donated from local vendors like Luca's Kitchen, Mannion's, Dinah's Diner, and Taco the Town. And this year, Cops and Coffee and Ovenly would be joining them. The cool thing for families was that the trees could be tagged with the names of the people who'd planted them. Then 7 or 10 years later, they could come out and cut their own personal Christmas trees. Granted, not that many had the patience to do that, but Bree had told him that families celebrated the births of each of their children that way. Others bought living trees that they'd replant in their own yards. Yes, I was thinking that just maybe you'd be willing to go with me. Even though everyone will see us together? We've been working on the house for weeks, she pointed out as she sat back down in her own chair and put her napkin back on her lap in a way that revealed her surprising discomfort with the topic, which left him thinking that, in a way, by keeping their affair or relationship or whatever the hell it was a secret, he'd been behaving as if he was somehow ashamed of it, or at least ignoring it the way his dad had with his mom. It's not as if it would be that much of a surprise, she said, unless you felt moved to do something like kiss me. I always feel moved to kiss you. It was his turn to get up from the table. From now on, he decided they were going to sit next to each other, or, better yet, she could sit on his lap, and he'd feed her. He bent and let his lips cling to hers for a long, delicious time that had him thinking he could probably warm up the rest of the hash later, after he'd had her again. And FYI, everyone already knows about us, he said. They do not. According to Dad, they do.
We invite you to slow down, listen closely to the melody, and allow yourself to recharge during this short break. This is a free audiobook experience for all.
And the park ranger, whom he decided wasn't relevant to this conversation.
There's no reason for us to try to keep it a secret anymore, Bree. It was probably an impossible idea in the first place.
True, she agreed with a sigh. But I've enjoyed having what I thought was our private time together. Time to get reacquainted, but in a new way. A more intimate way, she didn't say. But he knew she was thinking it, and not just a sexual intimacy, but a personal one. She'd even told him about Dr. Dick, who'd been the inciting incident that had triggered her return home. Part of him had wanted to fly to Des Moines and punch the doctor in his smug billionaire face. Another, stronger part thought he ought to thank the Dick for his part in Brianna Mannion being back in his life.
I always liked the tree planting,
he said, though back then he'd hung out more with her brothers, and they'd always seemed to end up more wet and muddy than everyone else due to pitching wet, packed balls of soil and mulch at each other.
And I can't think of any better way to spend the day than planting your family's trees with you. On one condition.
She narrowed her eyes, hearing the sexual tease in his roughened tone. What's that?
That we wash the mud off each other in that shower upstairs.
Her smile was both promise and temptation as she reached up, caught his face in her hands, and drew his mouth back to hers. Deal. After another round of steamy sex that Seth figured would have set up earthquake alarms all over the peninsula, they were lying in bed, all warm in each other's arms, when his phone rang.
Hey, Dad,
he said, feeling far more cheerful than he had in a very long time. It turned out that Quinn and Jarl had been right, that frequent and hot sex had been just the ticket to lift that dark cloud from his head. But not with anyone. It was Brianna who'd changed his life. And as he lay there in the wide bed, with the quilt, top sheet, and all those frou-frou pillows women seemed to like knocked onto the hand-scraped wooden floor, he admitted to himself something that had been teasing in the background of his mind, but he hadn't dared put into words. Just like the ranger had with her Kenny, somehow, when he hadn't been looking, he'd fallen in love with Brianna Mannion.
What's up?
He said, dragging his mind back to his father.
It's your mom. Oh?
He exchanged a smile with Bree, who'd left the bed and was fastening a skimpy lace bra the color of a midnight sky. As much as he was enjoying all the fancy lingerie she'd picked up at the Dancing Deer, he would have found her just as sexy in that plain cotton she'd been wearing their first time.
Need some more dating advice?
No.
She's in the hospital. The hospital? Why? What happened?
He was out of bed like a shot, searching around for his own scattered clothing. Brianna fell to her knees and crawled beneath the bed to retrieve the boxer briefs she'd sent flying.
She had a heart attack while painting some damn deer in a meadow. Fuck.
He yanked on the briefs and began hopping foot to foot, pulling on his jeans.
I'll be right there.
This time, the look he exchanged with Brianna, who was already fully dressed, was grim. And he suspected as terrified as he felt.
Do you need me to pick you up?
No, I just reached the ER. With that, Ben cut off the phone. She'll be all right. Brianna assured him after they'd found their shoes, raced out to his truck, and went roaring down the long driveway that Amanda, who'd had bulldozers working for the past week in front, had begun lining with tall, shaggy fir trees.
You don't know that,
Seth said through clenched teeth as he turned onto the road leading down the bluff into town. It was only because he didn't want to kill any innocent people on the way that kept him from flooring the gas. And you don't know that she won't be, she pointed out, with a calm that he figured had worked well with angry people for whom she couldn't get tickets for some stupid, overpriced Las Vegas show.
Don't fucking patronize me.
I wasn't. She defended herself with a flare of heat that, even as terrified as he was, Seth realized came from her own fear. It was all either of them were to say until they'd reached the hospital. "You go in," she said as they pulled up into the yellow zone in front of the ER. "I'll go park the truck to keep it from getting towed, then come find you." He wanted to thank her, not just for that, but for being there for him, for being her. But not wanting to take the time to find the words, he burst out of the truck and raced to the door. Chapter 31. He heard his father before he saw him, standing in front of a window labeled reception, like they were checking into some hotel or something. On the other side, a woman stood at a counter, shaking her head. Oh yeah, this was going well. "Dad." He put a hand on his father's shoulder. "Calm down." "Calm down? You expect me to calm down when my wife's back there and they won't even let me see her?" "As I've explained, Mr. Harper," the woman said, color beginning to rise in her cheeks. "Your wife has been admitted and is undergoing tests." "I need to be with her." "I understand, but what she needs is for the doctors and nurses treating her not to be distracted. And to be perfectly frank, the only thing you could do back there is increase her stress, which I'm sure you wouldn't want to do." "You don't know a damn thing about us," Ben said. "Maybe she's worried that I don't know. Maybe—" He swallowed like he had a boulder in his throat. "Maybe she's afraid that she'll die without me with her." "Both those scenarios are quite possible." Seth heard a calm voice behind them and realized that Bree had parked the truck and found her way here. "And you're right to be concerned. If I were you, I'd be frightened. But truly the best thing you can do right now, Ben, is let the people who know what they're doing take care of her." She took Ben's hand, which was curled into a fist by his side, and gently unfolded his fingers, lacing them with hers. Amazingly, at least to Seth, his father didn't pull away. Instead, he clung so tightly that he could see Bree's knuckles going white. "Hello," she said with a smooth, professional smile meant to soothe troubled waters. "I'm Brianna Mannion, a friend of the family." "I know who you are," the woman said. "You're the mayor's daughter. You're fixing up that old haunted house." "I am, and I realize that you have a great deal to do, but Mr. Harper and I were wondering if there's any way you could get a message to his wife to let her know that he and her son are both here." "I could do that," she agreed. "Thank you." The smile turned from professional to warm and grateful. Watching her, Seth realized that her former job had required more than organizational skills and a caretaker personality. It had also required acting skills. "We'd appreciate that so much, Ms. Banning." "Would you be related to Jack Banning?" "He's my grandson." "Isn't that one of the benefits of a small town? We're all family, in a way. Jack sat in front of me in Mr. Clinton's social studies class. He was an excellent student." "He's a teacher at the college," the woman said as Seth's father began to shift from foot to foot. "Isn't that wonderful? He was always the smartest boy in the class. And I don't want to put you to too much bother." "That's her damn job," Ben muttered. Brianna squeezed his hand but ignored his statement. "Let Bree handle this, Dad," Seth said quietly. "Trust me, she's got it." "As I was about to say," Brianna continued, "it would be so helpful if you could have someone find us a waiting room. Mrs. Harper has a great many friends, and I know that you wouldn't want all the other people who are waiting in the main room to be disturbed by the crowd that will undoubtedly show up, especially since they have their own worries and don't need the distraction." "I can do that." She scribbled a note and gave it to a young man sitting at a black metal desk behind her. "Go tell Mrs. Harper that her family's here," she instructed. "And the mayor's daughter." She added that as if Brianna were some sort of Honeymoon Harbor royalty, which Seth considered, in a way, she was. "Then take them up to the small waiting room by the CCU." She turned back to Brianna, totally ignoring Ben as if he'd turned invisible. Since the cardiac care unit was named after your family, it's only right that you get yourselves a private waiting room." She paused, shooting Ben a steely warning look. "As long as there aren't any Mannion-Harper problems." "There won't be," Seth's father said, his jaw clenched. "Good." The woman picked up a stack of papers, hit them against the counter to line up the edges, and put them in a folder. "If you'll have a seat, Brian will be back in a moment. But he's only a clerk," she said, wagging a finger at him. "So don't be trying to get any information from him, because he's neither medically trained nor allowed to talk to families about such things." "We'll wait for the doctor," Seth assured her. "Fine." She smiled at him, then at Brianna. Once again, his father had turned invisible, which right now could only be a good thing. Caroline had been worried about Ben, even more concerned that he'd be getting the news from Michael, who'd called 911. But the nice young orderly had assured her that her husband and son had arrived at the hospital with Brianna, and that a private waiting room was being arranged. She worried a bit that Ben might feel as if the Mannions were throwing their name around, which is certainly what she'd do if it would have made any difference. But she also decided to leave that problem to Seth and Brianna, who, from what Sarah had told her over the years, excelled in making the impossible possible. This situation, which she'd gotten herself into by being a damn fool and not realizing that her symptoms had not been from allergies, but heart problems, could well require every ounce of professional skills Sarah and John's daughter possessed. On the plus side, she was feeling much better. The IV and meds they'd given her when she'd first arrived were obviously doing their job, and the sense of panic that had had her in its grip during the ambulance ride down from the park had eased. Though she figured she'd have bruises from that bumpy ride. You'd think, she considered as an orderly wheeled her toward the X-ray department, where they were going to take films of her heart and give her an echocardiogram, and possibly yet more tests, that vehicles transporting seriously injured patients would have softer suspensions. She doubted that the old iron-wheeled wagons that used to go up and down those mountain roads could have been any rougher. Her last thought, as the door to the room closed behind her, was that she was going to miss a date with her husband. Chapter 32. The waiting was interminable. Although Brianna had sat with that woman in Honolulu and cared about her husband's outcome, she'd still been there as what she saw to be part of her job. This, on the other hand, was intensely personal. Her mother and father had arrived, as had Quinn. Sarah had called other friends, but asked them to put off coming to the hospital for now. Knowing how quickly word would get out, she'd also had Caroline's condition put on the town's Facebook page, with a note that she wouldn't be allowed visitors. So, not wanting to get in the way of staff trying to help patients, she requested that people not come to the hospital at this time. And please, no flowers, because as they all knew, Caroline Harper suffered from allergies, especially during spring pollen season. So for now, those waiting were just the small group of Mannions and Harpers attempting to reassure each other that everything was going to be fine. And repeating the cliché of all clichés, that no news was good news. Ben, unsurprisingly, couldn't sit still. Although his pacing was getting on her nerves, she understood. Taking in his complexion, which had turned from the angry red it had been when she and Seth had arrived, to a sickly gray, she was grateful that medical care was close by. And wouldn't that be all Seth needed? Both his parents admitted to the hospital on the same day. Finally, the doctor arrived. "Mr. Harper?" She addressed Ben. "That's me. How's my wife?" "She's doing quite well, actually, especially considering that she's already had at least one heart attack." "What? How could she have a heart attack and not know?" "Women's symptoms often go unnoticed. They can be mistaken for cold, fatigue, flu, general malaise. Even this time of year, allergies." She complained about that, Seth murmured, closing his eyes and shaking his head, giving Brianna the impression he was wishing he could turn back time. It well could have been allergies, the doctor reassured him. This year's Scotch broom is the worst I've seen in years. At any rate, as a precautionary measure, we performed blood tests to measure the levels of cardiac enzymes that can indicate heart muscle damage. The results of your wife's test revealed that she did indeed have an attack today. Ben's low, pained moan was easily heard in the silence of the small room. Not to get too technical, but troponins are proteins found inside heart cells that are released when damaged due to a lack of blood supply to the heart. Her levels also indicated an attack. Christ. The way Ben collapsed into a chair had Brianna worried he'd pass out. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, the doctor said briskly. It's definitely serious, but not nearly as bad as it could be. The echocardiogram revealed enough damage that since you'd signed permission for any necessary tests— Hell yes, do whatever you need, Ben said. We did a coronary catheterization, which you may have heard referred to as an angiogram. Liquid dye was injected into the arteries of Mrs. Harper's heart through a long, thin catheter that was fed through an artery in her leg to her heart. She paused when he slumped and dragged both hands down his face. Are you all right? Yeah. He took a deep breath, blew it out. It's a very standard test, she assured him. The reason we do it is the dye makes the arteries visible on X-ray, revealing areas of blockage. In your wife's case, it appears not to be a problem we need to worry about at the moment. She was fortunate to receive good care from the start. She'd taken a small aspirin last night, but EMTs gave her an additional one which reduces blood clotting to allow the blood to flow through a narrowed artery. They also gave her nitroglycerin to dilate the vessels, and oxygen, and installed an IV so she'd be ready for us to give her clot busters as soon as she arrived. Time, as you may know, is of the essence. Both my parents died of heart attacks, Ben said. Both on the same day. Mom in the morning, Dad at night. That unfortunately occurs, she said. It's been recognized as sudden adult death syndrome, triggered by emotional stress. I'm sorry that you had to experience such a loss. I got through it. He brushed her sympathy off with his typical Harper male bravado. All I want to know is when I can see my wife. We'll be moving her upstairs and settling her into a room, the doctor said. She'll need to stay for 3 days, possibly more, until we're sure it's safe to release her. But she can't resume her normal work life for probably 8 weeks. I'll take care of her. Ben shot a look at Seth. I'm nearly retired now. She needs me more than you do. Absolutely, Seth agreed. And don't worry about the work, we'll be fine. All right, then. The doctor glanced down at her watch. A code coming over the loudspeaker called her back to her duties. We'll talk again over the next days. Meanwhile, if all goes as well as I expect, she should be able to go home in a few days. But you need to remember that she's still at risk. I'll want her to undergo a stress test as a follow-up to see how her heart and blood vessels respond to exertion. However, she said, more gently than she'd spoken since entering the room. On a positive note, I'd say she's a lucky woman, Mr. Harper. And I suspect from the bit she and I have talked, she's very special, and you're a very fortunate man. You've got that right. Ben agreed with more heartfelt emotion than Brianna had ever heard from him. Caroline had to be all right, she thought, because all of the Harpers, who were in new phases of their lives, needed her to be. Ben had just finished taking a much-needed piss, which he hadn't allowed himself to do because he'd refused to leave the waiting room for a second for fear of missing his wife's doctor. When all of the damn people in this town, Mike Mannion strolled down the hall.
My wife isn't allowed visitors.
He growled in his hands, scarred from a lifetime of saving honeymoon harbor houses, fisted.
I understand. I've already talked with the charge nurse.
Of course he had. For some reason, Ben hadn't been able to understand. Every female in Shelter Bay seemed to go into estrogen overload whenever the artist was around.
She told me that she was holding her own. She's a tough girl,
Ben said, softening a bit as that night they'd met flashed back through his mind.
One of those steel magnolias. She's going to be fine. Of course she will,
Mannion said in an agreeable way that made Ben want to punch him in that pretty black Irish face.
But I came here to talk with you. What about? Why don't we take it to the coffee shop?
The other man suggested.
Or outside.
If they went outside, he'd risk slugging the guy, which Caroline would probably never forgive him for. He shrugged, even as his gut clenched. Ben didn't want to hear anything Mike Mannion had to tell him, especially anything to do with his wife.
I guess I could use some coffee,
he said. His nerves were already jangling with worry and all the toxic sludge they called coffee from the hallway vending machine. But he figured the cafeteria was better than discussing their situation somewhere private. After dropping back into the waiting room, letting everyone know that he was just getting some coffee and needed some time alone, Ben was sitting at a corner table, hunkered over a cardboard cup of joe he didn't want, waiting for whatever Mannion had come here to hit him with.
I'll get straight to the point,
Mike Mannion said.
I love Caroline. I've loved her since that first night of the play, when she came over to talk to me about the set. She left with me.
Mannion nodded, eyed Ben over the rim of the brown and white cup.
She did, to my everlasting regret. To tell the truth, I didn't think you two would last the summer. You're very disparate personalities. Different.
Ben's fingers tightened on the cup enough to send coffee splashing over the top onto the table. Both men ignored it.
I know what the hell disparate means. Just because I work with my hands doesn't mean I don't have a brain. Or a dictionary.
He'd like to see artsy-fartsy Mannion do a damn day's work with his hands, creating something that people, families could build a life in. He painted pretty pictures that went on walls the Harpers had once built and now restored. Another nod.
I didn't mean to sound condescending. Like you didn't mean to take up with another man's wife?
Ben challenged. His teeth clenched so tight he imagined he could hear them cracking.
I haven't taken up with her. She's merely a student. And a friend. She appreciated the roses, by the way. Nice touch.
Ben wanted to hate his rival, but gave him credit for offering some kernel of hope. He wasn't sure that if he'd been in the other man's shoes, he would have been that generous.
But here's the thing,
Mannion continued, his own jaw stiffening.
I know she's given you an ultimatum. I suspect this incident could well tilt things. Whether toward or away from me, I have no idea. But I imagine when you think you might die, you take stock of your life. Makes sense to me,
Ben agreed.
So if you can't pull this off, and give her what she wants, what she needs, I'm giving you fair warning that I can, and I will. And you'll be the one out in the cold, remembering a night when the most amazing woman you'd ever met in your life drove into town, showed up at a small-town theater in the Firs, then left you to spend the rest of your days thinking about what might have been.
His piece said. Mannion picked up his cup and tossed it, untouched, into the recycling bin on the way out of the coffee shop. Brianna wasn't that surprised when Seth's visit with his mother was short. Although she hadn't kept track, she doubted it lasted more than 3 minutes. It must have been horrible for him, having lost his wife, then almost his mother, both without any warning. "It's not your fault," she said as they drove back to Herons Landing.
She was coughing.
So is half the town. It's spring in the Pacific Northwest. My car got covered with tree pollen while I was having lunch up on the ridge. I've probably been going through a box of Kleenex a day. That might have been an exaggeration, but not by much. It's one of the prices we pay for living in such a stunning part of the country.
And she looked tired.
Her marriage is rocky right now, which, thinking about it, also means she could lose her income if she and your dad can't find a way to continue to work together. It only makes sense that she wouldn't be sleeping well. When I first arrived, you had enough bags beneath your eyes that if you decided to fly anywhere, they'd probably charge you extra luggage fees.
Did you talk this way to those rich guests? Or am I the only one who's lucky enough to get the tough love lecture?
Ouch. I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to blame yourself. These things happen.
Yeah, I'm very well aware of that.
He didn't say anything else on the way back to the house, but she could feel him silently berating himself, possibly going all the way back to those arguments Zoe used to tell her they were having about ROTC. Because best friends tell each other everything, she knew how hard he'd tried to talk her out of going into the military. Now, she feared his mind was filled with if-onlys. He wasn't a negative person, like his father, but one thing they did share was that even on a good day, Seth wasn't that talkative. So she decided there was no way to discuss this, at least not now, that would soothe his pain. And this was one of the few cases when she doubted that food would work either. Which only left one thing. Chapter 33. As soon as they entered the house, Bandit greeted them as though they'd been gone a year instead of a few hours. Brianna gave him a huge bone and his ball, which would hopefully keep him busy and put him outside. Then, without a word, she laced her fingers together with Seth's and led him toward the back stairs.
I'm not sure I'm up to this,
he said.
Not right now.
You don't have to do a thing, she said. We both need something to hold on to right now. So, I'll hold on to you while you hold on to me. Except for that first time when she'd embraced her inner Kylie and initiated the shower, Seth had always made the first move. Not that she'd minded, because all his moves were excellent. But this time, she undressed him slowly, lifting his shirt over his head, then pressing soft, gentle kisses down his chest. As always, she felt that shock of awareness and sexual need when her lips brushed over his abdomen, but she forced herself to control it. Sit down, she said, pushing him onto the bed. Although the color was impractical, she'd gone with a romantic all-white bed in shades of cream, ivory, and a soft, snowy shade. For now, she'd draped a light taupe throw over the handmade quilt she'd bought at Quilter's Garden. But come winter, she was looking forward to the fluffy white faux fur throw her mother had put a photo of on the room's design board. She knelt on the floor, unlacing, then removing the black and white Converse All-Star high tops he was wearing today instead of his usual work boots. She pressed another kiss against his bare ankle, pleased when he'd responded with a shudder. She'd discovered that surprising erogenous zone the second time they'd made love, and was even more pleased that he hadn't even known he had it. And wasn't that the wonder of making love, sharing and discovering new and special things about each other? It was hard to hide who you were when you were naked, open, and yes, vulnerable. After kicking off her keds, she'd climbed up on the bed, straddling his hips as she got busy on those 5 damn buttons that he insisted on wearing. Why couldn't he wear jeans with a zipper? Then again, being forced to slow down was probably a good thing today. As she pressed a series of kisses along his shoulders, she could feel the rock-hard tightness start to relax. After unfastening each metal button, she pressed her lips against the placket of his navy boxer briefs. Bree. He dragged his hands through her hair, but did not pull her head away. Oh, she was getting to him. as she had in years and years of forbidden dreams, but the reality was so much better. "Soon," she promised as he arched his hips off the bed. She was pretty sure that he wasn't thinking about either his wife or his mother right now, which was precisely what she'd intended. "I'll need you to scoot over so I can get these jeans off." "If I last that long." "This is for you," she reminded him. "Just do whatever comes naturally. Whenever." "I want to be inside you when I come," he said, shifting so his head was now on the pillow. Although he was tall, the king bed allowed him to stretch all the way out with room to spare. "Lift up." When he arched his back and lifted his hips, it was all she could do not to just stop and take him in her mouth now. But this wasn't about her. She wasn't the one aching. Well, except in parts of her that would just have to wait. She yanked the faded denim over his hips and down his legs, then stripped him of his briefs. Then leaned back on her heels and just drank in the sight of him, so hard, so aroused. For her. The idea was thrilling. As she stripped herself, watching that wonderful dark smoke fill his eyes, she felt strong and invincible, like Wonder Woman, and she wasn't even wearing magic bracelets. "You're wearing too many clothes," he complained. Once again, we're in perfect agreement. It wasn't the easiest thing to undress while kneeling on a mattress, but she managed it with, she thought, a reasonable amount of sexiness. From the flame that flared in those smoky eyes, he definitely enjoyed her little impromptu striptease with her bra. He finally lost his cool, giving in to the powerful needs within by ripping away the pretty little thong. "Sorry," he muttered against her bare hip as she felt and heard the ribbon tie rip. "I'm not." She was about to straddle him again and regain the slow, dreaming and soothing pace. Then decided that there were many ways to soothe. If fast and hot was what he wanted, what he needed, Brianna was going to give it to him. He rolled her over onto her back, put his hands on her inner thighs to spread her legs, then paused. "You didn't take the quilt off. We're going to mess it up." She almost laughed, but loved him for even thinking of it at a time like this. How many men would actually listen to all her wavering over the impracticality of white beds and the care of cleaning? But they were so romantic. That's what washing machines are for. They'd discussed condoms the first time, and since they'd both been tested during routine physicals and hadn't had sex with anyone for such a long time, with her being on the pill, they'd decided not to bother. Although she'd always been a strong advocate for safe sex, she couldn't deny that bare, hot flesh-to-flesh, which she'd only ever had with him, was sublime. Reaching up, she wrapped her arms around his neck and lifted her hips in invitation. He took her with a power he'd never revealed, with a force that she definitely hadn't expected. The storm sweeping over them was violent, but not dangerous. Trusting him as she did, it only fed an equally strong recklessness in her. They rolled over the large mattress, hands grasping, teeth nipping and sucking, hips pumping fast and furious. He gripped her hips, lifting her up to feast on her, his tongue and teeth creating a hard, fast climax that lanced through her. Then, grabbing her wrists in one hand, holding them over her head, he thrust into her, plunging hard and deep, taking her. Claiming her, even as he relinquished demons who'd been tormenting him for far too long. But he wasn't finished. Even as she fell back to earth from her second, stunning orgasm, he was hard again, pumping in and out as her legs wrapped around his hips. Looking straight into those flaming dark eyes, Brianna surrendered to the fury, and to him. What the hell had he done? After emptying himself in her again, leaving them both lying in a dampness that risked staining the precious antique quilt she'd been so excited about finding, Drenched in sweat, Seth suffered a shame he'd never ever felt. A feeling even worse than the survivor's guilt that had stalked him since Zoe's death. He rolled off her, onto his back, and covered his eyes with his arm. "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Her voice was shaky. "I used you." The sex had been absolutely consensual. In fact, if he wanted to give himself a break, which he didn't, Brianna had initiated it. But in his heart, Seth knew that he'd used her. To overcome the guilt he was feeling about his mother. But most of all, to burn away the pain and even deeper guilt that had been tearing at his insides since the day those officers had informed him that because of him staying safe at home in Honeymoon Harbor, his young, vital, beautiful wife had been blown to pieces. Without a word, what could he possibly say? He got off the bed, went into the bathroom and cleaned up. Then took one of the pretty white towels, which had to be the most impractical color on the planet. Who thought that stuff up anyway? Dampened it and brought it back to her. His heart wanted to wash her. Tenderly, with the care and love she deserved. Shame had him unable to look at her as he simply handed her the cloth and began collecting his clothes. "I think it was mutual," she said quietly. "And you're not going to hear me complaining." "Because you don't complain." He yanked the briefs over his treacherous penis. It wasn't the first time it had taken on a mind of its own. Hello, high school. But it had never, ever behaved violently. Hell, crazy women needing emergency Botox, tigers with diamond engagement rings, Dr. Dick wanting you to pay back $50,000 he was stupid enough to throw away. You're unrelentingly nice to everyone. It's who you are. And it's why I can't do this." "Do what?" "I can't be with you." He still refused to meet her eyes as he turned his jeans right side out and pulled them up his legs. By the time he was 10 years old, spending lazy summer mornings fly fishing with his brothers, he'd been able to tie a full dress weather-winged salmon fly, which was still considered one of the most difficult to tie by fishermen his dad's age. Yet right now, those same hands were shaking so badly he could barely fasten the damn buttons. Why the fucking hell didn't he just buy jeans with zippers? "Not in the way you want. In the way you deserve." "I love you," she said quietly, but evenly. He'd known that, probably from the beginning, even before people started telling him that she'd had that thing for him. He'd known it, and had taken advantage of her feelings for his own selfish damn pleasure. Because being loved had him feeling human again. Making love had made him feel alive. "And I'm falling in love with you." Hell, he was all the way there, but wouldn't admitting that make things even worse? He pulled the shirt over his head. It smelled like the hospital. Illness and antiseptic and urine and other things he didn't even want to think about. How did anyone work in a place like that? How had Zoe survived such misery every damn day? "So what's the problem?" She'd gotten off the bed and was standing there, all flush and pretty and naked, looking at him, her expression confused. "It's not you. It's me." Oh, Christ. Jesus, had he actually said that? Okay? But it wasn't okay. "So you're dumping me because you love me?" "No." "Okay, maybe." "Is it because you're feeling guilty because of Zoe? Like you're cheating on her?" "No, seriously. It's not that. I worried I would, in the beginning a little, but I didn't. That's not it." "I don't understand." "I thought I could handle it. And call me a coward, which I guess I am, but I can't risk losing another woman I love." "The reason you're breaking up with me is because you're afraid of losing me?" "Yeah." He dragged both hands down his face. "I've been through that pain once. And the ironic thing is, you're the one who made it better, who brought me back from hell, or at least the purgatory I was stuck in. But Mom's heart attack, watching Dad seem to shrink 3 sizes and look like he was about to flatline too,
reminded me that people die. Every damn day. Hell, right this very second, there are probably millions of people all over the world dying. And maybe some of the survivors who loved them are strong enough to put their hearts on the line again, but I'm not one of them.
I don't really have any intention of dying anytime soon, she said. Her tone was mild, but he could hear the tremor of strain behind her words as she grabbed the sheet from the floor and wrapped it around herself. Not that it was going to provide any real protection against the pain he was inflicting.
But we just never know, do we? He shook his head. It's like life's just one big crapshoot. Just when we think we have things under control, shit happens.
Not only had he used her, both emotionally and physically, but now, watching the color drain from her face and the pain in her damp eyes, he knew that he was also breaking her heart.
Look, I'd better go before I make all this even worse.
She folded her arms, holding herself tight as if to keep from shattering apart. I doubt that's possible. She closed her eyes, drew in a breath, then with the backs of her hands, wiped at the tears that were falling down her cheeks. Damn it, I never cry, she said. And didn't he know that feeling? So why did he feel on the verge of bawling like Kylie and Mai's baby now? She lifted her head, jutted out her chin in a way that was far more familiar. She'd probably looked like that when Dr. Dick had accused her casino's games of being rigged. You're right, she said on a stronger voice. Going into the closet, she pulled out a duffel bag, some jeans, shirts, and 2 pairs of sneakers, one Gore-Tex for wet days. Then went over to the dresser and dumped her underwear drawer, along with the clothes from the closet, into the bag. This isn't going to work because you refuse to let it. And yes, I know you warned me up front, and yes, I've settled for a friends with benefits deal these past weeks, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised, or have expected more. So go ahead and go home or back to wherever the hell it is you go every Sunday, and I'll move to the farm while you finish work on the house.
I can do that,
Seth said, even as sharp claws ripped away at his guts. Good. She took her toothbrush and makeup bag from the bathroom and threw them into the duffel bag. You know my plans for the rest of the rooms? Just send word through Quinn when it's done. Then I'll move back in. He had to ask.
What about the carriage house?
Her laugh, which surprised him, held no humor. I've no idea. I'm not really up to thinking about it today. I may contact that guy you told me about down the coast in Oregon.
Lucas Chaffee. I'll have Ethel send you his card, just in case.
Fine. She shook her head as she zipped up the bag. And aren't we being so very civilized? Funny, for once they weren't on the same wavelength, because nothing about this felt the least bit civilized. One advantage of her former occupation was that she'd learned to move quick and travel light. Brianna grabbed her purse from where she'd left it on the downstairs counter and walked out the door, for the last time until Seth got her dream house done. Wouldn't you just know it? Bandit was standing there with his ratty old tennis ball in his mouth. You're such a sweet boy, she said as she patted his huge head, starting his tail thumping on the wooden slats of the porch floor. Oh, how she was going to miss this goofy, adorable, loving rescue dog. He dropped the ball at her feet, his request obvious. She picked it up and threw it as far as she could. She might not have played official sports like Kylie, but years of playing baseball in the baseball diamond they'd made in one of the farm's fallow fields had given her a strong throwing arm. As he took off after it, she jumped into her car and drove away down the tree-lined drive that was going to be such a stunning welcome entry for guests once Amanda Barrow finished with it. She'd sworn she wasn't going to look back, but she couldn't resist glancing up into her rearview mirror. When she saw Bandit, ball in mouth, chasing after her, Brianna allowed herself to sob. Chapter 34. This welcome home was nothing like the earlier one, Instead of joy, her mother's face was etched with sorrow and concern. And not just for her daughter, but her best friend. "Are you sure you want to be here?" Sarah asked. "I need to be here. He practically threw me out of my own house after he'd told me he loved me." "Of course he does. Otherwise he wouldn't be so afraid of losing you," her mother said. Brianna jammed her hands into the pockets of her jeans. "It's stupid. It's human. Like I told you, I never thought I'd get over Bonnie," her grandfather reminded her. "But then I met Harriet, who rescued me. Not only from my grief, but the bottle. I never talk about it, but I drank some back then. A lot, if you want to know the truth. I was in a dark place. But this woman..." He took hold of Harriet's age-spotted hand and lifted it to his lips as if she were a young woman he was courting. "She brought the sunshine back into my life." "Your grandfather was a tough nut to crack," Harriet said. "But he's been worth all the tears I shed until we made it to a good place." "The best place," Jerome said. "Or would be if you take the same advice everyone wants to give that Harper boy and quit worrying that I'm going to keel over on you at any minute." Her grandmother shook her head. "I hate it when he's right." The laughter that statement encouraged lightened the mood. "I'm making 4-cheese mac and cheese, with some slipper lobster Quinn is picking up at Kira's Sea House for me." "The ultimate comfort food," Brianna said. Her mother usually saved that decadent dish for New Year's brunch. "That's the idea. Why don't you go settle into your room, then come down? We'll have wine or tea while your grandmother and I cook, and the men go out to get an early start on the planting before the crowd arrives." And didn't that cause a little stab in her heart, given that she and Seth should have been out there together, planting with them? But she'd always enjoyed time in the kitchen with her mother and grandmother, and it beat locking herself away in her room and feeling sorry for herself. "That sounds great, but I'd better stick with tea." The last thing she needed was to get drunk, which actually didn't sound like such a bad idea. But then she'd have to pay for it afterward, and although she still loved him, damn it, Brianna refused to give Seth Harper that much power over her life. She'd just unpacked the duffel bag and moved her things into her old dresser when Quinn knocked on her open door. "Come on in." The family was rallying around her, which felt good and sad at the same time, because having prided herself on her independence, she'd never really needed to lean on them before. He wrapped his arms around her in a hug, letting her rest her head on his shoulder for a long, soothing time. "FYI," he said against her hair, "Harper's been banned from Manyon's." Brianna leaned back and looked up at him. "You've already talked to him?" So much for Honeymoon Harbor's glacial pace. "Yeah. He thought I ought to hear from him that he'd dumped you. So I told him exactly what he could do with that announcement, punched him in his pretty face, and threw him out before I came here." "You hit him?" She grabbed his left hand, viewing the red skin on his knuckles that would be an ugly purple-blue bruise in a few days. "You're my little sister. He made you cry and broke your heart. What the hell would you expect me to do? He's just lucky I didn't turn Jarl loose on him. He's had a crush on you since you arrived in town." "Really?" "Yeah, but don't worry about hurting his feelings if he asks you out and you turn him down. Jarl tends to fall in love with every good-looking single woman who comes into the pub. I think it's the Viking in him. So far he hasn't carried any off and doesn't harass them, just admires from afar. So I figure putting all that emotion into his cooking helps improve business." This time her laugh felt lighter, as did her heart. Just a bit. Chapter 35. "You do realize you're acting like a damn fool," Ben Harper told Seth 3 days later as they drove to the hospital to bring Caroline home. "Go out and grovel. Hell, get on your knees if you need to. Crawl naked down Water Street. Do whatever it takes to get her back." "Is that Dr. Blake speaking?" Seth asked. No, she'd probably nix the naked public crawling because it'd land you in the clink. But she would tell you that you're the one at fault here. Don't you think I already know that? You losing your wife was a tragic thing. I'm not going to deny that, his father said. But fate, destiny, God, whatever has given you a second chance for happiness. It's your responsibility to grab it with both hands and not let go. Then spend the rest of your life making up for your stupidity. That's a positive view of my possible future, Seth said dryly. Okay, here's this. Do you love her? Hell yes. Then do something about it. Mike Mannion told me that if I didn't get my woman back, he was going after her. That lit a fire beneath my tail, let me tell you. Your mother is the best thing that's ever happened to me. You come in a close second, but I wouldn't have you if she hadn't been willing to marry me instead of that rich Southern lawyer, or Mannion. She and Mannion had a thing? He tried, but I won. Then I almost blew it. But I'm going to make it up to her, starting today. And after we get her home, you ought to get your ass out to the Mannion farm and do the same thing. That out of the way, he pulled up into the loading zone, cut the engine, and said, Let's go get your mom. Caroline couldn't wait to get home. Oh, the hospital staff had been lovely. The view of the Olympics, stellar, and the food had been surprisingly good. Especially the couple bites of cake, which wasn't on her approved dietary list, but which Ben had sneaked up from the cafeteria when she'd complained about missing chocolate. She'd been moved to tears when he'd told her about going to the therapist, which had scared him enough that he was about to go running out into the hall to call for a nurse. It's okay, she said, pulling a tissue from the box on the rolling table next to the bed. They're happy tears. How does your heart feel? Fine. And why don't you stop asking me that? I have a better sense of the signs now and promise not to ignore them. Okay. He sighed. I don't know what I'd do without you, Caro. You won't have to, she assured him. They still had years together. After all, everyone was saying the 60s were the new 40s. He'd stunned her by telling her about his therapy sessions. If there was anything more amazing and undoubtedly difficult he could have done to prove his love, Caroline couldn't think of it. Dr. Blake might have opened his eyes to many things, but he'd always be a man's man, unable to fully understand the female mind. And quite honestly, she wouldn't want him any other way. She'd merely wanted to feel appreciated, which he'd definitely done, refusing to go home that first night when the nurses told him visiting hours were over. Eventually, they'd caved in and brought him a cot to sleep on. And except for those trips to the cafeteria and outside to call and update all her friends on her condition, he hadn't left her side. She'd just finished dressing when the door opened. You're looking great, Seth said, giving her a careful hug that had Caroline wondering how long it would be before people would quit treating her as if she were made of crystal and easily broken. Thank you. I'm feeling great, she said. Her son, on the other hand, looked nearly as bad as he had when his wife had died. Ben had filled her in on that breakup drama, which she had no doubt would eventually work out. But it was painful to see the man who'd always, deep down, be her baby boy so miserable. She'd also heard from a nurse who'd been at the pub about the altercation that had given him that ugly bruise. Although she didn't approve of violence, Caroline couldn't really fault Quinn. She turned toward her husband. I'm also ready to go home. The paperwork's been all taken care of, Ben said. So let's blow this popsicle stand. Caroline wasn't all that happy about the hospital's insistence on patients being rolled out in a wheelchair, but apparently rules were rules. The double doors opened, and there, beneath the canopy, was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Ben Harper, you didn't. The motorhome was all shiny and new, painted in shades of smoke and gray and white, with sweeping swoops that made it look as if it was all ready to drive them away on an adventure. A huge red plastic bow had been stuck on the hood. "I know it's going to be a while before we can take off and start seeing all those parks and other places, because the doc's going to want you to stick around a couple months for those stress tests and such. But I thought, maybe tonight, since we missed our date, you might want to try it out with dinner in the driveway. Luca made veggie lasagna and antipasto."
"That sounds lovely."
Tears pricked at the back of her lids. Not wanting to scare the poor man to death, Caroline resolutely blinked them away.
"Both the food and the company. And this is the most beautiful motorhome I've ever seen."
"It's not real fancy, like those big buses people drive these days."
"They look like they'd be so much trouble getting in and out of places,
and then we'd need a car to tow and there'd be more to clean," she said. She'd never had one of those behemoths in mind. "This isn't so small that we'd feel cramped in a sardine can. It's absolutely perfect. I can't wait to go somewhere in it." "I thought while we're waiting for you to get the okay to take off, we could do day trips around here," he said. "Maybe spend some nights. The doctor said that'd be okay."
"I'd love that."
"Then there's something else I was thinking maybe you'd like." He reached into the Gore-Tex jacket he'd put on for the spring rain and pulled out an envelope. Opening it, she gasped as she looked at the gleaming white ship floating on a cerulean blue sea. "There are 2 tickets for a cruise to Hawaii," he said. "For that honeymoon I promised you. It's late, but
it's better,"
she said. "Even without the money problems back then, we would have been too young to truly appreciate it. Now it's going to be perfect." The aide that had folded back the footrests, allowing her to stand up, twine her arms around his neck, and not caring who might be watching or if she embarrassed her son. She kissed this man who'd won her heart from the moment she'd seen him. "Take me home, Ben Harper." It was what she'd said to him the night he'd proposed. "I'd be right happy to, Ms. Caroline," he said back to her. All these years later, the man still had the worst fake Southern drawl Caroline Longworth Harper had ever heard, which was only one of the things she loved about him. Chapter 36. 5 days after moving back into her parents' house, Brianna was already going stir-crazy. She kept busy learning breakfast recipes from her mother and grandmother, and helping organize the planting party, which had been put off again due to more spring rain. But she missed her house. She also missed Kylie, Mai, and Clara, especially baby Clara, who, even as she made her yearn for a child of her own, also lifted her spirits and made her smile.
"I think I'll go into town,"
she told her mother. "To the house?" Sarah asked carefully.
"No, I'm not ready to see Seth. But I miss the baby."
"Speaking of whom," her grandmother, who'd been rolling out cookie dough for the party, said, "I made her something." She left the room and came back with a pair of white crocheted newborn socks with pink toes and heels, with a row of pink at the top. "Oh, these are darling. Kylie and Mai are going to love them." She embraced Harriet.
"Thank you."
"It's good to have a baby in the family again," her grandmother said. As if just by Brianna's designation as godmother, Clara had become a Mannion. Having Seth as her godfather would make her yet another link between the Mannions and Harpers. "Not that I'm pushing you to procreate, just saying." "I wouldn't hold your breath waiting for me," Brianna said, except for yesterday's discovery of asbestos in a second-floor bath that had been remodeled sometime in the 60s. She hadn't heard a word from Seth. And even the extra cost for the hazmat removal team had been relayed through Quinn. As she drove past Blue House Farm and continued toward town, Brianna decided that she'd spent enough time hoping and crying over Seth Harper. The sex, admittedly, was off any scale, but although he'd beat himself up for using her, she'd felt claimed, even owned, but not in a dangerous guy possessive way. What could well be their last time together had been raw alpha male, totally honest, and she couldn't lie, thrilling. Still, judging from his silence, it was time for her to move on and find someone else. Like the song said, if she couldn't be with the one she loved, she might as well love the one she was with. She'd seen Flynn Faraday out washing a fire truck in the station parking lot a couple weeks ago. He'd been shirtless, and from the way he was ripped, looked capable of carrying an entire family, including the dog, out of a burning house on those wide, manly shoulders. But the only way she could think of to casually meet him would be to set the kitchen on fire while practicing flambeing the bananas Foster recipe she'd found on YouTube. Which would probably end up with Seth doing the repair work. So, scratch the hot fireman. Maybe she'd drop into Luca's and pick up dinner for the family one of these days. While there, she could casually ask if he'd teach her how to make his light and airy Italian strata breakfast recipe. Then maybe, while rolling out phyllo sheets on the restaurant's marble pastry counter together, their eyes would meet, bells would chime, and little cartoon lovebirds would begin circling their heads. Her imagination wandered to the two of them nuzzling over a plate of spaghetti, like Lady and the Tramp in one of the most romantic movie scenes ever, while their personal couple's soundtrack played Bella Notte. It could happen, right? She asked herself as she stopped to let a herd of Roosevelt elk cross the road. They could be a perfect couple. Luca was sexy with that romantic Italian accent and those hooded bedroom eyes. Plus, as a bonus, he cooked, and she ate. Perfect fit. The elk had finally moved on, and deciding that she was definitely putting Luca into her husband candidates folder, Brianna continued, just in time for a dawdling elk calf to sprint across the road to catch up with his family. Acting on impulse, she yanked the wheel and swerved, right off the road toward the trees. After watching the budding young chef and her grandmother leave his house in their newly purchased rally red Civic, Seth drove to the Harbor View Cemetery, parked in front of the iron gates, and sat there for a long, silent time, his hands draped over the top of the steering wheel. The sky overhead was dark and gloomy, forecasting rain, as he climbed out of the truck and made his way past the earlier stone gravestones, many of the names long ago worn away by wind and water, to the newer section. He vaguely remembered some discussion about whether Zoe would be buried among the Robinsons or in the smaller veterans section. It had been her father, he seemed to recall, who'd decided she deserved to be with the vets, where earlier generations of Robinsons already lay. He was surprised that he found his way to Zoe's grave so easily, since everything about that time after the notification was so fuzzy. Apparently, his heart had mapped what his mind had forgotten. Her family had ordered the stone, with her name, Zoe Robinson Harper, and below, a line reading simply, "Loving daughter, beloved wife, American hero," which didn't begin to describe all she'd been. But all those words were true. As he knelt on the damp green grass and ran his fingers over the letters, Seth was vastly grateful that the cemetery guidelines established in later years had kept Helen from going all out grief-crazy with weeping angels standing eternal guard. A third line simply listed birth and death dates, revealing a life cut tragically short. Someone, either Helen or Sarah, had placed some bright red and yellow tulips in the cup by the marker. He knew they were parrot tulips from Jim Olson's farm because Kylie had shown him a picture on her phone of the same ones that she was going to use in her wedding bouquet. He might not remember much about the funeral, but he did remember Zoe and her mother's argument about a wife's wedding bouquet. Helen had insisted that peonies were more appropriate than the daisies Zoe had wanted, because their cheery yellow faces made her happy. In the end, she'd won, of course, which was why he'd bought the daisies this morning at Blue House Farm's booth at the farmer's market. "I miss you," he said. He plucked at the flower petals, trying to find the words. "I thought I'd die in those days after the officers came to the house. I wanted to die. But I didn't, though all my feelings, any sense of love, just withered up inside like they'd died. Because there was no one I wanted to share them with. And then Bree came back, which maybe you already know. If you do, then you'll know that she brought me back to life. And it's not that I love you less, Zoe." He put the daisies into the cup with the tulips. "You'll always be the first girl, then the first woman I ever loved. But I love Bree now, and I want to spend whatever time we're lucky enough to have on this earth together." He leaned back on his heels, thinking of how the three of them had always been so intertwined. "Because she was your best friend, and you loved her too, I'm hoping you're okay with that." He touched his fingers to his lips, then to the stone. As he stood up, he felt a little bit of air, like the wafting of invisible feathers against his cheek. It was only a breeze from the water, he assured himself. Or maybe it was more. Maybe it was Zoe, setting him free. Whichever, as he walked away, Seth put away the pain and focused on his hope. He was on his way, headed out of town, when he passed a tow truck going in the opposite direction. It was bright green, with Easton's Garage and Towing printed on the doors. On the flatbed was an all-too-familiar car, its front end smashed. Seth's blood chilled. He instantly pulled a U-turn, easily caught up with the truck and laid his hand on the horn. When the driver looked up, he waved. Then, noticing Seth's hand motion toward the side of the road, pulled over. Both men got out of their vehicles at the same time. "Hey, Mannion," Kenny Easton said. "Thanks for selling that sweet little car. It made my wife feel a lot better not to have her granddaughter walk in at night in the city." "What the hell happened?" Seth was in no mood for pleasantries. He gestured toward the truck. "To Brianna Mannion?" "Oh." Kenny took off his Easton's Garage and Towing trucker hat and ran his hand over his bald head. "Seems she swerved to avoid hitting an elk." "And hit a tree?" Everyone knew hitting an immovable tree could mean death. Then again, so could hitting a long-legged elk. Either way was a crapshoot. "No, she slid right through those and ended up in a deep creek wash." "How is she?" "I'm not sure. The ambulance had taken her to the hospital before I got there. But from what I was told by the cop on the scene, she was alive and talking." The breath whooshed out of Seth. "Thanks." He ran back to the car and, ignoring all posted speed limits, went racing back to the hospital, which had become his least favorite place in Honeymoon Harbor. The same woman who'd been at the reception desk when his mother had been brought in looked up from her computer when he raced through the sliding glass doors. Her expression was anything but welcoming, which had him thinking she'd be a huge failure in the hospitality business. "Brianna Mannion? She was brought in a little while ago." "She was, but you can't see her." Remembering how Brianna had finessed the situation after his dad had gone charging in like a bull in a china shop, Seth struggled for calm and opted for a middle ground. "She's my fiancée," he hoped. "She'd want to see me." "Heard you two had broken up," the woman returned. "So I'm not real sure about that. But it doesn't matter because she's not here any longer." Seth didn't think his blood could go any colder, but it instantly froze to glacier ice. And he'd have sworn his heart had stopped beating. Do not pass out. She spent the entire time complaining that she was fine, but Flynn Faraday, you probably know him, he's the fire department EMT, decided that the impact was hard enough she needed to be checked for neck injuries, like whiplash. So he brought her in, they x-rayed her, and then her parents came and got her and took her home. His head cleared, his heart resumed beating, and though his blood was still chilled, a bit of the ice had melted. Thanks. He leaned over the counter and kissed her on the cheek, which surprised both of them. You're welcome, she said, pressing her fingers to her cheek, which had colored slightly. He'd just reached the door when she called out to him. You'd better be prepared to grovel, she said, unknowingly echoing his dad's words. That poor girl's had a rough week. In large part, thanks to him. If he hadn't broken her heart, she wouldn't have been out there at the farm in the first place, so she wouldn't have nearly run into that damn elk and possibly come within inches of dying. Unintended consequences. Life was fucking full of them. Which Seth knew both Zoe and Brianna would say was no reason to stop living and loving. He was totally prepared to grovel, to get down on a knee. Hell, crawl naked down Water Street if that's what it took to get Brianna Mannion back. It began to rain as he drove out to the Mannion farm. A deep, drenching spring rain that was good for the mountain snowpack and what was kept the Pacific Northwest so emerald green. But it had also turned the ground to muck, which Seth decided as he passed the blue house that had given Jim Olson's farm its name could be a good thing. Because if it got too muddy, they might have to delay the planting, which would prevent the entire town from witnessing him groveling. Not that it would have stopped him. The gate was open to the farm, probably from having expected a crowd for the planting party, although it could be that the Mannions just got tired of having to get in and out of the car in Pacific Northwest weather to open and close it. He'd been hoping that Brianna would open the door, or her mother. Unfortunately, he got her dad, who, although always being known as an easygoing guy, didn't look all that welcoming.
It's about time you showed up,
he said. Hello, Mr. Mannion, Seth said. I just had some things to work out.
And now you have? Worked them out?
He better have. Quinn's deep, all-too-familiar voice said from behind John Mannion. Terrific. That was all he needed. I have. Seth refused to rub his bruised jaw. I was actually on my way here when I ran into Kenny Easton, who told me about the accident. The woman at the hospital told me she was okay.
Physically?
Quinn said.
You going to make her cry again?
No. I'm going to do my best to convince her that I love her and I'll never hurt her again.
Oh, you will,
John Mannion said.
Even if you don't mean to. Marriage isn't always a smooth road, as you undoubtedly know. Bree thinks the best of everyone,
Quinn said, folding his arms. As threatening as the gesture might be, it wasn't as bad as clenched fists. For a former attorney, Quinn had one hell of a left cross.
And she's always had a damn thing for you.
He didn't make it sound like a positive. I'm going to prove to her that I'm worth her.
I doubt any father believes any man's good enough for his daughter,
John said mildly.
But my wife's always insisted that you were going to be my son-in-law. So if you can talk Bree into forgiving you for acting like a jackass, you've got my blessing.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Although we tried to get her to lie down after the accident, she insisted on helping her mother and grandmother get the barn ready for the planting party. You'll find her out there.
With her dad's blessing, he had one, make that two since Quinn hadn't punched him again, obstacles down. One final important one to go. He found her standing on the stage he'd built at the far end of the barn, up on a ladder again, using a staple gun to put a "Thank you for your support" banner up on the wall. It wasn't the money the family saved by having volunteers come out and plant. That probably wouldn't cover the cost of the spread they put out for the planners. It was to show appreciation for the sense of community that had kept their family business thriving all these years. With her back turned toward him and her grandmother busy stacking red plastic cups, Sarah was the first to see him. "Brianna, dear," she said, "you have company." Brianna stiffened, then looked back over her shoulder and didn't say a damn word. "Hello, Brianna," Seth said into the icy stillness. The temperature in the barn felt as if it had dropped at least 30 degrees. "Hello, Seth." Her tone didn't offer a hint of welcome, but neither was it as angry as the last time they'd been together. "Mother?" Sarah said mildly. "Let's go in and make sure we have enough utensils." "We already counted them this morning," Harriet said. "Then let's count them again." "Dang it all," the older woman muttered. "I always miss the good stuff." She looked up at Brianna, who was still standing on the ladder. "You make him work for it, sweetheart. A woman's got to let her man know from the beginning that he's going to have to do his share in a marriage. We women shouldn't have to do all the heavy lifting." Brianna's lips quirked. "Thank you for the advice, Graham," she said. Her tone was far warmer than the one she'd used on him. "She's right," Seth said as the two women walked back toward the house, leaving them alone. "Fortunately, I'm good at heavy lifting." "Lumber, tile and stuff," Brianna agreed with a shrug. "I can always hire men to do that." She wasn't going to make it easy on him. And why should she? Her father was right. He'd been a jackass, which was a lot kinder than some of the names Quinn had called him. Outside, the rain was pounding on the red tin roof he'd put on the restored building. Inside, a silence as thick and dense as morning fog rolling in from the harbor filled the barn. "I heard about the accident. Are you sure you should be up on a ladder?" "I'm fine," she said, backing down the ladder in question. "And you have any right to question what I should be doing? Why?" "I was wrong." "About what?" "Nope, not easy. About all of it. Except the loving part, because I do love you, Brianna Mannion. I want to marry you and have children with you, if you're willing." "What brought about this change of mind? And if it's because of my stupid accident—" "It's not. I was on the way here when I found out about that. That woman at reception told me you were okay. She also told me to be prepared to grovel." "Groveling might be a nice touch. An explanation would be better." "It's like I told you. I was afraid of loving anyone after Zoe, because loving and losing hurt too much. And wasn't that an understatement? But then I fell in love with you." "You said you were falling," she corrected him. "I lied." She arched a brow and waited. "I was going to tell you. I was waiting for the right moment. But then Mom had her heart attack. I watched Dad nearly die and thought about his father dying of a broken heart the same way his wife had died, and, well, I freaked out. You were right. I was a coward. But I loved you so much that I couldn't bear to lose you." "That's pretty much what you said after we made love. What I'm waiting for is the change of mind part." "I've missed you. Every minute of every day and night. I've ached to have you in my life. And yeah, it took time for me to wrap my mind around the idea that things happen that we don't have any control over. But that I'd rather grab every day of the rest of our lives together, even knowing that I could lose you." "Or vice versa," she said. "Yeah, and you're braver than me." Her expression softened. "No, I loved Zoe, but in a different way. I understood what you were trying to say, mostly. Because no one can fully grasp a pain like you experienced, which was why I wasn't sure your feelings would ever change. Mai's grandfather died in France, fighting in the war. Her grandmother was still a young woman and never remarried. I thought you might end up like her."
I went out to the cemetery, he said, for the first time since the funeral. I told Zoe I loved her, and that part of me always will.
"I wouldn't want to be with a man who could feel otherwise."
I also told her that I love you now.
There was a long pause as she took that in. This time, instead of stopping, Seth's heart was hammering against his chest. "I want children," she said. That was a plus. She hadn't given him a flat-out no. Seth forged on.
"Okay, good. Me too. And I want to live in the carriage house, and if that grows too small, I'll put on additions. Maybe a second story."
Her brow furrowed. "How many children are you talking about?"
"However many or as few as you want. And I want to grow old together, watching our grandkids building sandcastles on the beach and enjoying the sunsets together."
"A lifetime of sunsets," she murmured.
Once again, we think alike, and we'll always hold on to each other, getting through whatever storms come together.
"Not just the weather ones."
"No," he agreed as she walked toward him. "All storms. The way your parents have done, the way mine have done. Because one thing that our families have in common is that neither Manions nor Harpers ever give up."
She smiled at that, both with her lips and her remarkable lake blue eyes. "No, we don't."
"I'm so sorry."
"I know. Like I said, I knew even as I left that I wasn't the only one hurting. But you had to find your answers on your own. So, is this a proposal?"
Oh, hell. He really was a jackass. "Yes, absolutely it is."
And although he never would have guessed he'd be taking relationship advice from his dad, Seth dropped to a knee on the wide planked floor.
"I love you, and I want to marry you."
"How handy, since I've wanted to marry you ever since you shared your ding-dong with me."
"What ding-dong?"
She laughed and waved his question away. "I'll tell you later. Maybe on our honeymoon." "Thomas Wolfe was wrong," Brianna said, as after a long, heartfelt kiss, she and Seth walked through the rain, which had softened to a mist, back to the house.
"About what?"
Seth dropped a light kiss atop her head, wondering what he'd ever done to deserve two such amazing women in one life. She smiled up at him, their love, their bright future, shining in her eyes. "You really can go home again." This is Ashley Klanick. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Heron's Landing by JoAnn Ross, presented by HQN Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director. Executive Producer, Suzanne Franco Mitchell. Text copyright 2018 by JoAnn Ross. Production copyright 2018 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.